Hi, listeners. This is your host, Luanna Nesbitt, here to introduce Sefra Alexandra, the seed huntress, who will be sharing in this episode of Behind the Seeds. Sefra is a longtime seed caretaker and keeper, specifically of the Southport red globe onion of Southport, Connecticut. This episode covers Sefra's thoughts on seed histories, the roles of seed banks, and the crucial practice of regional seed keeping.
I'm Sefra Alexandra, the seed huntress, and have been working to revive the Southport globe onion in my hometown of Southport, Connecticut. I'm born in the unceded lands of the Pagosset Golden Hill tribe in an area known as Matchamucks, which means the beautiful land, right along the Long Island Sound, or like I like to call it, the Connecticut Riviera. It's a beautiful land that has very important estuaries that act as the nurseries for mussels and oysters and many of the fish that are found in the Sound. There's kelp and just beautiful native species and trees and lands that were caretaken to be some of the most prolific in the Northeast, with chestnuts and acorns and all sorts of berries. My family has been in Connecticut for a few generations by way of Norwich. My great-grandfather actually had Yantic grain. So I've been, and even before that in Lithuania and Russia, we had the seed supplies for the farmers before we came over to America. So actually I have quite a long history of working with seeds in my epigenetics. And my mother's side is from Worcester and that part of the world, and grew up actually being in the rag trade. So some of the first people that looked at a resource that was being thrown away and found another commercial use for it. So very regenerative, agrarian-minded family tree. And here I am.
Could you share a little bit of what you do for work and tell me about the work you do around seeds?
Absolutely. So I started out being very interested in intentional communities. Kind of my background professionally, I have an art history degree in education. I got a teaching master's from Cornell in agroecological education. And I've always been interested in non-traditional curriculum, whether it's around wilderness skills, earth-based skills, how we can be a part of the environment, work with it rather than against it, which has brought me to work for a number of different farms and live on a whole bunch of intentional communities, from here to Findhorn in Scotland to the farm that my brother and I have in Panama. I studied edible forest gardening with Dave Jackie and Eric Toensmeyer over a decade ago, and became very passionate about permaculture and the ethos and the pattern framework that gives us around a regenerative landscape concept. You know, it's modeled after how a lot of indigenous cultures work with the landscape. If we look at nature, you know, there's no waste. The tree falls, the mycelium runs, the bugs eat the mushrooms, the birds eat the bugs, ornithoptery, dispersal of seed by birds, and we restart the succession of these wild lands. So I studied permaculture and got my teaching certificate. Bill McDormand and Belle Starr, who were running Native Seed Search, which was a seed bank, still is, that safeguards a lot of the Southwest indigenous tribe seeds. And I went and took an ancient grain school with them and walked into their seed bank and kind of fell to my knees, just realizing I'm surrounded by these exquisite living embryos of life that have been caretaken since time immemorial by both the hands of humans, but also our friends, the pollinators and the ants and the birds. And I realized that these great arcs of diversity are the painter's palette of safeguarding our wild land's biodiversity. And so I really became passionate about how we can safeguard the genetic diversity and how we can also rewild and do ecological restoration on our lands. And so from there, my brother and I have Tactivate, which is a disaster response company. I would go to island nations after disasters and help fortify community seed banks, making locally bioregionally adapted seeds available. So in the southern department of Haiti, when they experience man-made or natural disasters, they immediately have a local recourse and resource to be able to replant their fields, which is a very regenerative model of humanitarian aid, as it were, because it's self-maintained, self-perpetuating, self-facilitated, relying on outside seed sources that could potentially bring in pests, which undercuts the agroeconomic system of, other rice farmers in northern Haiti, where people are relying on the free seed that they're getting. Now what this does is it empowers the local agrarians, the agronome Elie Saint-Magloire, who was the head of the Southern Department, who had 25 farm managers who oversaw and helped mentor thousands of smaller hold farmers. You make those seeds immediately accessible. From there, I was chosen as a Gene Bank Impacts Fellow. Gene Bank is a fancy word for a seed bank, for the Crop Trust, which used to be known as the Global Crop Diversity Trust. And they are a small organization in Germany that oversees the standards and operating procedures of our global gene bank platform. The large seed banks that house the 150,000 varieties of maize and wheat in southern Mexico, or pulses and grains in India, or beans in South America. And I was chosen as a fellow to speak to the importance of what is preserved in these gene banks, and went to CPACT, which is the Center for Pacific Crops and Trees in Fiji, and I did my thesis work on Colocasia esculenta, taro. And taro is a staple totem crop in the South Pacific, which means it's given in ceremonies of birth and life, of death, when kings are coronated. It's hugely important. They're staple starch. And in 1993, the taro leaf blight, the Phytophthora, came in and wiped out all their crops, because indeed, as a lot of tropical crops are vegetatively propagated, they all were inherently a monoculture, and so it wiped them out. And so other seed hunters and huntresses had to go back out to the centers of origin, as defined by Nikolai Vavilov, and regather the genetic diversity of taro, which, when brought back to Fiji, started the taro seed bank. And they were able, after 10 years, to rebreed a blight-resistant variety. Tolo Iosefa, a wonderful man, did that work, which then makes those varieties deployable along a very long treaty name, the International Treaty for Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. Receive and freely share any of these seeds in a scientific governmental setting are called plant genetic resources. It just means the seeds. They're freely shareable. And in an effort to wrap this up, I'm kind of like the female Forrest Gump here, or a Johnny Appleseed of seeds. I've done it in many different varieties. I worked for the Seeds of Success, safeguarding our wild species out for the Bureau of Land Management in Idaho, where we monitor and make sure that as anthropocentric or human involvement on the land is degrading these wildlands, that we're safeguarding these rare species. Seeds of Success program has been hugely successful, and that's safeguarded at the Millennium Seed Bank at Kew. And now coming back to locally, currently I've been running the Ecotype project, which works under the National Seed Strategy, in an effort to fortify a native or ecotypic, which just means a truly wild local species, seed supply chain. So as we talk about doing ecological restoration and the needs for different conservation or habitat agencies, they need to actually have a local resource of the genetics of place, the heirlooms of our pollinators. So I've been working to put botanists and farmers, we're the organic farmers under a USDA specialty crop block grant, where the specialty crop is the native seed, grow out that seed, give it to the nurserymen and women. We've started a farmer-led seed collective called Eco 59, and then folks who are part of Pollinator Pathways or departments of transportation can know that they're putting the right plants in the right place using the EPA's eco-regional the taste of place. When people left their countries, they would sow the seeds of place into their clothes. It's so culturally vital, not only for nutrition, but also for, there's memory attached to the seeds, as Rowan White and all these people really talk beautifully about. And as Ken Green talks about, fortifying our local seed sheds. Southport, Connecticut used to be the onion capital of the world. And everyone was an onion farmer or seed saver or made onion equipment. And there was a blight similar to what happened to taro. Same thing happened to the onions. And so for over 120 years, these onions haven't been grown in their home soils. So I worked with Baker Creek Heirloom Seeds, who's helped out with a lot of our disaster work. And we reseeded these onions. Onions take 2 years to go to seed, and finally collected the first Southport grown Southport Globe onion seed. And well over a century or more. And from that started a local seed library so people could get free seed, and went into the schools and taught them about onion farming, and then started the Southport Globe Onion Festival, and had our now forever named Onion Day in Southport, Connecticut, October 9th. So that's a long-winded way of saying seeds.
Woo!
Seed save.
Beautiful. Thanks for setting that background up. That was great. Now I'm going to dive a little bit more into just like some general seed saving questions. Could you tell me about your first memory of seed saving, if you can remember it?
I think as a kid, I have a twin brother. I'm Sefra Alexandra. He's Jesse Alexander. And our parents were very much into going on adventures outside. And a lot of that, which has kind of informed the botanical expeditions that I now lead, promoting backyard stewardship. You don't have to go to the Himalayas to be on expedition. And I'll be caretakers and stewards of our local land. I think that really stems from this idea that there was always such wonderment and such discovery right in the woods right around us. And my brother grew up going to the Tom Brown Tracker School and realizing that the wilderness is our true home. And so just as a kid, the reverence, I just remember, going out and collecting all these beautiful acorns, and then just holding those acorns in my hand. And it was kind of when I learned that tiny little acorn, right, grows into massive oak trees. You really start to just have this sacred reverence for the embodied energy that you hold in a seed, and how you can carry these seeds in your pocket and you can help to replant the beautiful wilds around you. It's like those little, like, I forget what they were. They were like these like little sponges that you'd put in water, and then they would open up and be like a dinosaur or a shark or something like that. We kind of would just go out on treasure hunt adventures and pick up seeds. So I think acorns were really my gateway into the beauty of that as the seed. And then the samaras, helicoptering down from maples. I think so. As my great mentor Bill McDormand, who was heading the Rocky Mountain Seed Alliance, and he was the one who started something called Seed School, which teaches you not soup to nuts, we would say seed to tree, how all these different facets of the seed world work. But one thing that we all realize, and that he would always say, he's so lyrical and kind of just like the poetic philosopher that really made my heartstrings sing, to be able, like, anyone can save seeds, is he said that we are the people of the pinch. At a pinch of time in our genetic biodiversity, where we can either stand by and watch the massive erosion of our biodiversity and genetic resources, or we can stand in as stewards of these seeds. And that was my deep love of the naturalist world and my dedication to all of it. When I was younger, I did like just a survey of all of the different great tributaries that you can go down in the naturalist world. But seeds are just what absolutely have my complete rapt attention. And I think that these seeds open up this aperture of history, mystery, of all that is, come before us, for all that comes after us. And if we can inspire, kids love collecting. It's like kids will eat greens once they grow them in their garden. They love to eat it. And once they can realize that these little magic things grow these plants, well, then they start to pay attention to it. And so I think it's really with that reverence that this seed work is just, I want to play my part in the role of making sure that these seeds persist beyond me, right? It's like beyond the next 7 generations. You plant nut trees that you may never harvest, that you may never need to use, because it's not about us. It's about making sure that the living seed bank can continue to safeguard these little babies and seeds. So
I would love to hear a little bit of what is hard about this work.
To be completely honest and transparent, funding. Choosing this as my profession, there is a great chasm between the work that needs to be done, being able to find a sustainable way to make that your profession. For a long time, I was doing, wilderness hospitality for some very high net worth people in very remote places, where I was able to lead people on walks and have the conversation around conservation. But I've had to find very creative ways after working, for the Branson family and being able to get funding from an obstacle course race that Virgin Galactic did on one of his islands. I applied to and used to fund fortifying the community seed banks in Haiti, applying for the fellowship, getting the USDA grant for the Ecotype project. I think I have just had to be really creative. It isn't always easy. And I think oftentimes there's also making people understand your mission. I think with the pandemic, it really brought around a paradigm shift where a lot of people with food supply chains, with a lot of things that were happening then, they kind of all started calling me and emailing me and saying, hey, that seed stuff you always talk about, where to get seeds? And there was some, there's fires out in Oregon and carrot seed became very scarce. And I think people are really finally starting to be able to hear about it. But there's certainly within this work, you have to be reliant in your own heart and mind, and certainly amongst the amazing colleagues that exist within the seed world in our country and internationally, that you are doing the right work. But I think the hard parts have been knowing that you stand in your truth and your mission, even if that isn't a traditional professional path.
So we know you have a particular interest in the Southport red globe onion. Can you tell me about how you became so interested in it?
Through many of these different experiences, just been completely opened up to the absolute joy of seed saving. And I really think that it's such an empowering mechanism for building community. And I think from what I've seen from disaster zones and from working all over the world is food is a very uniting force, right? We all have to eat, unless you're a breatharian or something somewhere. But, the cultivation or the cooking or the sharing of food is one of the most, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And so I'm such a lover of history. And so I always find myself in archives and reading about the historical characters that exist. And to me, they're just, these massive figures. And so after being all over the globe and coming back home, it was really this question of how can I inspire and share this knowledge and get people really excited about it? And so I think that was really the impetus of saying, hey, we were all onion farmers. The place where I'm from is a rather affluent area. A lot of people don't spend a lot of time in connection with the land. And I saw that, and I love kids, and I love just kids being outside. And so I was like, how can I share my love of seed saving? It's like, tell someone they forget, show and involve them, they remember forever. So I said, let's start the Southport Globe Onion Initiative. Let's welcome this allium heirloom home. And, it was a scrappy effort. It was my friends and I and my dear friend, Will Burney, who I now call the Onion King, and we would be harvesting seaweed and amending our beds. Worked with Charlie Stebbins at the Audubon. They let us have just a parcel of land on what was traditional onion fields. We made beautiful soil. We planted these onions that are just so gorgeous. When they grow, you can realize why they were so famous. They just have this perfect globe shape. Traditionally, there was the yellow, the red, and the white. I've never been able to find the yellow Southport globe onion seeds. So if anyone in the future is hearing this and knows where some is, get in touch with the seed huntress. But we grew the red and the white, and we made just a little sign. So when people were walking their dogs or they were going bird watching in the Audubon, they all started saying like, oh, Southport globe onion, right. Oh, my grandfather talked to me about that. He used to grow that. My neighbor's house is a farm. My house was an old onion farm. And then this whole conversation happening in town, and everyone was kind of just talking about it. And then these beautiful pom-pom shaped seed heads come up. And then there are these little amazing seeds. And it was just, they were so happy, and they were such healthy, good onions that then it was like, okay, well, how do we get more people growing on? So then at the Pequot Library, we started a seed library. And a seed library is a great way for people to grow, to get free seeds, to grow those crops, save some of those seeds, and put them back in the seed library. Creates a bioregionally or eco-regionally or locally adapted resource for seeds that are selected that do well where you are. And the more you do that, then the better food security you have and seed sovereignty. Then there was free onion seeds. So everyone who I talked to, I said, go to the Pequot Library, go get some Southport globe onion seed and plant some yourself. And then there was a lot of people in the community planting onions. And then a lot of the great local farms like the Hickories and Ridgefield were growing onions. And then they were, on a small scale, commercially available. Like you could go to your farmer's market and you could taste a Southport globe onion seed. And then we said, well, what does Connecticut do best? They party. So we'll throw the Southport globe onion festival, which for the first couple years happened in my mom's backyard, where I'd take, an edible nutmeg, did an article about it, which got a lot of visibility, but I would, take my canoe, fill it with onions, put it in the pool, have a Grateful Dead cover band, have everyone bring an onion potluck. There would be, onion crafts where kids were stamping, with onions onto blankets, and a bagpiper. And, even for my high school, I had not a reunion, I had a reunion. And so
that's great.
We just made it fun and talked to kids about it. It's just so lovely to see, because now it's pervasively back in like our common culture. And then this past year, as I said, we had an official town Southport globe onion where the drummer from the Talking Heads was drumming as like a New Year's Eve ball drop. We had the fire department there dropping a bag of onions as we read the proclamation that declared October 9th, whereas the seed huntress has revived the onion Fairfield, Onion Day. And like there's kids running around, and it's just really fun. Such an important and often forgotten part of our town's history. So onions are a super vital staple crop, right? It's believed that they were first domesticated in Central or Western Asia before 3000 BC. In the Middle Ages, onions were used in place of coins to pay rent, and then their cultivation spread throughout Europe, and then onions sailed to the shores of the New World, obviously, pretentious term, aboard the Mayflower. We had onions here, right? And so I think that let's remember that onions are super high in vitamin C. And up in, Connecticut in the Northeast, we don't have citrus. To skip ahead in the history a little bit, but you can look towards the Civil War, where pickled onions were an imperative staple crop for the Union troops to prevent scurvy, right? So much that we can say about the medicinal and the nutritional benefits of onions. But what happened is these onion seeds came over from England, and especially in the areas where I'm from, which is, Westport, Fairfield, Southport, that area there's a little bit of sand in the soil. We're right on the coast. it turned out that it was just amazing soil for onion cultivation. And you can see that by all these wild onions that grow. When I first started this initiative, everyone was saying, oh, I have wild onion grass. Is that leftover ancestors from the onion cultivation? And at first I was like, oh, I think so. And then I had many botanists be like, definitely not. But thus the learning curve, right? So what happened is really around like the mid 1700s, onion cultivation became massive. And it wasn't just for the actual onions, it was really for their seed. We had the Jelliff Seed Company in Southport with their old seed catalogs that have these great old ads that say, touted as the best seed in the country. And, just, I don't know if it's hyperbole, but it really was. And like, it was absolutely pervasive throughout all the seed catalogs then. It was really one of the best storage onions, right? Which was really important to get you through winter. And so it stores really well and grew really well. And that's how a lot of the initial wealth of that area was started. And so there's great stories about like the school boys would leave school early playing flutes of old onion stalks, and they would have to go work in the fields. And from that, in our area, a lot of the onion cultivation tools, like these innovative new designs, were developed that absolutely revolutionized how onions were cultivated all across the country. So J.C. Taylor in 1881 invented something called the onion carriage, which is kind of like your face is leaning in and you're weeding the onions with this really cool contraption. And because onions don't compete well with weeds. So that was, one part when you have these massive swaths of these onion farms with these, these really imperative names that you see everywhere in our towns, right? You have like Nell Sherwood and the Wakemans and the Jennings and all of these names, the young boys who would hop on so they could get to New York City and go have a wild night as they brought the crops. And so they would bring the onions. Long Island Sound was the original I-95, right? All transport. You can imagine how busy that was, where crops were brought to. And then like the molasses and the other things that they would get from the New York City markets would then come back. It wasn't until like Bridgeport and some of the other harbors up the coast became more built out for, cross ocean journeys. Harbors of Southport then kind of not went into disuse, but their popularity of those being the transport centers went down. So what happened? Well, so we have the onions, we're sending them to New York, we have the seeds, we're making all the inventions, everyone's an onion farmer, everything's great. In 1894, right around then, this blight of cutworms and fungus in the soils. All of a sudden your onions are mush and black. Okay? And this is a pervasive, that being in the soil then, turns out it still exists in our local soils now, which is why onion cultivation on a massive scale isn't really feasible. So just like with the story that I told about taro, right? Here comes this blight and everyone's vocation was now rendered obsolete. That's when, these onion warehouses that were down by the Southport Harbor, then they became the prohibition speakeasies where the likes of, Fitzgerald, when he's writing The Great Gatsby, are, hanging out at. And then that, that brings in an entirely new social era, perhaps, of Connecticut's history. And then, so flash forward, it must have been, 2018 now? We said, we're bringing the onions home. And now the onions are back and we can celebrate the great history. You can see here is a Southport globe onion, right? They are huge. They are just, not to put down any other onion, the perfect onion. Their shape and their structure, the amount of food they provide, and I know it's not common practice now, but they just taste so good and they're really refreshing. And onions are one of those things where you can eat them raw or eat them cooked or caramelized, and they're so multifaceted in their gastronomic implications that I think, yeah, I mean, I think when you're talking about victory gardens and like having to be able to really provide for yourself on your homestead, you want a big, delicious crop that can be stored for a while, and the aesthetic value of it is beautiful. And then you would think that, you know, people would dye clothes from the onion skins, right? And, or put it in someone's room when they're sick to draw out sickness, or put it on your feet to, I mean, if you look back in like the old herbal or, you know, herbalism kind of handbook, there's thousands of utilizations for onion. I think is one of the staple crops from the area. It's kind of one of those miracle plants that, yeah, that really sustained some of the early, I guess, settlers. They were brought in barrels on the sailboats and brought to the New York City markets. Obviously, with everyone being an onion farmer in our area, there is, you know, like the local markets, as it were, where they would be readily available. They were brought to the markets, and I think really that's when a lot of these old seed catalogs or the old advertisements that would be in the old newspapers of the time, if you see, they're just such great, I don't say propaganda in a demeaning, just the language that was used around it, saying like the best onions, the most delicious, the best. They were really touted, and this last onion festival, I used this gorgeous pen and ink, like lithograph illustration of this onion. The artisanal, you know, the old seed catalogs obviously didn't have, you know, high gloss pictures, but they had beautiful illustrations. So if you look just how artistically they were rendered, certainly, you know, I don't look through clothing catalogs. I look through seed catalogs and go like, ooh, ah. Imagine that it must have been the same then. You looked through and you said, oh, now that's a gorgeous onion. So yeah, a lot of the marketing language and the drawings, and certainly you would have your highly vocal folks, I'm sure in the New York City markets, selling these onions. But after people tasted them and realized their storage ability, they kind of sold themselves and were sought out. You know, it's like they say now, you get a Department of Defense contract, you have it made. So you have, you know, the military relying on this crop. Well, right there, a massive buyer. And so I think that's that supply and demand issue. I think once they're recognized, it's just, can we grow enough to meet the demand, really?
How is it exchanged now, and what is the role of seed catalogs in this onion? You know, seed catalogs, there are like Eden Brothers and Baker Creek. There are, if you do, my friends started a website called haveyoupickedacarrot.com. I'm pretty sure it's still running. And what you can do with that website is you can type in an heirloom, you can type in a variety, and it will show you all the different seed catalogs that carry that variety, right? And what that does is allows farmers to be able to have a really fair look at what the price is, like what they're actually on the commercial seed market and valued at. So you can still find white and red Southport Globe onion, not grown in Southport, you know, in commercial seed companies' catalogs. What holds the future for the Southport Globe Onion Initiative? Eventually, you know, through Eco 59, which is this farmer-led seed collective that has come out of the Ecotype project that I met, has our ecotypic, truly wild, local to place seeds. The Southport Globe Onion, hopefully in the next season or two, will be able to be for sale through that, because you do need a seed seller's license and get your seed lots germ tested. And there's a lot that goes into being able to make seeds commercially available. But I really think that it's such a pleasure. You know, there's a lot of people who think that you should never have to pay for seeds, that seeds should never be something that's sold, that they're a natural resource that is free to everyone. And certainly, of course, I honor and I hear that conversation. You know, then there's all the folks who
by making this biodiversity available when they're open pollinated varieties, once you do buy the seed, then you can save and have that seed forever. And there is a place to pay the wages of these amazing seed farmers that also, as I was saying, the challenge in the beginning is being able to make a living to be able to do this work. But just being able to freely give it out in a seed library is really where my passion is. And it gives me so much joy to pack these little packets from actual Southport Globe onion seed, predominantly going back out to the local residents and just having them sign this little ledger. I'm so romantic and historic about that. And then just knowing that these little onions are popping up in everyone's little home is just a really happy, patchwork of reweaving the heirlooms back into our hearts and our hands and back onto our plates.
Can you think of a time that community was extremely involved in the process of this onion's cultivation? And if so, what role did they play, or what did that look like?
Historically, we're talking like 1800. Every man, woman, and child was either planting, growing, weeding, cooking, transporting, building the barrels, building the tool. Certainly back in that era, that would be the predominant occupation, was in some facet related to onions. So yeah, there's hugely beautiful historic records that just talk about, there would be these white onions that would get this blush of red in them, and it wasn't that common, but when it happened, like a young boy who had a crush on a girl would give her that onion. And there's just these beautiful tales of how they were traded and given and celebrated. And I love all that. And I think from that, again, over the years, all of my friends we've moved the onion patch from the Autobahn, and then it was at the community garden, and then it was at Southport Park, where I'm on the board helping to put natives and pollinators and make garden-based learning more accessible to the younger kiddos. And through all that, I've gone to talk to so many of the garden clubs, land trusts, and then the wonderful folks at the garden clubs will help up pot the onion starts, and then they take those home. And so, or just everyone gathered around the seed library. And so everyone dancing to green onion. So that was kind of the moment at this year's Southport Globe Onion Festival when I looked out at like a couple hundred people all eating some sort of an onion themed food from all the local restaurants, dancing to that song, and all gathering together around this, eating their seeds for next season, that I really was like, the onions are back. And that's great. And it honestly gives you chills, because it's like, whatever it is, wherever you're from, wherever anyone's listening to this from, find out what heirloom was, well loved and cultivated and popularized in your area. Have the fun work of planting. And even if you plant one onion and you save the seed from one onion, you'll be amazed. Like, the ROI of seed is incredible. The return of investment. Our reds did really well, but some of the commercially available white seed that the white Southport Globe onion seed we got seemed weaker, and I think that comes from, okay, the vigor needs to be like reselected, and we need to maybe order all of the white Southport Globe onion seed from all these different companies and then put them out in a field, and then just I think there's like work that needs to be done around the onion. It's not as easy saying like, we plant it, we save the seed, we're good. We need to pay attention to how the crop's doing and making sure that we're allowing the greatest expression of its diversity to come back, because you don't know exactly the soil structure that folks have where they'll take this and plant the onions. That's why having that diversity within your seed is so important. I would say I'm not worried about the red Southport Globe onion. Whether or not the white persists is to be seen, but these are also genetic ancestors from like the Wethersfield red, right? And so these seeds kind of came down the Connecticut Valley as well. And so Wethersfield, Connecticut is also very famous for their onions and for their heirloom up there. And so I think we have to just trust that the taste speaks for itself. But I think it's really a mechanism of nature wants to live, folks. So plant a little garden. And, you know, the power of an heirloom's longevity is how many people want to get involved with growing and saving seeds. And that's really largely what the seed literacy work that I've been doing when we teach seed schools at, you know, the Northeast Organic Seed Conference that happens with New York NOFA, or, you know, the Organic Seed Alliance that happens out in Oregon. There's great organizations that promote, or Seed School from the Rocky Mountain Seed Alliance. The more of us that remember and re-remember and join in the fun of seed saving, then the better chance we have for these heirlooms, or for our native ecotypic pollinator species, or for anything. We need many hands make light work. Putting these back in the living seed bank, make them thrive and live on.
What are the things that you see need to be done to kind of continue this varieties?
I need to get the seed to more of our farmers, because it's the same thing that we do when we amplify. You can't sell, just as an example, I can't go out to the woods, collect wild seed and sell that directly into the commercial market. It's illegal because it's protected as a natural resource, and thank goodness that it is. That's why we have that intermediary step where we take 200, grown from the wild seed, the F0, we grow 200 plugs, and then those little baby plants are given to our organic farmers that plant what's known as a founder plot. And from those 200 plants, we collect thousands, if not millions, of seeds. And then that seed, that F1 generation, is what we can sell commercially. Now, in other settings, like the large Ernst or Prairie Moon, these larger seed companies, that first amplification or that bulking up of that are then given to do a large increase. And the large increase is like those places that have the combines and the big seed cleaning machinery and the ability to make it not such a, bespoke's not the right word, like a niche. Like you need to actually have, you know, when I was out in Oregon, I was looking at bathtub vats of yarrow seed, and like to understand the difference in scale of, we're so excited about our huge mason jar of Rudbeckia hirta, Black-Eyed Susan, or you're looking at that scale. There is really romantically in love with the onions, and it's great. But I think the work that needs to be done is our farmers need to plant, you know, huge row crops of it. They can do like the selection work where you can actually slice and taste the onion and see what you like, and you can pull out the ones that are doing better, and you can do some selection. And that's, you know, I defer to a lot of my other farmer friends who have much more expertise in that regard. I'm kind of like the romantic cheerleader for this, but not in a depraving way, just in a like, yay, onions. And then other people are like, here's our serious breeding work that needs to be done. You're like, okay, yeah, I'll let you all do that. But I do think that that's what needs to happen next, is that Southport grown seeds, as we have more and more, we share it in the seed library, but I also give a lot of it to the farm. And then what that does is it makes it really available at a larger scale at the farmers markets to hopefully soon be able to go to our local chefs, right? To go into these farm to table restaurants that we have in our towns and then see Southport onion soup. Oh, I'll have, right?
Thinking more broadly about the seed system in the North, what are you worried about there?
Well, I think I don't know if I would use the word worry. I would rather use the word motivated. So I'm on the board of something called the Freed Seed Federation, which is doing a lot of work in the Northeast to help safeguard and share heirlooms and do a lot of great breeding work. There's the Northeast Organic Seed Conference, as I mentioned, that's every other year opposite of the Organic Seed Alliance's seed conference that runs with New York NOFA. There's amazing people like Petra at Fruition Seeds, or Ken Green or Rowan White. There are so many advocates for local seed work that what I just want to do is teach as many, you know, these these like elementary school, these middle school, these high school, these school gardens, right? Well, therein lies an amazing mechanism for mentoring and teaching these concepts of seed saving, like what Alice Waters did for the edible gardens. The Occidental Arts and Ecology made an amazing curriculum called Seed to Seed that helps for each grade show how you can teach seed saving while you're in school. And I just think, from my curricular background, from getting my teaching master's in agroecology, what I want to see is that children of all ages, right? Adults sometimes with their eco-literacy and stuff, they need to learn it too. I think what needs to happen with the Northeast, because we are not, traditionally the best seed growing part of our country. That's like the Oregons and those parts of the world where farmers are really well versed with being seed growers, getting seed contracts from these seed companies and growing out these varieties. What we've been doing with all of this work is really help, and what the Ecotype Project has been doing with its Getting Started toolkits, which are freely available to all farmers, is mentoring how you grow seeds as a crop, right? Seed is a fruit. It has its peak ripeness. And to be able to save the seed and then clean the seed, which is a whole nother heroic journey. We this amazing machine called the Winnow Wizard, which was invented by this wonderful human out on Frank. He's like the most amazing lettuce breeder in our country. Blanking on his last name right now, but anyway, so he said we can't just use these like clipper machines anymore. We need to have this DIY looking machine that has a hopper and you can modulate how much airflow goes, and just having these different mechanisms for being able to clean your seed lot, like if it's your beans or if it's your grains or whatever it is that you're growing. So we bought one through the Ecotype Project with our specialty crop block grant, which is mentoring farmers how to to grow the specialty crop of native local seed, right? But now our Winnow Wizard is freely available to all members of CT NOFA, the Northeast Organic Farming Association. And what that does when we have our open seed cleaning days is say like, hey, choose a crop or two, come clean your seed, like all re-engage in this. And so I think it's really just a mechanism of the availability, the accessibility, and the education around our farmers, with the 400 billion other tasks that they have, but maybe just picking a crop or two to start saving the seed from, because that's really what we need to fortify our seed shed, as Ken Green coined it. We know where our watersheds are, right? We know where, now we talked about our food sheds with the food movement, that we don't want to be buying food from far away. Know your farmer, know where your food comes from. But now let's bring in our seed shed, know where seeds are collected and grown and shared and replanted. And let's start fortifying these seed sheds and knowing our seed farmers. And that's really, really exciting work. I want to thank you for doing this work, because it's having these avenues and these forums, especially in an academic setting, that can put some prestige and a spotlight and show the scientific and historical relevance of this work. I think oftentimes, again, people are like, oh, seed saving, that's cute. And in the times of climate weirding or whatever you want to say, I say it's too late to be pessimistic. But with all my joviality, seed saving is really important work. And we really are at this pinch of time where we all need to do our part, folks. And working for the Crop Trust and seeing how little global support there is to safeguard these repositories of our global food chain, and for all the work that I've done, seeing how quickly the taro got wiped out, or looking back at the potato famine, or looking back at how the onions get wiped out, with all the different blights and different variations in climate and everything that happens, diversity is not a fun hobby, it's imperative. So if we as a human species want to be able to persist, certainly with the luxury of abundance that often comes in the first world, which is probably a contentious term as well, but hopefully people know what I mean by it. But I'm just saying, let's not be placated, let's not get lazy and think that this is someone else's work to do. My friends used to give a talk where Ethan Appleseed, he did a lot of work with apples. He would put a packet of last names on everyone's chair that would come to his talks. And he would open up his talks by saying, okay, who can find their last names, on this document, like the Bankside farmers, right, which were the original farmers of Matchmucks of the area that I'm from, that came over from Bankside, England, and they would have their own heirloom varieties. But you would have, like a Sherwood relative say, like, okay, well, I see my last name on this list. And he would say, well, then your family's apple heirloom variety has gone extinct. Can't find it. A thick packet. And, 85% of the audience would have their hand raised. And then if you look at the Crop Trust, when they do their Food Forever initiative, they have great infographics that say 90% of our, tomato or eggplant, I'm being broad with my statistics here, have gone extinct. They no longer exist. So not only from a taste perspective, from just a beauty and visual perspective, but like what they do at the potato park, because those are recalcitrant plants, right? Most of the seeds, when we think about seeds, we think about orthodox seeds like tomatoes and peppers. And when we can dry out those seeds or desiccate them and store them in a cool, dark, dry place, and depending on species, depends on how long their viability lasts. Onions actually don't last that long, but other species like the Methuselah date palm grew after 1,000 years, right? So we go seeds for just hibernating until they're ready. But what I'm saying about that is, so the potato park in Peru, what they do, because recalcitrant means like you have to take a vegetative that you're able to propagate those types of genetics, right? Same with taro. That's why they have those in vitro little glass bottles where you have to little propagules to maintain genetic diversity. So the potatoes in Peru, you have all these different altitudes and like an amphitheater. And what they do is they plant every one of their varieties at every one of the altitudes. So if one altitude has, or, one, topographic level has an issue, or if one variety has an issue, you've still literally planted in resiliency, food security, seed sovereignty, preserving, where these old women come and say, like, I haven't seen this variety since I was a child, right? It's all those beautiful, but it's also food security. So the heirloom conversation and what heirlooms truly are is humans' interaction and relationship with taste and with place and with variety. And the true legacy of an heirloom is that you were safeguarding what your family liked, what grew well where you are, and what persisted on the lands. And that type of knowledge and skill is a really valuable asset to what could really help alleviate a lot of the struggles that we face within our food and seed supply chains. So find a seed, save what you like, and
Hi listeners, this is your host Luana Nesbitt. Behind the Seeds is joined today by Heron Breen, an experienced seed keeper, organizer, and farmer in St. Albans, Maine. Heron shares about his own journey to seed and explores what regional seed keeping might really mean. This episode explores themes of community, rural towns and their crops, values, technology, knowledge, and the Southport red globe onion.
Yeah, my name is Heron Breen. I use he, they pronouns. I don't have any titles. I live in St. Albans, Maine, which is a town in Somerset County, central Maine. It's about 2 hours northeast of Portland. So when everyone thinks east of Portland, people say, oh, you mean you're like, that's like Bar Harbor. Like, no, go inland about an hour and 3/4. So I'm kind of, St. Albans is the one is in this area that's, a lot of dairy farms, and there's also in that area, definitely some potatoes. So we're not in the county, but the area that I live in is kind of the central Maine potato area. There's a couple of towns there, Newport, Exeter, some bordering areas where quite a few, thousands of acres of potatoes are grown, as well as like very, very big dairy farms. And so the town I live in used to have, I want to say, a dozen dairy farms, I believe, when I was growing up, maybe a little more, a little less. And now I think there's probably 3. And one of them is quite big and has kind of subsumed the land base from a lot of the other farms. And the other ones are kind of smaller and more, sort of not the same size they were maybe when I was growing up, but about the same size. So there's some rolly hill land, small mountain type stuff in that area, lakes, a lot of lakes. We're kind of in a lake region, starting to get into this what they call the highlands, which is it's a little bit of a border between the Western Mountains and when places like the Moosehead Lake area. So Newport is like a getting off point for anyone that's coming up to Maine to go to places like Moosehead Lake and Sebec. Is sort of more like having a camp up in super northern Maine. You would get off at that town. That's where I went to high school. So I live in the town I was born in. I was born at a house up the road from where I live. That house was torn down a couple of years ago, but so I live on the same road I grew up on and live in the house mostly that I grew up in. My family is, my parents are both from away. They're not from Maine. They both moved here and moved to Maine in the 70s and had lived in Vermont, and then I think briefly in New Hampshire, and then ended up in Maine. So they are hippie, what would you call it, hippie homesteaders or back to the landers or whatever you wanted to call it when they got here in the, 70, probably 73, that kind of area, something like that. And I was born in 1976, so I'm 46 years old. My dad did a lot of different jobs, mostly machine shop type stuff and or agricultural stuff, and then went back to college around in his 40s and got a degree in social work, and but mostly has done a lot of carpentry and agricultural work, seasonally through my life. And then my mom has had a career. She retired just a couple of years ago as a midwife, so she was a midwife for 40 or so years, and not a nurse midwife, not somebody affiliated with a hospital, but what they call a certified or a lay midwife, which is somebody that's basically apprenticed with other midwives and is kind of like the older version of a highly skilled, experienced woman in the community who helps people with their home births. So we grew up eating, a lot of our own food. I really didn't have a lot of joy being in the garden. I kind of hated garden work. Spent a lot of time playing in the woods. So I didn't have any suspicion that I was going to end up doing agriculture. Although I spent a lot of time playing on my friend's dairy farm, and I loved nature, but I was just loathed my garden chores. So we lived pretty simply. We were pretty poor, and yeah, it was kind of a very simple existence in a lot of ways. We didn't, heated with wood. We didn't have running hot water. We had a composting toilet, like an outhouse. So I didn't have we had to heat up our hot water if we were going to take a bath and things like that. So that wasn't. It was less, it wasn't that common maybe when I was growing up, but it wasn't like a lot of folks had grown up in pretty, basic situations in central Maine. So like the way we were living was definitely like different from other people, but a lot of folks that we lived in the area had grown up without houses and without plumbing, and some people even without electricity. And, obviously all the older folks in the area had experienced all that. So in a rural area, it wasn't like what we were doing was that odd. A lot of people at that time, and still, but mostly at that time, it's changed a lot since then, but a lot of people had chickens and pigs, or a pig, or a beef cow, or a milk cow, and a big garden. So a lot of folks were still putting up food, and even if they worked at a mill or did whatever, they were, still appreciating growing their own food, some of it. That was pretty common. That's changed quite a bit in my life. So we were doing a lot of the same things that everyone else was doing. My friend Charlie told me, and I experienced this too, that a lot of the old folks, say in the 70s, when some of these folks, hippies, came to the area, they kind of appreciated some of the hippies because they were into like square dances and putting up their food and doing things that somebody in their 80s or 90s had grown up doing and thought was like, that's how you should live if you're in the country. So there was some knowledge sharing and some appreciation for, the intention was to move back to these areas, move to these areas and become part of the rural community, not to supplant it. It wasn't necessarily, we weren't there to like impose some kind of value system. That's nothing I ever grew up doing or thinking. It was more like that a rural life was a good life, and that, living simply and was what my parents wanted to do. My dad didn't have any desire to, be a professional at anything. He just wanted to work with his hands and be in the woods and work in orchards and, build houses and do different things, So he worked at a machine shop down the street. I think he worked at the tannery for a brief period of time that was nearby. So it wasn't like we were that distinct, but because we were from away, people didn't, there definitely was some folks who weren't appreciative. And because my mom was a midwife, at that time, there was some folks in the area who thought my mom was a witch. And I don't mean that in like a kind of joking way. I mean that like they thought we were like devil worshippers. So, and their perspective, religion-wise, they thought that my mom was, my family or something was like, because we were using herbs and doing midwifery, but that, like, the older folks, or just a lot of the regular folks also were like, no, everybody had their baby delivered by a midwife like 50 years ago or 40 years ago or less, like half the people who were over the age of 70s had been delivered by a midwife, which was either someone in their family or somebody locally who was good with babies, good with birth, who had, that was their, semi-profession. So it was kind of a duality, like we definitely had some wonderful, I live in that town. Obviously there's a good reason, because it's a good place. But, truthfully, we also did have some death threats. I remember somebody lit our mailbox on fire, which was sort of, I thought at the time, I thought it was actually kind of clever, or not clever, but like, I was surprised at the ingenuity that it took to do that, so I was like, wait, so I come down, to the end of the driveway to take the school bus, and somebody, I was like, the mailbox is all charred, like all burnt. And I was like, I'm assuming that someone put the wood in there first, like there was wood in there. And then like maybe it was soaked with gasoline, I have no idea. And then lit it on fire. I don't really know. Or oil or something, kerosene. And I was like, well, that took a lot of some sort of planning, It didn't quite, dawn on me that it was kind of a violent act. In the same way, I was like, well, kind of have to appreciate somebody's, dedication to planning. But so, but like for the most part, we weren't treated just like everybody else at all times, but a lot of times we were. And I went to, public school and like everybody else, and grew up poor and wore hand-me-downs for a lot of it, and, went to a high school that was very, poor and rural, and maybe the educational quality wasn't exceptional or whatever, and, all those things. So I did go to 1 year of college, but I didn't graduate from college. Kind of felt like it was more wanted to work with my hands a little bit, like basically I just like I kind of was sick of school. Like, just I sort of felt like I didn't really know what I wanted to do, and I didn't really want to take on like ongoing bunch of debt. And I was like, I don't know what I want to do. Like, I thought I knew what I wanted to do, but then I was like, and I was like, there's no way I'm going to take on like $20,000 or $40,000 worth of debt to like go to college, and not know what I want. So I dropped out, and right around when I dropped out, at that time I was like painting houses and doing dishes in the wintertime full time at a college to make money, and working on a farm a little bit here and there. And then I ended up coming down with an autoimmune disorder that sort of runs in the family, or that I didn't realize, and it expresses itself like it would be diagnosed as also like basically a severe version of ulcerative colitis. But basically an issue that has lots of little fun quirks, and I didn't really know what it was, and so it kind of got worse. Obviously we didn't have like health insurance and all that kind of stuff, so I was not really in the habit of going to a doctor, but regularly. But I did go to a healthcare provider, and I think they didn't quite understand it, and it kind of got misdiagnosed, at least temporarily. But it was already kind of at a bad space, so I don't really blame them. And I just got really sick and ended up hospitalized, and it kind of messed up my life for a period of time where I was pretty disabled. Literally, I ended up being on disability. I was, kind of lost about, I don't know, somewhere between I think when I had gotten sick, I weighed about 165 pounds or 70 pounds. But then when I was in the hospital, I weighed about 114 pounds. So it's like a lot of internal bleeding, and I lost like most of my muscle mass. And it took me a couple of years to get back on track. But during, when I say that, I'm meaning it took me a couple of years to get back where I could support myself, where I could work more. And, and then it was like a 10-year journey to get stabilized, I would say, from that point, where I was like kind of most of the time today, you wouldn't notice that I have an issue, but sometimes it causes an issue. Like last summer, 2022, I just got run down, or some confluence of events, and I ended up having a month of just not kind of struggling, physically with similar old-timey bad stuff. So about sometimes it's like every 5 years now I'll have something serious, and have to deal with it and get on some drugs to deal with it. But for the most part at this point, I just manage it through, without drugs, without my pharmaceuticals. But during that time where I was unable to work or care for myself, I was really bored. I know anyone who has been really ill knows that it's very boring and hard. So I had a friend who owned a farm who I had helped out with at harvest time, and I asked him if, hey, I just need a place to go where I can come over for a couple hours and, maybe I can weed a little bit, I just wasn't really physically able to do anything, but I knew I needed to get outside, get fresh air, and get some exercise to rebuild my body, even though I was still struggling. And I went over there and I said, yeah, you don't have to pay me. I just want to be able to have something to do when I can do it. And he was like, that's fine. He trusted me to, I knew the difference between a beet and a weed, So I knew turns out I knew quite a bit about farming and gardening because I'd grown up doing it. I didn't love it, but I'd been doing it. So turned out it was like a second language, And so I was there, kind of not in a really good physical space, obviously, and just kind of puttering around. I'd go over for 2 or 3 hours. I think, maybe 5 hours tops. And a lot of that was just working at my own pace, or just sitting under a tree or doing whatever. He just let me kind of be helpful and then kind of take breaks when I needed to. And it was really, hard mentally, emotionally at that time. You're in your early 20s. I was 21 when I got sick, and really severely sick. And all my friends were off doing what young people do. And I couldn't do any of that. And physically, it was like, my body was didn't look great. It's just like struggling kind of with your perception of what you should be as a young person and what you want your life to be, and not even knowing what your life could be. So I was processing a lot of stuff, and I was sitting there weeding or doing whatever. And with the plants, I'd come into the work that day pretty, just not in a good space. But when I left that day, after hanging out with the plants all day, I felt really good. And it kind of was a little bit of it was a epiphany of, this work makes me feel good mentally, physically, working with plants. And it kind of dawned on me that this might be good for me long term. Or that this was something that I could physically do, because I had been told by one of the doctors that I had, the specialist had been treating me, that don't ever think you're going to have it work physically ever again. You should, if you're going to ever be able to work again, you should try to get some kind of training where you're sitting behind a desk job, behind a desk, you're never going to be able to work again, basically, physically. And I, hearing that as a 21-year-old, I was like, no way is that, that's not going to be who I am. I'm going to work through this. I'm not going to accept that. Well, I was lucky. I was able to rebuild my life and my body and take on physical work as part of what I do. So this agricultural thing kind of fell into that space, and the seed stuff kind of fell into a similar space where I had never really wanted to stay in Central Maine. Not that I hated Central Maine, but it wasn't what I thought I was going to be doing. I thought I really wanted to go visit other places and other cultures, and when I was younger, to spend all kinds of time reading and learning about other cultures and watch food. I was really into cooking. I taught myself how to cook by watching every PBS cooking show I could watch, and which is kind of silly, but that's what you do, and you're living in a rural area if you want to take whatever resources you got. So I was like, I'm never going to be able to travel to these places, and so I started thinking, well, I could grow food. I was like, I can grow vegetables from Italy or from Thailand or what have you, and I can experience some of that by experiencing the food and here. I can grow that in my garden, and that was some comfort that I was never going to be able to travel to Italy, with my health issue, or never be able to travel to, Mexico or, wherever. And so I started growing stuff in my garden, as I got to be a little more physically able. And then I realized, it could also, that you can save seed of all these special things, and partly because sometimes you can't get more seeds of, and I realized there's these people sharing seeds, and they had really not just the seeds that were in their catalog, but real seeds, seeds that maybe had come from some specific family in Italy or in France or India or and realized that these are generic terms. Italy is a lot of different places. It's not just one place, okay, and realizing that there's all this other stuff. It's another way of looking at plants and looking at seeds and looking at food and looking at people. I just realized that food is the thing that kind of makes us all. It's a real commonality, like sustenance and survival, and hasn't been living a rural poor life. What I was doing, I was like, these are people just like me, I could relate to. I was like, I grew up in this super rural area in Maine, and people were just surviving and doing whatever they could do. And I'm like, oh, these are other people across the world who are also doing that. And these are the types of food that we eat, and I took for granted some of the food traditions of, like baked beans and cornbread and all the different types of things that Central Maine had, and took for granted also like Maine culture, which I didn't really think was that unique because I'd grown up around it and I didn't know any better, didn't know any different. But I was also like lucky to have had this fellow named Tim Sample, who is a really famous Maine author and Maine humorist. So Maine has this like particular type of humor that is really linked to word usage and a lot of kind of like Scots-Irish like word play, Cockney word play, and has this like a specific pronunciations, and a lot of the jokes are predicated upon people who are not from Maine interacting with people from Maine. So this guy named Tim Sample lived like just a couple towns over, and I think my mom had delivered a couple of his babies, his wife and his kids. But my parents and them were friends, and we used to go over as a kid. I would go over to his house. So like somehow I grew up knowing some folks that were like famous, or today this person's famous, and he had kind of mentored with a lot of these older humane humorous Maine authors. So I just got like a really interesting mix of both being from away, like just because I was born in Maine, that you probably have heard this saying, like just because the cat has kittens in the oven doesn't mean you call them biscuits. So I like a lot of folks would not say that I'm from Maine. I think my even though I was born in my town, I've been living in my town the whole life. My son, he might be called from Maine. Because he was also born in the house that we I live in. And so he was born at home, and I don't know. I wonder if he counts. I'll have to ask. But usually they say a certain number of people in the grave is your certain number of generations in a grave equals being from Maine. So I'm probably not there yet. Maybe my son's kids will be considered Mainers. But that all said, like the traditions, I realized, there was these local seed traditions too. And then I realized there was these regional seed traditions, like there's a lot of different traditions. So, it's an interesting thing how all these things come together, and then you kind of realize you were kind of meant to, maybe this was something I was supposed to be doing. Was working with seeds, just like I started meeting all these people who worked with seeds and worked with plants, and a lot of old timey folks would share stuff with me, and I realized there was this whole group of folks that cared about this kind of work with plants, and both the regional culture and just seeds and plants in general, and just people, the culture connected to that, culture connected to food, and how these varieties were. So there was a time where not all the food came from a store, and when I grew up, that was the case. Like when I grew up, there was definitely food in the store, but there was definitely all these vegetable farms doing all this. If you didn't have your own big garden, or maybe you had some stuff in your garden, there was always places where people would go and like pick their own green beans and pick their own this and pick their own that to go home and can a mess of stuff. That's not quite the same. I don't really have that. I mean, there's definitely vegetable farms, but like it was like regular people. It wasn't like, organic stuff per se. Maybe it was organic, but not, but it was like regular rural people doing regular rural stuff with food. That's somewhat changed, and also in some cases has kind of started to return, which is awesome. So, just like the seed part of this kind of ended in that place of just like, I love history, and I love learning about like what is this life, and of course that led to all of this intersection with like colonial or European interfaces with the First Nation communities that were here, and there's a lot of history in Maine in that, and so many of our rivers and counties and have Native American names. So that kind of is where that and this all, this is all like a continual lesson. It's a continual learning. It's a continual discovery. So it just felt like it was a real gateway to a lot of interesting, stuff. And I ended up starting working for a seed company right around when I was starting to get a little more physically able. There's this seed company called Fedco, based in Clinton, Maine. And that's about 20 minutes, 30 minutes from my house. And that time was a pretty small little company and was very seasonal. It was the kind of place where you kind of got hired by word of mouth. So my parents had been ordering seed through them. It's a cooperative, so it was they had buying clubs, and kind of you could order as a group and get discounts. And so my parents had been ordering as a group for a long time. And I don't know, I don't know how they knew. Somebody found out I was looking for work, and my parents maybe mentioned it to them. And my mom was actually growing seed for Fedco. That's another thing. So this seed thing was kind of my mom and my stepdad were growing melon seed and watermelon seed, which is kind of hard to do in Maine. So for some reason they got into growing melons and got really interested in it and started growing some seed crops and doing trials for Fedco. And so, there's that part of it. Another piece of this that's interesting is that this other family friend named Ben and Ariel Wilcox. Ariel Wilcox was the lady that my mom apprenticed with as a midwife back in the 80s, early 80s, maybe late 70s. I don't quite remember exactly the timing of that. Maybe it was late 70s. But they had a farm called Piecemeal Farm, one of the first good-sized organic farms. It had been her dad and mom's farm, Ariel's dad and mom's farm, and she and Ben converted it into organic. It's still going under a new owner, been run by a different fellow and his wife, a different couple for the last, 20 years probably now. But Ben and Ariel had this big, fairly large organic vegetable farm, and there was a fellow named Rob Johnston, who is the founder of Johnny's Selected Seeds, who was, when he moved up to Maine, not exactly sure all of the iterations here, but he kind of started some version of Johnny's at Piecemeal Farm. So when I was a kid, I knew of, this guy knew of me. He knew my parents. Rob knew my parents. My dad is best friends with Ben. We were there all the time, over there, half the time anyways. So I kind of knew who he was, and he definitely knew who I was. And so it was kind of an interesting thing that seed wasn't such an unusual thing. It's not something I was thinking about when I was a teenager, but I knew of people that did this work, and I think sometimes it's like the old Sesame Street, who are the people in your neighborhood, a post office person, post person's a person in your neighborhood, that song, if you ever watched it, and it's oh, well, yeah, people who grow seed or sell seeds are people in my neighborhood, it was something part of, and that wasn't abnormal. So when this kind of whole thing started coming together in my life, and I went to work at a seed company, Johnny's and Fedco were 20 minutes, less than 20 minutes apart, or 15 minutes apart. And there's some interesting overlap in how they both, started, meaning Johnny's was thriving and Fedco kind of started a little bit on its, started on its coattails, basically. So, yeah, I started working at this seed company real seasonally and working with, doing some of the stuff I'd already been doing. Started working with their tree department, had already been doing some tree work, and that kind of just snowballed into both work, like a career, I guess. Not like an official, I didn't go to school for this, but a couple decades of working my way into different types of responsibilities and understandings. And so I was kind of learning about this stuff at work, but also learning as much or more about this stuff outside of work. And at some point in this, I realized when I was about 28, I've been working at Fedco 5 or 6 years. I was like, oh, I really want to grow these seeds, or I really want to do this work with these plants. And, seed companies, they have a limit to how much stuff they can offer. And I realized, this seed company isn't necessarily going to carry all the things that I think are interesting. Or just because there's some heirloom that I'm crazy about, it doesn't mean it's going to end up in this catalog. And then when I was like, oh, okay, so I need some separation between church and state here. Fedco is the version of state, meaning it's like my job. And then there's the stuff I believe in and the stuff I want to do, which I think is I don't know. This is, I think, a lot of us in our professional, the modern version of going to college, and is that you're not supposed to do something that's really interesting or whatever, unless your work you're a this, you went to school for this and you do this. And to have something else where you're actually, no, I actually want to have this whole other realm of this that's mine, or that's, I don't know, mine is the word, but that's predicated on the values or the things I'm interested in. I realize that's not a lot of folks don't do that. They call it a side hustle, I guess, that's not exactly what this was. This was more I kind of wanted to just work with people and plants in my own way. And a lot of things I brought to Fedco came out of the work that I did on my own, and vice versa. It was a two-way street, So I was basically working 2 full-time jobs, just kind of learning on my own and learning stuff about how to grow seed and produce seed, and also just learning histories, and it was kind of one journey. And so I basically had a farm that I was leasing land, and I'm still doing that, and in the same place, and really lucky to have all this, I don't know, just somehow all this stuff came together. And here I am talking to you. So that's kind of the arc, and there's times when I'm thinking, I don't know how much I'm really accomplishing, and there's some times where I'm really kind of, you kind of look at it and you go maybe I should just go get a job and not be doing this work, but I'm giving it a shot. I figure right now, if there's always hey, if this isn't, if I can't pay the bills doing some hodgepodge of this work, then I will do something else. But at the moment, life has chapters, but this chapter seems to be pretty wrapped up in working with people and plants and trying to help us all kind of figure out how to do this better in a community of all kinds of ways, whether it's just people feeding each other, or people selling things, or people, just wanting to preserve and learn about traditions and create new traditions. So it's I don't really have one place in this work where it's my work. I kind of do whatever comes along and try to be helpful in whatever ways I can across a lot of different spectrums. So I don't know if it's my career, but it doesn't have a name to it. So I don't know. You asked if I had a title. Just a guy doing some things.
I'd love to hear more about what's rewarding about this work and kind of why you do it, and then likewise, what's been the hardest or the most challenging aspect of this work.
I'm going to start with what's challenging about it first. What's challenging about it is whether it is the stuff I bring to it in my own brain, my own heart, my own head, my assumptions, and I'm kind of good at not holding tight to a lot of. I've learned to be pretty malleable, through this work. To question what is called truth or facts, and try to look at things in 10 different ways. So that's both the benefit. The challenge to this work is that I'm working with lots of, and I work with, people work with me. I'm a challenge. I work with other people. We're all bringing our stuff. I think the biggest challenge is the weird societal programming, and traumas and assumptions and judgments, and everyone's bringing to each other. So yeah, I think a lot of folks think that the seed world or plant world or whatever is like some big happy family, and sometimes it is, and sometimes it isn't. And there's a lot of people with strong beliefs, and have, it's like challenges, kind of like, it's not about staying neutral. It's like, to me, it's like everybody along this journey, every individual is amazing, and it doesn't really matter whether I, quote, agree or disagree with whatever their perspective or reason is about what they're doing. I know that so the answer here is, to some of this, to me, is like everybody being their best, like everyone being able to fulfill their journey here with this, in this life, like that they're here to fulfill a journey, and I need to kind of like do my best to either stay out of their way or help them, not that I'm the helper, like me as like some secret ingredient, but more like, if I have an opportunity, we should help each other, So trying to help other people and be helped, and that there's, so I think some of the challenges is the interpersonal stuff, and early on, I kind of learned, like, I had, when I had hair, so people who know me now, I don't have much hair. I'm, mostly bald. When I had hair, I had longer hair back in the day, back in my early 20s, and I kind of realized, and had, just wearing, whatever, I had like my own sort of whatever clothing counterculture, I don't know, whatever you want to call it. Young people, it's great. It's totally acceptable. It's, awesome. But I realized that some of the old folks weren't really as comfortable with me because I had, strange clothes and strange hair. So their judgments of me were kind of keeping me from accessing and being friends with them, and not that they wanted me, it wasn't like I had to be them or that I had to live their world or whatever. But, and I was like, hey, honestly, I'm less attached to what my hair looks like. To me, I kind of was like, actually, what matters is what's on my inside, not necessarily what I look like from the outside, and if cutting my hair helps 50 other people, not just share with me, but share with each other, if it helps me be a better conduit for this work or be a better worker in this work, it's really no big deal. Whatever I'm saying about this stuff, I'm sure there's someone else who feels totally different about it. So I'm not trying to make it out like I'm like Mr. Humble or any of that, but more like try in this work to make it less about me. Everyone's got a place where their life where like maybe they're the egotistical, narcissistic jerk, and then there's another piece of part of their life where they're like, oh, this person is like, whatever they're doing, this is their groove, and they're not too attached to like them. So that perspective is like I'm constantly sort of challenging myself, like, and because I'm a human being, I have an ego. There's very few of us who don't. Mm-hmm. So like, how do I deal with my own ego? How do I deal with my own desires, my own passions, my own sort of inner golem? The collecting and the protecting of my precious. So a lot of that sort of internal work is ongoing, definitely not solved, but like, and people have definitely continued to point it out to me, my flaws, and they should. I'm not really in a habit of pointing out other people's flaws to them per se. I'm more in a habit of like, I kind of feel like working together with other people. I'm kind of willing to work with everybody, like I don't really have a lot of like, I'm not going to work with someone I got friends who were very religious, one of my really good, helpers, one of the folks that helps me, they don't they're not my helper, meaning they won't work for me, but I mean, like, they really good friend who's been extremely helpful in my life, is a Jehovah's Witness. He's a wonderful, wonderful human being. Give you the shirt off his back, even though he basically probably only has 2 shirts, so, but then there's other folks that are, I've, friends that are, Muslim or whatever, I have friends that are, quote Republican and friends that are quote Democrat. Like, that stuff doesn't really matter to me. I judge people on how respectful they are to others and how they treat and accept others and how they don't. Like my friend who's the Jehovah's Witness has never tried to convert me. Like, he accepts me for who I am because I treat him with respect, or try to, and he treats me with respect. So that's how my interface is how do we work in the space that we have in common and treat each other well? Mm-hmm. And I figure just because we might differ on things, it might disagree with somebody, but then we have this thing that we're doing together, and that's how we learn that's how I learn from them, change my ideas or open my mind and heart, and that's maybe them too. I don't know, So that's both the benefit and the challenge, is the plants are doing this really super non-judgmental, at least it seems that way, feels that way, and that's my sense from working with them, that they're basically they're the ones doing the totally unjudgmental love and giving thing. They're doing, that's what they do. And so it's a real example of okay, so what are the plants doing? They're not judging anybody. They're not refusing fruit or food or seeds to anybody. They're not, and so that kind of puts into a lot of context of okay, so how should I behave as a human? Even though I'm totally failing at it, but who's teaching me this lesson in it? It's the plants. Mm-hmm. And it does this abundant kind of love, generosity space, or can be, even though we're maybe diluted and maybe, sometimes we're kind of halfway there and halfway not. I mean, I'm like everybody else. I'm halfway on everything, just like everybody else is. So, but that's the challenge and the benefit. The challenge is that we're all bringing this stuff, and the benefit is that we're working with teachers, these plants, and each other that are sort of reflecting back to us oh yeah, on a daily basis, on a regular basis. So yeah, there's so much stuff in this work. I mean, I'll just be totally honest, growing up in a rural area and continuing to live in a rural area, I'm pretty ignorant about a lot of this stuff. I read a lot and I interact and have a lot of conversations, but I didn't, the words food justice and all these other things, the concept, a lot of rural people understand what that concept is about feeding each other and taking care of each other, but we don't have the words. I think it was I don't know, it might have been, I want to say it was 4 or 5 years ago, 4 years ago that I first heard maybe it was 5 years ago, first heard the acronym BIPOC, which I know is kind of now maybe waning in its usage, but and I had no idea what it meant. I was like, what? I just, had never heard of it. If I never heard it, no one nobody in central Maine is running around saying the word intersectionality. Okay. You know what I mean? So the language isn't there. That's okay. They don't have to, it's not about whether we know the words. To me, the words that's someone else's word for something that's been going on for a long time, or that has a concept that is within different cultures. It's not it's not new, so it's this last 5 or 6 years of this work has been interesting, not because these concepts are new or that they're not rooted in whatever I've been doing, but or trying to do, or that is the essence of this work. Just sort of it's just the languages change and people change, and also challenges my perspectives of what I think I am and not, who I am and who I'm not, and what I need to reconsider. And yeah, there's just a lot of that, that is just part of this. That's what's been happening since every day. I work with if I work with somebody, or if I meet somebody doing this work, all of our flaws are so obvious. I mean, like, anyone who meets me is going to be like, oh my God, I can top 10 flaws of Heron Breen. Like, and that's the stuff we're supposed to learn from each other. Like, Heron does these things wrong. And it would be good for me not to do the things that Heron does wrong. And then maybe there's a few things that I do that are okay, that everyone's like, that maybe some people are like, actually, even though Heron's not perfect, this one thing, like, that was a good thing that he did. And I kind of, learn, or, that encouraged me to do my own version of that. So, that's its work is like that. And, I know I'm carrying around a lot of stuff, and I'm sure it's super obvious to other people as maybe it's not obvious to me. So we're just hoping that we forgive each other along the way for our trespasses. And I think that's, like, right now, there's just a lot of that, is really good, that we're kind of not letting that stuff. Yeah. We're having different conversations than people had when I was first doing this work. Mm-hmm. And I think that's, like, those are the conversations I was always like, what about this? I didn't quite understand what the conversation could be, but I was kind of like, and people were kind of like, not that they weren't that interested who were doing, like, so there was some people who really, but we're growing and we're changing as human beings. And to me, that's what's awesome. The benefit of this is it's super challenging, and we're changing. And I have a saying, but that the alternative is unthinkable, which is like, change kind of sucks. Honestly, it's really challenging. And from somebody who's been living in the same house for most of my life and living in the same town, you can kind of guess that I'm like, but within that, I'm still a believer in change, so, like, I have a lot of, like, it's a duality of, like, appreciation for tradition and, a lot of, rootedness. And then, then there's this other thing of, like, challenging change and challenging what all that is too. So, yeah, it's a long way of saying the challenges and the benefits, man. It's a lot. And I think right now, I know some folks are getting, like, it's hard because people just want to be out in the field with the plants doing the work with each other. And obviously the last couple of years of the pandemic has kept that from happening. The doing of it soothes, actually, like, to me, you can have a really intense conversation about something, and then going and doing the work together is when we get to trust each other. Like, oftentimes our words aren't trustworthy. What I mean by that, we don't know the right words, and our words are kind of in a, like, weird space. Like, there's a lot of, like, working it out. But then you go pick beans together for, like, 3 hours, and you can argue and talk together. Mm-hmm. And that's when then that, like, experience of being together and being like, okay, we just disagreed, but we disagreed in a certain realm, and we worked together, and we picked beans together, and look, we have all these beans. And that used to be kind of how we would fight it out. And I'm really looking forward to everybody kind of remembering that that's how you do this. That's how you work things out, is by having an argument while you build a house. You don't not build the house just because you're having an argument. The old days, you have the argument while you're milking the cow, while you're shoveling out the barn. You don't stop shoveling out the barn and to agreement about something. You work together, and that working together builds the trust. So my kind of ethos is, which I fail at, which is, let's do this work together. Let's get as many people into a room and do work together, or into a situation and work together, and that's what builds trust. So, like, the distrust of each other is, like, not even across, like, class or what we call race or culture. It's really, like, just everybody has, like, a really strong distrust. Our society creates a kind of, like, fear of others currently. And so we're, like, constantly having to really question just that skin that we all wear that keeps us from really, like, doing work together, let alone all the other shit that's piled on top of that. So that, that's what we're all bringing a kind of a thing to this that we have to. And then when people are really experts at this work and they're really whatever, they a lot of them have, I call it flaming swords of truth. But, you know, like, everybody's got a flaming sword, like, everybody, including me, has a flaming sword of truth, and you're kind of witnessing this as I'm kind of ranting here. And those, you know what, flaming swords of truth, they just burn people. Like, they seem like a glorious thing, but, like, do you want to be right, or do you want to be together? You know what I mean? And that's some of the stuff that goes, that, like, we, like, the time, like, working together, being, you know, putting love first, putting acceptance first. And and like, most of us, you know, that's really hard to do. But, like, a lot of folks kind of have, you know, it's like the kind of internet troll version of things, but, like, a lot of folks really want to write some, like, really meaningful screed about, like, how someone else is bad and how something else is good. And I've done that. I've done my share, for sure. But, you know, it's like, the best way to get someone else and me to be on the same page is for me to go find commonality between somebody who's breeding GMO corn. Like, I'm not saying I'm, like, an absolute firm believer. I'm not going to sacrifice my principles in, like, it doesn't mean that I'm going to be them. But it doesn't mean I wouldn't have dinner. So, you know, have dinner, and then I'm not going to respect them and their family. I'm not going to say anything mean about their mama. And I think that between both sides, you know, there's, like, you're anti-science, you're, you know, the devil in a lab coat, or, you know, just destroying the future. It's like, we're all destroying the future, and we're all kind of avoiding the truth. That's kind of my perspective, is we're all kind of doing it. So, like, we're kind of like all and not, you know. So I kind of am like, yeah, the flaming sword part is really hard, because people kind of, like, you know, I really don't care too much about people's flaming swords anymore. Like, I don't really care about, like, I say I care about someone's heart reasons and their heart space and what they've been through as an individual and as family and community. Like, I care about all those things, as you know, particularly on an individual level. But the kind of, like, you know, anti this or pro that or whatever, you know, stances on things, I'm very anti CRISPR and all kinds of things, very strongly anti it, and I can explain that really clearly and deeply, personally and science-wise, why it's a stupid idea. At the same time, I'm not going to, like, hold that away from me. I'm not going to other somebody else, put somebody else in a box because of their choice to do that. You know, I'm driving a car right now, I'm talking to you. Like, why would I have any right to say someone else is doing something worse than me today, right now? The judgment on this space is there's a lot of it. You know, there's a lot of overlap between all these things, and I think, yeah, I would just appreciate if, you know, people would leave their flaming swords at the door, and just let's work together. I try to do that myself, but I don't always succeed. So I have my flaming sword that has burned me and others, and that's the challenge. Is we're carrying. Everyone's kind of feels like they have some kind of flaming sword of truth that they sometimes feel they have to wave around, and I don't know. Last thing I want to be is in a room with, like, 30 people as 30 flaming swords of truth. So this work brings out, like, the best in people, and it brings out the worst in people. And sometimes the worst, sometimes what we think is the best turns out to be the worst, and sometimes what we think is the worst turns out to be the best. There you go. There's your longest answer to your shortest question.
I know you have a particular passion or journey with the Southport Red Globe onion, and I would love just to hear the background on that and how you became so interested in it.
Yeah, I became interested in heirloom onions, or just onions in general. I love onions, you know, they're really good. There's a lot of, a lot of hybrid onions, and that's kind of what I was accustomed to in the seed trade. The first exposure I had to heirloom onions en masse was that farmer that I worked for when I was ill. And I want to say, I hope he's still growing these. I don't know if this has changed, but I haven't really talked to him about it for a long time. He grew a huge crop of Elsa Craig onions, which is, Elsa Craig is actually like a rocky island off the coast of, I believe, Scotland, or maybe Wales, but it's a really huge onion. He was growing them so well that they could be 5 or 6 inches in diameter, and he was growing them explicitly for the Common Ground Fair, which is a big, like, organic, celebrating kind of rural food and rural kind of wisdom fair in Maine that happens every year. Common Ground Country Fair. It's worth checking out. At the time, so he was growing these onions, and all the food at the fair has to be certified organic, which might, kind of like, oh, that might mean it's no fun. But that there's like totally certified organic French fries and onion rings. So he was the person who grew all these onions for this one food vendor at the fair who made onion rings. And he would grow, I don't know, maybe it was an acre. I can't remember how much we were growing at that time when I was working for him. And it's an heirloom onion. And, you notice that there's variation in heirlooms, which is not bad. It's not intended that they be like clones of each other, that every onion is like perfect a certain way. But you want them to be they're supposed to have a certain thing, like their characteristic is a certain look. And I noticed that there was, like, depending on the variation, depending on the seed year, there was sometimes like more variation in the crop, meaning there was the things that didn't really look right or were smaller or the shape was wrong or what have you, and those generally got culled or sold at the farmer's market or what have you. And I was like, oh, what's this about? So he was growing this huge onion. It was an heirloom, and we were buying the seed commercially from probably Fedco or Johnny's or somebody. And he wasn't maintaining the seed. He was just buying it in. But I noticed there was, it was wonderful and tasty. And honestly, the way he grew it and the way that it was cared for, probably, some of the best onions in terms of, like, these are onions that don't store. They have like a short storage. They might stay 2 months after harvest, but they're not intended to be, through the winter. So, that's just also like a challenge of, like, thinking to myself, and he and I had this conversation once, and I was like, so these onions, they don't really store, and, like, how would these onions, set seed? This is back when I was trying to get into this work, and it's like, oh, well, you would replant them. They're biennials. They go seed the second year. I was like, oh, these don't keep very well. How would we do that? He's like, yeah, I don't know. And then this is a super good farmer. Like, he wasn't, like, devoid of understanding of value of seed, but just, like, it wasn't something that he was going to do. And so it just kind of piqued my interest about things called biennials, which are things that grow seed the second year. A lot of us who get into seed saving, we start with things that are simple, like tomatoes or squash. I say simple, meaning they grow in one season. Not that they don't have their quirks, but, they produce seed that first year. Then I was like, oh, there's these other things like rutabagas, and turnips, and beets, and onions that have this second thing that they do. And I was really curious about that. And just, everyone's had onions that sprout in storage, right? So you're like, oh, so this is the thing that happens. It sprouts, and then you plant it, and I was really like, okay, but what does an onion seed stock look like? Or what does an onion flower look like? And then, there's ornamental onions that are intended to go to seed, intended for flowers, and so you can see those in people's gardens. They're not exactly the same as, Allium cepa domesticated onion, but they're similar enough that you go, oh, this is cool. And I was just like, oh, so somewhere somebody is growing a bunch of onions, and they're planting them back out, and they're getting this seed. I was starting the seed save, but, like, I just hadn't I was like, oh. And then I realized that people used to do this. I was like, oh, so as I learned more, I was like, oh, people in this region, the Northeast, used to grow their own biennials. Now it's not something that you know a lot about or hear a lot about, but talked with Bill Braun, and you've heard about the Macumber turnip, and there's a bunch of other heirloom turnips these are all biennials and rutabagas and onions. And it was like, oh, okay, like this is part of our food culture. We weren't just like buying onions from some other place. We were growing our own onions and realizing that, all Maine and all these other places in the Northeast are famous for their onions. You kind of, when you realize that a place is famous for something, or a region or certain towns in a region are famous for something, and it's something you've never seen or heard of. It's kind of like growing up in some town and having it known, like discovering that it was famous for its whiskey, but no one makes whiskey there anymore. Weird. What do you mean? Like this was like the center of something, and now it doesn't exist at all? And that's like New England is interesting that way, and a lot of America is interesting that way now. Is that so much obviously of our agriculture stuff has completely changed from in just the last 40 or 50 years, from being like almost entirely all the produce being supplied locally to, or at least a good percentage of it, to none of it or very little of it, and like all of the support systems and around all of that, about whether it was dairy farmers growing their own small grains and the, up till the 40s, 50s, until there was like, an intense pressure from the government financially not to, like people used to raise tons of chickens in Maine or all over the place in the Northeast, and they grew all the feed for it here too. They didn't, like bringing in feed from the West, like corn or, other grains from the dry farmed, that was new. That was like 1940, 50. That was like, oh, we don't want that. The farmers were like, no, we're growing all this. And like, but that's what people did. The onions were the same way. It's like people grew their own onions and they saved their own onion seed, and they did it on a huge scale. It wasn't even just like a little scale. And there was people who were famous onion farmer breeders, people who bred their own onions and then sold the seeds to other people because they were really good at it. And you go, oh, this is weird, like it's like a history like that you don't know about your backyard. So, just turns out that there's a few still present strains of onions and onion seeds out there, and that are regional. And I was really curious about that. So, was able to get a sample of, I think the first onion that thanks to a couple different organizations, Seed Savers, Baker Creek, other producers, other seed companies, other farms, Sturbridge Village had something to do with some of this work, I believe. But this is the Wethersfield onion, which is a red onion, from Connecticut, from Wethersfield, Connecticut. And that was like a situation where I grew a bunch of it both at my job and also grew some of it in my farm or on my garden. And I was like, oh, this needs a lot of work. Like, it had obviously not been selected for a really long time. So, or maybe it had, I don't know, but it wasn't as good as it should have been, because it had kind of fallen into disrepair. When a farm community is dependent upon something and there's a market for it, even if it's not a monetary market, but just like a demand, and there's a need, and it's sort of a sustenance thing, people are going to spend time selecting it, making it better, and continuing to play with it and do what's necessary to maintain the seed quality and the true to typeness. But a lot of these early onions, that had kind of not happened, or there was one or two folks that were still doing it, but they were sometimes, rightfully so, kind of holding on to their own thing and not sharing it because they knew everyone else was a bunch of morons and didn't know what to do with it. Like, that happens too, where somebody is actually taking care of it, but they're kind of like, they don't want to give seeds out to anyone because they're not trying to be Gollum about it, but they're just kind of, they know, like, yeah, you could have a few seeds. And it's where I started, with some of this stuff, as somebody that was doing this work gave me a few seeds. And they were like, well, if you listen to me or show me that you have some capacity for understanding, maybe I'll share with you more. They didn't like explicitly say that, but that was kind of the attitude. Like, they were sharing abundance, but not being a moron about it, not giving me everything. Although I had, you kind of earn your bones in that. But yeah, I got really interested in these biennials because they are super cool, and the bees love them. And I was like, oh, one of the interesting things about seed work is not that I don't want there to be native pollinator plants, like I totally do, but you don't really need to grow in your garden a pollinator bed if you're saving seed, because the bees are totally crazy. If you're letting the kale go to seed, like particularly the biennials, like alliums and, a lot of other things, like the bees are just nuts about alliums and brassicas, and so like kale and cabbage and all this other stuff. Like, suddenly your beets and your garden's just alive with these big pollinators, and it's pretty wild. And so you go, oh, this is how we do this. Awesome. So I started playing around with saving onion seed, and this Southport Red Globe type, I'd heard about it, and I was kind of expecting it to be another onion that had kind of, I guess I would call it devolved, like had been a thing, and then no one really taken care of it, and it kind of gotten whatever, not so good. But it turned out that a couple other folks had been playing around with it, and had been doing selection work. And it turns out you don't have to be a university person, or you just have to give some attention, and this, like, a little bit of good selection goes a long way. It doesn't take that long to see awesome results if you're picky and if you're somewhat attentive. So I had been growing this a little bit, and then I know you've told me you've interviewed Sylvia Davatz, and I actually had never talked to Sylvia. I don't know, when did we start talking? 5-6 years ago. But she had a strain of this that she'd been selecting, and Sylvia doesn't think that she's doing a whole lot, but actually she is, and she's very humble. But like, her selection work is really good. She's very attentive, and the strain that she had is really good. She has of Southport Red Globe, and I'm sure it's really good because maybe she got it from somebody else who was actually doing good work. But that was sort of like the point where I said, oh, okay, there's enough seed out of this, and somebody's been doing something with it that it's been really in a backyard mode, that, and I know enough now, and I've had enough experience doing this work, that I could hopefully, and cross my fingers, and not make expensive promises, and not pretend I know everything in the world, and that, but I could bring this back on a larger scale. So that's sort of the next challenge of like, oh, okay, some of this stuff isn't a home garden level, and it should be, and that's nothing wrong with that. But then there's a question of like, when's the last time someone grew an acre of this? Or a quarter acre of this, or 6 200-foot rows of this onion. And because that's when you're going to see what a farmer, like size of population gives you the ability to make even better selections. There's a lot of stuff in, if you grow 50 plants, you're going to see a certain spectrum of the genetics. If you grow 6,000 plants, you're going to see a whole nother spectrum of genetics that is kind of hidden, and it allows you to do some selection and also create some more genetic depth. So a lot of times some things have been being grown on like a really small population scale, and even though there is inbreeding depression that occurs that can occur, plants are really forgiving oftentimes, and it doesn't take there are techniques to bring things back to where they should be, or where they could be. And that was kind of like my thought is, okay, I have a little bit of seed of this that I've been playing with. Sylvia has a little bit of seed of this, or more than a little bit of seed that she's been playing with and doing a great job at it. And I would like to grow on the farm scale a lot, and select this on a farm scale and grow a seed crop from 300 select onions, not 30 or 10 select onions. Like really grow a big crop and select it down to the best 100 or even the best 50 if there was, see what happens. So grew a big crop of it from really good seed, and was really, surprised at how, there's some things I've culled out, like I'm culling out actively, but it's really good. Like even for, an onion that maybe hasn't had all the care, it's still really, the texture is really fine. It's not, the thing that happened with Wethersfield is it has gotten, some of the strains are more like fibrous, they're more flat, and they don't have like the tenderness. It's just the flavor is maybe not as, it has, and this is like this has tenderness. The rings are very fine rather than thick. And it looks, basically what you realize is when you work with heirlooms, that this onion is the prototype for things like the hybrids of things like Red Bull. So other storage onions, basically if I hold up a really nice looking Southport Red Globe and I hold up a really nice looking, Red Bull, you basically can't tell the difference. So you kind of realize, and I knew this, that, there was a bunch of onion breeding and famous onion breeders, and in Connecticut was famous for not just Southport Red Globe, but for people selling and breeding onions in the early part of the 20th century. And a lot of the genetics that came out of that are rooted in these heirlooms. So a lot of the hybrids that we have are, of course, the parents are rooted in heirlooms. It's not like they just kind of appeared in some kind of interdimensional portal or something. Like somebody is breeding a new onion and they take they start evolving these parent lines from onions, some selections from heirlooms. And so it's this Southport Red Globe is the prototype for these what we call red storage onion. And that was kind of a wake-up call, as also just that the quality was so good. And I was like, why do we need hybrids? Not that we don't need hybrids, but this was the kind of the first time I came across something that was of this quality that I sort of said, this is actually as good or better than the hybrid. I've said that a lot about heirlooms, and it's true, but this was a sort of a specific case where, because there's been so much hybrid onion seed production and really good hybrids, and because the heirlooms haven't been taken care of, people are, rightfully kind of dismissive of the heirlooms, or have become dismissive. Rightfully is kind of maybe a rough word, but more like me saying, I can understand why you wouldn't be committed to them if you were exposed to them and said, I got to grow a lot of onions, and these aren't really cutting the mustard. But this onion, and I think all of them, have the ability to cut the mustard. And I think they really do if they have the care. So I got really interested in the selection process for onions and how do you select them. What is the art what does that mean? We teach seed saving skills a lot, and there's a lot of courses about that, but the selecting of onions, and I've been lucky enough to interface in my life and know as a friend of sorts. I have a lot of respect for John Navazio, who's been kind of the person beating the drum and teaching so many folks about biennial selection, particularly OP and heirloom biennial selection. So I can't say that I've come to this all on my own by any means. I haven't. Definitely lots of everybody. I kind of see how they're doing it, and I kind of adjust or think about what could be even a better way. And this, even recently, I learned something from Sylvia that blew my mind. So I'm constantly kind of gleaning, how is this done? How do we discover it? It's like skills we don't know anymore. It's not written in a book, although in some cases it is, which is cool. So I've discovered a lot of references about how we do this work, how we select for these things that go back, 50 or 100 years, which is awesome. And then you have to actually apply it. And then applying it's a totally different thing. You have to try it and fail at it. So this whole onion thing with the Southport Red Globe it's helping me. I'm not at the end of that journey, helping me learn about how to do this. And what we hear is the thing that runs in the tape that we're being told is you can't grow onion seed in the Northeast because it's a dry seeded crop. And you should never do that. And I'm like, well, yeah, but how did people do that when that's what they were doing and they were famous for it? And there was hundreds of acres of onion seed being grown. Like, what? Okay, that doesn't make any sense. So, it turns out it's really specific. It's really like in the sense that, yeah, there are tricks to it and there's techniques, and it's not the same techniques that someone would use elsewhere. And I'm learning those. I'm trying to learn those techniques, by practice, so I can share those with others and fail at it so they don't have to fail, kind of like try to take that, for the team so I can pass that on. So that's kind of what this onion is working is like, it's a way of like, yeah, okay. So everyone's like, well, you can't grow onion seed unless you put it in a high tunnel. I'm like, there were huge glass houses, like more greenhouses in the 1800s and early 1900s than anyone in New England can even fathom running around. But very rarely was anyone growing onion seed in these greenhouses. It's being grown in the field. So it turns out that, like, yes, certain varieties and grown in a certain way can produce onion seed in the Northeast. It's not every variety. When someone says you can't produce onion seed in the Northeast, it's like, yeah, there's probably onions that I can't produce seed of in the Northeast. But I know that there are onions that I can produce in the Northeast seed of. And I know that a lot of it has to do with being willing to do a certain type of skilled hand labor. Like, I'm probably never going to be big enough, nor are these varieties suited for me running a combine over and like getting all the onion seed out by combining it or using some kind of like mechanical threshing. It's not how we would do this, because that's not this process here. So it's like, well, yes, maybe like mechanical production of onion seed isn't possible in the Northeast, and so it's like, what do we mean when we say something's not possible? So this is like, one of those things where it's like, it damn well is possible. Does it mean it's profitable? Like, are we going to become like competitive with somewhere else that produces tons of onion seeds? Probably not. And I don't even know if that's the reason to do it. And to me, it's like, no, like, why not have that invested space where you and this plant are working together to learn how to produce food and support, and like it's giving to us and like be part of that process. Yeah. Like, why not do that? So why not figure out if that's possible and ask ourselves, hey, if it is possible, why not do it? And why try to be entirely limited by like a dollar sign next to it? Like, it doesn't mean that I'm not going to be able to sell this seed, or that it's not important, or that it's not special, or that I won't be able to make some money off of it. I'm sure I'll be able to make some money. I'm not going to I'm not pretending that it's going to pay for my journey along the way and I'm going to make a whatever. That's not the point. If we're looking at through all this stuff of like food, if the word of kind of food or seed security, whatever that word means today, or however that phrase will evolve, is predicated upon, this screwed up idea of like, we can save the world and make money at the same time. It's like, that's a bunch of horse shit, in my opinion, and is never been true, and is like constantly proving itself not to be true. Like most of that's just like, you don't do things for each other because you make money off of it. You do things for each other because it supports us as together. It supports us as people. It cares for us and our children and our grandchildren. It creates stability and knowledge and community. Like, that's the thing we're lacking. We have no lack of money. We have no lack of food. We all know that it's about distribution and greed. We know that's the problem. Distribution, greed, racism, classism, all the things. We know that's the problem. Like, what do we need more of? And is it money? So that space is sort of like, yeah, money. I'm not saying money is the demon or that money is the root of all evils, but it's certainly something that I'm not saying I'm not concerned with. I'm not a trust funder. I don't have, I'm not doing this because I've got some like, endless bank account that I'm just like, I'll do whatever I want. It's like, not like that. It's just, this is to me, so I don't know. People have funny things like, yes, I do think, and I do think you can make money off this. Absolutely. Do I think you can make as much money as selling organic carrots? Probably not. But so what? I think the confluence of these things, like people say, can you make money growing seed? I'm like, absolutely. Like, does that mean I'm going to make as much money as someone who's going to be a lawyer? Probably not. I'm sure as hell going to probably enjoy my job hell of a lot more growing this onion seed. So it's just like this interesting thing where like necessity, togetherness and community, people don't get it, and I don't know. I'm not sure it's like I get it, but like it's kind of a thing. And this onion is all about that, like this selection process is so interesting and engaging and has all these different little details, and it's like tactile and observant. And when you select, it means that, hey, I've got a bunch of onions that I'm not using, that like grew a bunch of onions, and I'm going to put the best ones in storage. And then I got all these other ones that aren't ideal or aren't as good in terms of look, or have something that's maybe they have like a double, there's like 2 onions in one or whatever. Hey, I can either give those away or give them to a food bank, or share them with other people. Maybe even sell them to some chef who wants to say that they're using Southport Red Globe onions in their dinner menu, and expose people to that flavor. Like, I've given away more food doing this work than I ever did when I was growing food as a farmer. I've made, to me, more money with less effort in terms of just like the stress doing this work. And so the onion has been this really wonderful experience of just learning along with this process. And everyone loves onions. It's funny. I really was into winter squash, and I still am. Don't let anyone want to not. But like, people kind of got wrong about me, thinking like, it's just about squashes and melons. Like, no, I mean, squash and melons are beautiful, and they're tasty, and they're fun, and I enjoy them. And they're also a really wonderful practicum to learn about, like, how do flowers work, how do plants work, because the flowers are so big. And and there's really easy to learn how to do things like hand pollination versus playing with a little tiny flower. It's like, to me, this work with like the onions is like, I'm in some ways I'm just as interested in the onions and this particular onion and a couple other onions. There's an onion called Danvers from Danvers, Massachusetts. There's another place with an heirloom onion, and that town, like, we're famous for our onions. Of course, no one's growing onions there now. And I'm like, no, and I would love the idea of getting enough good seed out there and getting it into the hands of farmers in those areas or in those surrounding areas, and having people be able to sit down and be like, I'm eating a Danvers onion on my grilled cheese sandwich, that's from here, and have some kid, to me, it's like less about some kind of gourmet situation than it is about, hey, what if there's some kid who lives in that area who's sitting down for a grilled cheese sandwich, and I hope they're liking onions. Some kids do, sometimes they don't. And I like the grilled cheese sandwich, or open-faced or not, I like an onion on a grilled cheese sandwich, as well as a million other things. But without an onion, it ain't a grilled cheese sandwich, in my opinion. So you put an onion on there, and you say, the kid's like, oh, onions. And you're like, actually, this onion is from here. It was, this is the history of this town is all wrapped up in this onion, and the process of adapting it and selecting it, and the culture involved in it. And yeah, I'm sure the kids must be like, I don't care. But like, maybe that's not, maybe there's some of that which will make somebody like care about their community, care about themselves, be interested in this, and ask questions and look at it sideways and be like, crazy, interesting, an onion from here? What does that mean? Is there, like, you don't walk around the Northeast right now and no one comes up to you and says, would you like to try an onion from our town? Who says that? You know what I mean? Everyone's like, did you go to the covered bridge? From when people actually lived and did things around here in a way that mattered? I mean, and I'm not even like saying like all of this stuff, of course, like I'm expressing this whole thing about onion. I'm sure someone listening to this is like, dude, this is a totally imposed, implanted culture on top of a landscape and of people that, got cheated / murdered out of their lives. And property isn't exactly the word, because that's not how they perceived it or still perceive it. But, it's like, yeah, totally, I get that. But, like, also, people have to have something that like lets them find that history and understand about the place that they live, and also have some pride of working with plants, and like plants are nature, and like understand that like where we live is nature. It's not just a bunch of sidewalks and streets and like imposed roads. Like there's streams and there's ravines and there's things, and you can be like, oh, that hill or that field over there where the Walmart was the onion field, was an onion field. Like someone growing up today, they just see a friggin' Walmart. They don't see an onion field, and so it's that quick. It's like 50, 60, 70, 80 years later. Like 80 years ago, everyone knew that field was X. 80 years before that, they knew it as something else. 100 years before that, someone else, a whole other community knew it as something else. But today, everyone's just looking at that, seeing that as the Walmart. So to me, the onion, and this is like the metaphor, is these rings, the layers. It's like, in a way, this onion is a way to peel back this kind of gross, rundown industrial strip, mall parking lot version of things, that it has been overlaid onto something else that was equally had its own grossness and problems and horrific stuff. I'm not pretending, but like peeling the layers, so it's like, it's a teachable thing, so like somebody needs to grow this onion, and it's not just me. I hope a whole bunch of other people do too, but I'm trying to do my part to make sure that like it gets grown and there's some seed, and that it can play a role in this type of like community space of being used and enjoyed, and also starting to help us understand where we've come from and also where we can go and where we're at. I just think like, that's what this is to me. It's not just about eating it, and it's not just about my flaming sword of truth. You can see me waving around here, big and bold, but that's how I'm seeing this work. It's like, it makes me super interested and engaged to do this work. And then I really want to be able to actually show someone else what I've learned. And then they're going to take it and they're going to do something else, and they're going to learn a bunch of stuff I never learned, which is awesome. And hopefully we're just going to keep passing this on. And maybe in 100 years or less, depending on how many wonderful genius children and other folks get involved in this work, because every kid's a genius, we might be back to where we actually know something about our food in 50 to 100 years. Or forward, not back, forward to where we know something about our food. So, that's what this onion means to me, is like, I started in a certain place with this work, as a curious young person, and now I'm like shockingly middle-aged. Like, oh yeah, wait, definitely not young anymore. Whoops. And I don't want to be 70 or 80 being like, oh, I did not share this with other people. And also that I did not take some challenges or risks to push this forward a little bit. Like, to do my part to kind of like push this awareness and whatever this work is, which I don't even know if I have a definition for it, but like, I don't want to look back on my life and say I didn't do what I didn't do what I could. There's so many things I don't know about, and there's so many things I can't do anything about that are happening in the world that just like, everyone's like, I can't do anything about this, or I don't know how to do. It's like, okay, this is something that I am doing, and I grew some onion seed, and if I'm successful with that even once, I'm able to share some onion seeds with people so they can grow some onion seeds. They can, then like, I just want to have like a little tombstone that says, or even if it's not a tombstone, I don't know, just said, at some point this person did some decent work. Like, they did something, they weren't a waste of space, they took some risks, they subjugated like whatever success or profit or income that they could have had to maybe do something that wasn't just about them. Or even if it was, like, even if my own ego was wrapped up into it, like, at least it had some redeeming value. And maybe the onion is, maybe this onion is something that helps other people. And then I'm, hopefully that this selection work and learning about this, and then hopefully maybe writing it down, I'd love to get to a point where folks like Sylvia and, Will and Bonsall and, all of us who've worked with all these different plants, like, that we verbally share it, physically teach it, write it down. What did I learn from this variety? Don't tell me about onions. Like, the onions are good. Like, overall, tell me about this variety. Because that's what sometimes I think people are missing is, like, there's little cues and little specificities. It's like, yeah, you can learn how to save cucumber seed, but then maybe there's some more things about saving this cucumber, specificities of this particular cucumber variety. You just wake up to the idea that this isn't just a lump of stuff, but like these are very specific individual type of things that involve caring for plants and caring for our community and sharing food and sharing seed. And all you got to do is be successful a couple times and you got more seed than you know what to do with. It's pretty outstanding. It's like, oh, if you screw up 10 times and are successful twice, you'll still have so many cucumber seeds you won't even know what to do with. And that's kind of like what's interesting about this is like, well, what's success? Is it the fact that if I grew onions every time and grew seed, that they would be awesome? Or is it that like I was successful 3 or 4 times in the next 10 years or 12 years in growing onion seed? I'm gonna be happy if I do it right 2-3 times and learn something, or that it's successful and that every time I learn something about how to do it. I'm a little like wacky in the way that I perceive what is up and down in this work. I think most people are kind of like not as convinced. Again, longest answer is the shortest question ever. That's what this onion, has done. That's how I got into it. That's inspires me about it. Because you have to be inspired about this to do selection work. You can't, and inspired is really just another word for like believing in it with your heart. You can't be inspired in some kind of manic way. Seed work makes you have to be attentive in a steady way. You can't just be like, I'm inspired for 15 minutes. Well, guess what? With a biennial, you got to be inspired for a whole 2-year cycle, and you got to start it over again for it to matter. You can't just be inspired once. You can play your own individual role with it once and learn something, but like to really be stewarding this or working with this plant, you kind of have to do it like 2, 3, 4, 5 times. So, a lot of people think like inspiration is like a one and done kind of thing. This is like having a long-term relationship where you're dealing with the ups and downs of basically effectively being married to a variety that you're working with and learning from. And it's not good every day, but you're in it. And you wake up every day and you're like, I'm going to do this, and that type of thing, I think is like that people have, issues with paying attention. Can you imagine how this kind of work could make an impact on that? Like how doing seed work, people have barely enough time to pay attention to a garden. Like sometimes, it's difficult for people to kind of like, oh, I got to be engaged in culturing this and taking care of this and thinking about this. And then what about the seed work part? Let's say you were going to, get into saving onions. And so, you have, how many years do you have to get good at doing that? If it's an every other year crop, if you do it for 20 years, and yes, there's ways to alternate and stagger it. So technically you could probably do it 20 years, but like basically you have like somewhere, maybe 10 opportunities, in 20, 25 years, to get to see this process, if I'm doing it right, or if I'm doing it the way everyone tells me I should. But with onion seed, you will only get to have that experience like X number of times in your life. It's like seeing a rainbow, And so that's kind of like, you look at this work and you sort of see our society without this work. Sometimes the doing of the work is actually what influences the society. Taking the care is what influences the things that frame our minds. Like we're really sensitive little animals. Like people want, this thing that we're doing with these screens, like it's changed our brains just in the last 10 or 15 years. And it's just, we don't know how to separate reality from whatever. That's just like stuff, experiences. It all affects us. We're not immune to it. So you can imagine if this food work, just like we're starting to understand farming again, and food supply and resiliency, seed work as part of that, like every layer to this, whether it's making the food, growing the food, sharing the food, growing the seed, sharing the seed. Well, shit, you do all that work, no one's got time to work. Suddenly society is falling apart. We can't all go to our day jobs because we're too busy worrying about the onion seed. So, it's interesting how when you think about putting the layers that matter back into society, suddenly you can't, you don't have time to do all the stuff that doesn't matter. So that's kind of interesting to me, as an act of societal change, adding these things back in that we have cut out changes us. Who would we be? So that's, that's kind of my long-term vision here for everybody in the universe, is that you all listen to everybody that Luana's been recording, and you realize that we're right, and you just start doing what we tell you to do, and it'll be okay. But save some seed. It's a beautiful journey. I am, it is part of caring for people. It is part of perpetuating life, and a shared perpetuation where you are working in tandem with nature and with plants, and it becomes very personal. And it is like raising a family. It is like raising a child, and also learning from something wiser than you, all the way through this space, and it gives you something to do. People are like, did you see episode whatever? I'm like, I haven't watched a single, never seen any of it. I don't know anything about Game of Thrones. I never seen, I don't have time. I'm like, when do people have time to watch all this stuff? I have no idea. I'm like, when do you have time to, I'm not even making a judgment about whether it's good or bad. I'm sure it's awesome. I just don't know when anyone has time, and so it's like, yeah, you do seed work, you won't have time. Maybe that's good. I don't know. Maybe it's bad. You will definitely miss out on all of the stuff. Just so you know, doing seed work and really getting involved in it, you will never have times where Netflix, once you really get involved, you're not going to have any time for that. You're still going to read books because that's something people can do, but it's pretty hard to be involved in this. And I don't know how, some people do, obviously, but I don't know how some people are doing this work, how they still are on Instagram and all that. That's the benefit, if you want to call it a benefit, is the long-term benefit is this could be, you turn on the computer and you're your browser, and there's this little thing about 5 tips to reset your brain or something. You know what I mean? But we're all so screwed up. We're looking for something, and it sucks. It sucks that we're this screwed up, but yeah, if you want to live in a shack and have it filled with seeds, I'm leading the way. This is not the pinnacle of human achievement. I hate to tell you. And that's what you learn when you do this work and any other work that matters, is oh no, this is actually the worst for the mind and the soul, maybe, and probably the body. Yes, the body, of course. And it's so it, I'm not saying that whatever technology, knowledge, whatever. I'm just saying think a little, think a few thoughts, this thing of this is going to save us. GMOs are going to save us. The world, World Economics Forum's plans are going to save us. No, they're not. They're not going to save us. We are going to save. We're going to saving the world. I wish that this is the one thing I would say is seed saving. I wish we would change it to seed sharing. The saving part is definitely looped into a bunch of savior complex stuff. And in some cases it is retrieving something and revitalizing it, reviving a tradition or knowledge. But the saving thing does have to do with I feel like I'm saving the earth. And I don't, even from my previous rant, I don't want anyone to think I think I'm saving the earth doing this. I don't. I have no assumptions or even preconceptions this is going to matter to anyone. But I do just want to say seed saving, it'd be good if we changed that word. I'd love it to be seeds sharing, because a lot of people save seeds and then they have this huge collection. And I'm not saying they don't share, because a lot of those folks did share and do always share, but people don't kind of get it sometimes, that it is about sharing of the knowledge as well as sharing of the seeds. I'm pro seed swap, but I'm kind of anti seed swap at the same time, because I think you can go get seeds from somebody, but you didn't have a conversation with them and they didn't tell you what they learned about it. And to pass that on to you, it's just it's just seeds. I'm just going to take these seeds And that's good, so that we should share the seeds, but we should also share the knowledge and take the time to kind of like want to know the knowledge. So just put that into the little hat of like seed saving. It's like, that's different than seed stewardship. You can save seeds and be doing zero selection. Sometimes that's fine, and sometimes it's not. A lot of times it's not. And I will tell a quick story about growing Brandywine tomato that I'm sure at one time, people don't get this. Yeah, Brandywine tomato, somebody's plural, we're growing Brandywine tomato. It's probably a subset of tomatoes from the indigenous communities in the Southeast. Who knows, but likely. But, someone's growing Brandywine tomato, and they were selecting the best plant or plants to save seed from, like the tasted good, the hell, the good things. Individual plants. And they were doing that every year because it was basically a home garden variety or a very small market sharing locally variety. As soon as you start growing that on a large scale and aren't selecting it, because it's a tomato that can outcross, it's not a selfer, suddenly all this crazy stuff starts to happen and it's not being well taken care of. So I grew 100 Brandywine plants, pink Brandywine plants, 8 years ago, as a little experiment. And I would say not a single, 3 out of that 100 were actually the Brandywine. Because we just got so fixated heirlooms, and we just started growing heirlooms like it was coming out of our ears, but no one was doing any of the stewardship. Their enthusiasm may actually, honestly, have almost screwed up a bunch of things permanently. But they're not permanently screwed up, because as soon as a farmer that I was working with started selecting over the course of 2 or 3 years, they were able to bring back that population to something that looked like, tasted as, and was more apt to the thing that in our icon that we call Brandywine tomato. But a lot of this stuff is kind of it needs stewardship. It doesn't just replicate like a machine. We're in an industrial age and we think this should just do this. That's what a hybrid is, and it takes a ton of work to make a hybrid. But an heirloom is something that you have to take care of. That's why it has that word. You have to take somebody's thing that they've given to you and make sure that that stays oiled or stays polished, or that the moths don't eat great-great-grandma's wedding dress or whatever. What I'm saying. So that's the core of heirloom, is the caring and the sharing. It's not it's the saving part. I want people to try to save seeds without feeling this burden of trying to learn a thing. I want them to get used to the process. But ideally, we need people to learn how to seed steward. So the gateway drug is, sure, save seeds and feel the magic. The next thing is, how do you do this other thing? How do we get you to do this other thing? How do we get you to sell all your belongings and invest all your time and in this work? And if we can convince you to take a vow of poverty and get involved in this, then we will. And so be careful, because that's what we're trying to do. But that's where we need to be, is everyone's we need more seed savers. And I'm we do need more people working with seed and plants and food and community. What we need is more of us giving two shits about it and doing the stewardship part too. And the two lead to each other. And that's why I'm totally okay with the idea of teaching people seed saving skills. But we got to do this other thing. Without it, we lose it all. It's not enough. It's not enough just to be oh, we fermented the tomato seed. High five. Okay, now how do we not just take care of the old, but how do we discover this for the future? Our goal here is to try to do this well and then be stewards. And so I think we need to stick with it. It's not just am I going to teach a seed saving class? It's am I going to make myself available for people to ask me questions? And honestly, I want to learn from them. They're going to do this thing, and then they're going to be actually, I did this. I'm going to be crazy. I had never thought of that, because that's what happens. I'm half the time I'm learning from people, and the cool stuff that they do to do this, and that they're just yeah, I just started doing this 2 years ago, but I discovered this. And I'm Like that particular thing that they discovered, no one has ever said to me. And I'm like, oh my God, that's like the missing link. So we need everyone's brain and heart. It's not like I haven't figured this all out. All of us that have been doing this, we haven't figured it all out. We need you to help us figure this out. We need people. We're all hands on deck. We need you. Consider this. This is like the call to action. We, whoever we are, need you. I don't know what that means, who you are, but I'm willing to take a risk with you if you're willing to take a risk on me.
Hi listeners, this is your host Luanna Nesbitt. This episode of Behind the Seeds features seed stories and experiences told by Albie Barden, a longtime Northeast seed keeper. This episode explores the role of relationships in seed keeping, as well as intergenerational and interspecies interactions, seed struggles, and how stories have carried on varieties like Roy's Callus, Abenaki, flank corn.
To the ground. There was nothing left. So it said something about the awareness of all animals to the incredible taste of these corns and their willingness to take risks to get to it. I then lost courage and gave up on the flint corn because I felt like if I can't protect it from these animals, how am I going to grow it? 4 or 5 seasons. And he was an accomplished acupuncturist trained by one of Britain's best. But in the time that he spent in Vermont in his life, he started having very interesting dreams where plants were sort of speaking to him in his dreams. And so he realized that that was not insignificant, and he wound up traveling to Mexico and was doing some healing work with one of the elders who was a shaman in the Huichol culture. He started telling them about some of his dreams, and they immediately then, quote-unquote, recognized him as somebody they needed to work with and more or less adopt. So Elliot became initiated in that pre-Columbian, never changed by Christianity, multi-thousand-year-old culture, and became a shaman within that culture, going to the sacred mountain and doing all the rituals and everything. So he started combining his acupuncture practice, which is learning how to read the body's needs by odor, color, sound, and the pulses, etc. He combined that with the plant spirit medicine, where he realized that the efficacy of the spirit of plants could be as powerful or more powerful than the efficacy of acupuncture needles. So he was teaching people acupuncture techniques in terms of diagnosis, but then he was teaching us how to relate to the spirit of plants, and that given plants were within the 5-element system of traditional Chinese medicine, a pine tree, for example, would only be one of the elements. It wouldn't be back and forth or 2 or 3. In the case of yellow birch is the element of metal, and so you and I are each born with one of the elements being dominant, which its signature is this, gorgeous, glowing, golden color. Mm-hmm. And also, when you cut into it and polish it, it has flame in it. Anyway, we did that, and so I have a local friend who's a self-taught herbalist named Gail Edwards. She's now in her 70s, as am I. And she invited me to teach a little class. To her handful of female students that were apprenticing with her that summer. And so I was to go over there and do an afternoon class where basically I would take a drum and do what Elliot had taught us. And so during the drumming, first of all, you identify a plant. You say, okay, what plant are we going to study? And so everybody chose a plant. I forget which it was. And then the person doing the drumming basically drums the people into a quiet, meditative space, during which you go down a tunnel like Alice in Wonderland, and you ask to meet the spirit of that given plant. And the spirit of the plant comes in a particular form, different for every person, and you ask the plant, thank it for coming, and ask if it has a gift for you. And the gift might be a song, it might be words, it might be a color, it could be anything. And then at the end of 20 minutes or so, the person leading this drums the people back into the present awareness. And before any discussion is made, you take down your notes because it's fleeting like a dream. And so we all did that. We chatted. And then I looked over to my left, and about 20 feet away, there was a long-haired, skinny man who seemed to be part Native American. And he was holding this remarkable ear of corn. It was beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And he was also keeping a sacred fire for Gail, which means he was with the fire for hours and hours and hours, probably through the night, because that's how you do a sacred fire. And so I went over to him and I said, what is this corn you're holding? And he said, it's called Abenaki Rose. And I said, well, what can you tell me about it? And he said, it was originally from Maine, but it had been taken and preserved in New York, where the corn tradition is still alive and well amongst the Six Nation people. My words, not his. And he said, some of my relatives have brought it back to Maine. And I said, is there any way that I could get access to some of this? And he said, of course. And he took the beautiful ear, and with his thumb, he peeled off 12 kernels. And I said, thank you very much. And I took the 12 kernels home. I already had 5 varieties of sweet corn growing in my kitchen garden. And so I planted them in 1/2 plastic barrel, like an olive barrel, and put it on a pallet. And all 12 kernels germinated. And I said, wow. And so then I took 2 more barrels, filled them with compost and soil, and put 2 more barrels. So I had a triple barrel set on one pallet. Transplanted four seedlings into each of the other 2 barrels. Now I had four seedlings in each of 3 barrels. And I let it go to about 1 foot high, and then because of my business, I had an old forklift here, and I took the pallet out to the high field, no longer horses, and put them out there and went out on a regular basis and watered and took care of them and put baling twine around them so the winds wouldn't blow them over, because flint corn has a weaker stalk than a modern hybrid. And at the end of that season, I brought them back, and I had 23 ears of Abenaki Rose, which I then started to give away. And over the last 15 or 20 years, I've given away thousands and thousands and thousands of seeds of Abenaki Rose, because in a given year, I will plant as many as 3 varieties. We'll plant a tiny, tiny variety, the northernmost variety I know of, called Gaspé Flint, so corn grows on the 2nd or 3rd. The ear is formed on the 2nd or 3rd. But it was Native American women who were the brilliant agriculturalists, and they would always be looking for changes in the field and mutations. And as the corn moved from Mexico across the country over 500 or 1,000 years, they were always looking for ways that it would adapt to a shorter season. So the corn that wound up in Maine and New York and Vermont was 90 to 100-day corn, let's say. And but when you get to Gaspé, the corn is actually quite short. The whole plant is 3 or 4 feet tall, and the cob actually grows right at the ground level. So it's literally 1 or 2 inches off the ground, and it matures in 70-plus days. So I plant Gaspé in my garden next to another variety that I'm working with for that year, knowing that it will not cross-pollinate because it's 20 days ahead of the other corn. So I have those two things going, and wound up doing lots of the Abenaki rose. Michelle and I were at a seed swap that MOFGA does every year, and a friend of mine, Tom Vigu, came over and he said, "Albie," and I said, "Yeah, Tom?" He said, "Albie, your Abenaki rose flint corn is not flint corn, it's a flower corn." And then he took a kernel of some of the other flint corns that we were offering in the giveaway, and he cut through one of those, and lo and behold, it was like the toenail of your big toe comparison to the fingernail of your little finger. I mean, it was night and day. So we've been calling this corn flint corn for some time, and we still grow. We still give it away, and Michelle just made a gorgeous cornbread the other morning, last week, from Abenaki rose that I had ground up. And years later, we met an extraordinary man who lives with his very old father in a little cul-de-sac in Massachusetts, which looks very nondescript and ho-hum. But when you go into the house and look out the back door, it's this magnificent rocks and streams and little gardens and greenhouse. And the man is a brilliant, brilliant seed saver. His name is Jim Trout. And so Jim has gifted us with lots and lots and lots of ancient heirloom seeds and the ancestors of corn and beans, and tells stories of his ancient forebears who lived in Nova Scotia and befriended the Micmacs and saved a Micmac chief's life and were ever after protected by the Micmac people. So anyway, he said he had this friend out in Kansas who he had come to know, who grew up out there, very tuned into the natural world around her, and was working for a local museum as a volunteer. And she was on these digs, and she would hear, in quotes, voices talking to her from the ground. She was intuiting, hearing things. And so she knew something was going on that was unique for her. And so she and her sister went and pressed their grandmother and said, "You're not telling us something, Grandma." And finally, the grandma said, "Well, in fact, you and your sister actually have Native American blood, and to protect you because of the abuses that Native American children suffered, and still do to some extent, but less so today. We did not tell you of your ancestry so you would not be abused." Guillain-Barré, crippling thing where your nerves and muscles and everything stop working. She was in healthcare for a long time. And we've been corresponding with her, and because her book is unavailable, Jim, being the incredibly open heart that he is, gave us her book, which is called Whispering Ancestors. And so she goes through probably 12 or 20 varieties of heirloom corn, and there are gorgeous photos of the corn, and then there are the official stories of each of these varieties. Then she does this thing where she sits with the corn quietly in a room for 20 minutes or an hour or more, and then waits for the corn to speak. And she would do this alone, and then she would do it with 2 or 3 other friends. So it's this exquisite book of the photo of the corn, then the history of the corn, its origins, which tribes had it, blah, 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 and then what the corn says be the next part. And lo and behold, aside from this being a good story, there is a corn there called Old Iroquois Rose Flower Corn. And lo and behold, we're looking at photos of Abenaki rose. And suddenly this corn shows up in this book, correctly identified as a flower corn with the origins that I've just given you. Then she goes on to describe how sacred the corn was and how it was used as a curative in ceremony and so forth and so on. And so suddenly these 12 kernels, which I've helped spread all over the Northeast, suddenly has a background that's much, much richer than the beginning story I was given. And I was then later told by this young man who became a father, an ex-husband, homeless, homesteader. I've seen him in a homeless shelter and have never really deeply connected with him again, although I've offered him corn back many times. I've had sort of two callings in my life. One was to build and teach others to build masonry heaters, and the other was to do something with the corn. And so we now take care of, in our freezer, 10 or 12 varieties. It's not going anywhere fast, but it's also not going to oblivion. And we grow the corn, a kitchen garden variety, and then the gas bay, and then we grow a variety in a larger field so that we generate 10 or 20 pounds or 30 or 40 pounds. And then we look for people who have heart. Sometimes corn growers who are not native are accused of stealing the corn, as did the Pilgrims when they landed in Plymouth, discovered the caches of corn, which were the seed crop for the following year of the people who had been wiped out by whatever the plague was that had wiped out the Plymouth native people. So that's how the Pilgrims survived, was from corn that native people probably rightly say was stolen, but Pilgrims would say they found it. In any case, we grow several varieties and keep them, and then if we find somebody who doesn't think of themselves as a somebody that wants to grab the corn and run with it, but who sees themselves called by the corn to save the corn and to protect it, those are the people who are more likely to carry on the tradition in a good way. And so I didn't call for the corn called for me. And so it's part of listening to what something that outside of you is telling you to get involved with. So it's an interesting effort, and right now we're kind of waiting for other things to happen, for people like you to show up and say, we want to do this, we want to work with this. We have hosted here at our home a cornference, and when you think of that name, you can think of corn. Oh, here's a great story. We went several times to Turtle Island healing ceremony, which is a 21-year cycle visioned by a very powerful and wonderful native Maine Penobscot woman named Sherry Mitchell, that was hosted for the first 4 years in Maine. And I would go, and Michelle would go, and we would take a wood-fired oven, a corn sheller, and a corn grinder, and we would make Johnny cakes, which is a traditional cornmeal cake. And we would make them and give them away to everybody in attendance, sometimes hundreds of people, 3 times a day. And I had a background of having been trained in divinity school and eventually became a priest in the Episcopal Church, but I hung up my collar a long time ago, not turning in and saying I don't want to be a priest anymore, but I basically stopped being a priest and started being a priest of masonry heaters. In any case, Michelle is cooking the Johnny cakes in the wood-fired oven and passing me paper plates of Johnny cakes, and I'm going down the line and offering them to people with a little brown antique stoneware pitcher in one hand and the plate of fresh, hot Johnny cakes in the other hand. And I would say to each person, would you like a Johnny cake? And they'd say yes or no. And I would put a Johnny cake in their hand, and then I would say, would you like a little maple syrup? And they would say yes or no. And I would dribble a little maple syrup on the Johnny cake. And then we'd eat it, and they would typically be blown away or moved by it. And there were lots of stories that came out of that. But I realized as I did it that I was mimicking a role that I had played as a priest, where people would come to the altar and you would put a wafer in their hands and then you would give them a sip. And I realized I was serving cornmunion. And then I remembered that road that we live on, which is the Father Rawl Road, is named after the French Jesuit priest who lived with the Norridgewock people for 33 years, trying to convince all of them that their ways were savage and pagan, and his way was the correct way. And so he had a chapel, he had cabins, and ultimately he was a threat to the British, and the village was massacred in 1724, and he was killed. His dictionary was saved, and it's at Harvard. He was the first person to write the Abenaki French language in one dictionary. There is a page from that, not that dictionary, but there is a page that includes all of the corn terms, which the native people literally a mile from me were using: the planting, the hoeing, the adding of wood ash to make it edible, et cetera, et cetera. So corn was very much a part of their life, and he wrote to a relative in France. And he didn't write a lot of letters to his relative, but he wrote a letter to a brother, and he said he didn't like the food that the native people ate, which was a lot of wild game and fish. And, of course, they had vast fields of corn that they planted. But he apparently had his own little corn plot, and he said he pretty much survived, he claimed. He survived on a gruel of cornmeal, hot cornmeal, with chunks of maple syrup. And so the irony is, back to cornmunion, he was trying to convince all of those people to the truth of his way, which was the blood and body of Jesus. Meanwhile, he was surviving and thriving on the blood and body of the Americas. Corn, the grain of America, and there are wonderful stories about where corn came from within the Abenaki tradition. It comes from the first mother who asked her husband to sacrifice her so she can feed her children, and don't go to that field until a certain number of moons have passed, and when you finally go to that field, there is the corn, there is the gift to feed the future generations, along with tobacco, which came from the bones that were dragged around the field. In any case, he was surviving on the blood of the maple tree and the body of the mother. So he was completely involved in the cornmunion while he was trying to teach his followers of a different way of life. His blindness, incredibly ironic and fun to kind of look at and see that as a metaphor for what Europeans did in their genocidal approach to Native people. Because of the story about the Abenaki rose, claiming that it was a Maine corn, with some questions in my mind, then the idea, I can't remember where I encountered it, but the idea that it may not have originated in Vermont, it may have originated in New York, and then was brought to New York by ancestors or is gifted by a native family. It gets fuzzy beyond the Roys. Variety that in the winter in the 1800s, 1830s, or whenever, when there was a volcano that erupted that this was one of the only varieties that survived that summer where there was a frost every month as part of the heritage of this corn. Yeah. So there is a woman whose name I can't tell you because I can't hold it in my head, but Heron knows who she is. Back to our lady friend, and I don't have her name in front of me either, who wrote The Whispering Ancestors, and I can get that name to you. She in her process, as she got more invested in the corn, where the corn started talking to her, and she did this exquisite self-published book, she was befriended as a mentor by a man from Oklahoma who I believe was Cherokee, who was a keeper of hundreds or thousands of varieties of heirloom native corn. And I believe his name was White Eagle, might have been Carl Barnes, something like that. But as he approached his passing, he gifted a chunk of his seed collection to her, and he gifted the balance of it to a woman in the Six Nations. And she has been going about the business of rematriating, as her word. I think her name is Angela Ferguson. Within the spiritual traditions, whether it's a vision quest or this or that, or within the Christian tradition, there is this term called a calling. And many people go through their lives not having a calling, where Spirit has kind of tapped them on the shoulder and said, and given them a push and said, do this. And a lot of people, and you may be one of these people this may be more than a curiosity for you. But I was trained with 8 years of higher education, and I wound up recognizing that I didn't want to be in a parish, in a church, and I wound up experiencing a calling for something I had, which was to become a Johnny Appleseed of masonry heaters in North America. And so that's been my life's work, is taking this wonderful European tradition and sharing it with as many people as possible and making it my career. Along the way, I already had the lifetime experience of growing and loving corn, but it had never occurred to me that it might become a calling. And so I had a second experience and it had to do with those 12 kernels. I had this second experience of, wow, this is really important stuff to be doing. And it was, again, a gentle and then not so gentle push to say, you need to do this. You need to do this because other people aren't doing it. I mean, Will Bonsall was certainly doing it and other people were doing it, but this is important work for you to be doing too. So that's where I use the terminology. I'm not, jumping into corn because I'm hungry to do it. If corn speaks to you and says, do this, then it becomes your sacred trust to carry out and to do. More about a calling in a traditional sense of what a calling is, which often is out of the blue. Having experienced this and working with it, and it's a struggle because if you're lazy and people are lazy and I'm lazy, then neglect sets in. And that big pretzel jar, the plastic cap on it that you left in the basement thinking you were going to put it in the freezer or in a better container, you walk up one day and the rats have chewed through the top of it. And it's a kick in the ass saying, you are not doing what we've called you to do. You are not giving this the correct amount of care. And the more you read about corn, the more you hear the native language people saying corn is an intimate relationship between people and the corn. It has to be cared for very deeply, very dearly. I was just at an agricultural trade show and a woman came through who sort of was doing some farming, and she says, what can I grow that I don't ever have to do absolutely anything with. And I gave her a quiet stare. And I said, you should grow weeds, which was me trying to slap her in the face and say, you fool. There is no way that you can be in right relationship to a sacred plant. Don't abuse me with your interest if you have no willingness to commit yourself to relationship to this plant, which is what it has always been throughout human history on this particular continent. It's always been a sacred relationship between the people, primarily the women, and this amazing, amazing plant. Hear the word maize in amazing?
Mm-hmm.
So it is women who have carried the tradition forward. It is women who have invented, by constant observation and care, change after change after change that would make it viable in place after place after place as it pushed further and further north. It's a remarkable book that I can't tell you the name of, but I can write you the name, that was published by, I think it was the University of Man or the Museum of Man in Ottawa. They did a show. You know, museums change their shows. And they did a show, and then they printed this remarkable book after doing research called the Corn, I think it's the Corn Keepers of the St. Lawrence Valley. And it turns out in the 1500s, when the first European explorers of renown, Cabot and Cartier, I think it was Cabot, I'm not sure which one it was, made 2 trips, one to the mouth of the St. Lawrence in the 1500s, and there were native people fishing and had corn with them that they were eating. He didn't go further down the river or up the river. But in the second trip, which was the next year, he went well up the St. Lawrence, apparently all the way to Montreal, and along the way observed and wrote about these villages, which he gave names to. One was Hochelaga, and I forget the other one. One was Quebec, and the other was not. And so in any case, these were 1500s. These were cultures that were growing corn as their primary food. And so this is a very fascinating book as they've tried to, quote, rediscover where these villages were, what became of these people, et cetera, because it's kind of a lost history. So there's just an incredible amount of buried information out there, which within the oral tradition, Native people hold and don't, and this is not pejorative, they don't give it away because what they give away always gets abused. I believe there is a proper friendship established. You begin to learn things you never thought you might know. I suspect that Angela might be that person. She might not, but I understand that she now and her cadre of people grow enough corn to feed that reservation completely. So it's an error we make to not go to the source. So she's there. I'll tell you one more person who I haven't met. There was a couple who for probably 30 or 40 years had a nursery in Potsdam, New York. And I've done 2 projects, masonry heater projects in Potsdam, and that's how I came to know them. The second one was for them, for their daughter. But they ran an operation called the St. Lawrence Nursery. And so they were growing and researching hardy fruits and plants, mostly fruits and bushes, trees and bushes, that were the most northern hardy. So this man knows the name, he and his wife know the name of every plant there is, period. And he would coach students in their national competitions to do this. They kept this operation going for 45 years or so, and then they retired. And they wanted their daughter and the son-in-law to take it over, but they weren't interested. So another younger couple has taken it over. And I recently talked to him last year, and the corn thing came up. And he said, we get our corn from blah, blah, blah. And I can't tell you the guy's name. I can't remember it. And I said, well, tell me more about him. And he said, oh, yeah, he's he's up in the mountains, in the Adirondacks. And this fellow, my friend, has roots in the Adirondacks. And he said, yeah, he's growing corn for the future. And unlike our natural inclination, which is to, let's find this ancient variety and isolate it, he's doing just the opposite. He's taking the various corn varieties that he can find that are traditional, and he's growing them together on purpose to create a future climate hardy corn. And if I were to do, and I would like to suck you into doing work on it. Mm-hmm. If we were to do another conference, I would like to have him be a speaker.
Yeah.
So I've had a very gentle introduction by email. I've never met him. I should be driving over there to meet him. But he's one of these pioneers who's seen the light at the end of the tunnel. He's seen the future. He knows we're headed for tough times, and he's trying to create corn varieties which will be able to handle these various shocks that are going to come. By combining the various heirloom varieties rather than separating them, he's trying to come up with this future possibility. One final story. It's not the final one, but Heron was telling, because he was a speaker at our conference. We had 4 speakers, and he was saying worldwide there was a crisis several years ago, and there was a fungus of some sort or a disease of some sort that was attacking corn all around the world, and they couldn't come up with a solution. And finally, they started experimenting and found out that one of the corns, which modern biology and agribusiness was not interested in, corn, do you know what tillering is?
Mm-hmm.
So my friend Ann Mefford, who she and her husband run a magazine on no-till farming, and she's a gifted gardener, farmer, and seedling raiser. And so I gifted her with some of the Abenaki rose. They grew it the first year in their greenhouse, and the second year in a tiny little plot about 15 feet long and 4 feet wide. And it's such a diminutive corn, you would say, well, this can't be a serious crop. I'll grow this for fun and show it to people. Certainly, I'm not going to feed people with it. And so I went late in the season when everything was mature, and there was her little crop of Abenaki rose. And she showed me one of the stalks right at the front of the row. And so one seed had a central stalk with 6 tillers, and every tiller had a full ear of corn on it. So one seed had produced 6 ears of corn. And I said, oh, that's what Abenaki rose can do. This tiny little 70-day plant can produce, among other things, 6 or 7 ears at a time. No wonder it's treasured and valued. And I said, Anne, this is ready to be eaten, and every animal in your neighborhood is going to know about it because they all know about it. They smell it. You have to have it protected. She said, oh, yeah, we have the electric fence. We're going to put it up right away. And I said, do it now. And she called me the next day, and she said, we lost 95% last night to the porcupine. So back to Heron, he said they went back to these tillering varieties, which were not highly regarded by modern agriculture because they couldn't be treated as an industrial plant. They wanted something stiff and tall and single stalk. And they went into one of the ancient tillering varieties and found the gene that was resistant to this disease. And then they bred it into the modern varieties and saved corn worldwide. So it's astounding how the old stuff, the stuff that we disregard, has the answers for the future. Mm-hmm. And there are people that are thinking, well, we could grow corn here. Maine will become a principal breadbasket, we assume, as Arizona and other places run out of water, will have to be. Beyond that, this recognition of PFAS in the ground, contamination, every place that used municipal sludge, which the Department of Environmental Protection said was fine to use, back in the days when it was being used. Now, hunters have become, right-wing, politically speaking, hunters who were hunting on the land where this sludge was spread in central Maine near Fairfield, are now becoming radicalized by the reality and recognition that something which was precious to them, the deer that were running around there that they've been hunting for years, they can no longer hunt because it's unsafe. So that's a radical shift. And young friends of ours, Adam and Johanna, have become kind of the poster couple of the PFAS thing nationally, because their farm, which they bought in Unity, Maine, which is also where Maine Organic Farmers and Gardeners has their center, their farm, which they bought from a man who was dying of cancer, turns out to be saturated with PFAS. This is a huge challenge in Maine, is the PFAS situation. Everybody rethinking, how are we going to proceed? But there is, as I say, from the hunter side, this radicalization of, holy shit, we have to be paying more attention to how we're taking care of the land. You don't have to be farmers to be worried about it. They can be fishermen and sports fishermen and hunters, and suddenly they're caring about it again. So that's a very, very significant change in the last year. I don't see a lot of young people jumping into organic farming and doing well at it. There needs to be a kind of reawakening of that. And we've just built a heater for a couple that, between their land and leased land, they're working 400 or 500 acres, and they're astounding high-energy people. And they're growing corn amongst other grains, and they're becoming now a principal supplier to Fedco Seeds of corn and other grains. And yesterday, when I went to do, this is very emotional, I went to do the acid wash on the heater, the last step, and mount the doors. And young Jackson, who's 8, who's grown up on the land with a farm family, and who grows his own field of black beans and can drive the combine as big as a 12-wheeler dump truck, drives the forklift to help me unload my masonry. He comes in yesterday morning and he says, I carved this for you. And he handed me a 4.5-inch tall, beautifully 9-year-old carved ear of corn. And he said, I carved one for Justin, too, who's my partner on the job. So I guess the bottom line from all of this is Corn Mother does the giveaway of her life. The whole corn story is a giveaway. And we did this here as a giveaway to this family. And they are living a life. They're making a living, but they're basically part of that giveaway ethic. That's what they do. And so that's the lesson. It's the lesson of the Corn Mother, and it's the lesson of how are we going to survive in the future. The only way we're going to survive in the future, to answer your question, is if we learn to come into a more sacred relationship with the land, where we understand the gift that the land is to us and how we're supposed to relate to it, which is to respond with gratitude and share what we have. So that's the deal. What I tell people who want to grow corn, I say, I don't want to give them corn if they don't realize they're going to have to take care of it. I don't want to spend my life and hundreds or thousands of dollars creating the possibility for them to grow something and then to not learn how important it is to treasure it. So we don't, throw it onto the wind, so to speak. But I tell them, every animal you can think of likes corn. A bear, a moose, a beaver, a muskrat, a crow, a dog, a cow, they all understand that this corn is extraordinary, and they will try to get to it. A porcupine. So Anne didn't get to the corn before the porcupine did. That was her fault. She should have known better. On my land, I fence with an electric fence my little plot of gas bay, and the one variety that I'm not trialing, but I'm trying to go from 30 seeds to 5 pounds, let's say. And so that is protected with an electric fence and vigilance. We're watching it every day. It's in plain view of the house. I go out and put bags on it, like long popcorn bags, to put the ends of it. So I go out and I put those bags on every ear, and I clip the bottom of it with a wooden clothespin. And that works for about a week, at which point I begin to see bags being shredded and dropped on the ground. And I know I have rats, or in this case, catbirds have become very fond of it, and they will rip into it. At the point at which the bags dropping on the ground are greater than those that are hanging in there, I go out and harvest it, even if it's not quite dry, and then I hang it on a clothesline in the greenhouse where it's fine, and then it continues to dry. In the big field, we don't have the power, and we don't have the fence to do it. And so I have to use a different approach. And years ago, I attended a 2-day conference in Rhode Island where the keynote speaker was a biodynamic elder farmer now living in Australia who was befriended by an older woman, a widow, when he moved to Georgia, I believe it was. He was hacking away at his farming and failing, and she would come down off the hill and say, well, I think if you did such and so, you might have better luck. And by the time she was finished with him, he was growing remarkable crops. And he fell in love with her, and they got married. And they moved to Australia. I don't know why, but raising livestock and hay and grain and so forth. And every night he would have to go out to wherever it was and call the cows to come to the gate so he could bring them in. And she said, I forget his name, she said, Horace, why don't you just tell the cows to meet you at 5 o'clock when you're out there? Just tell them in your mind. And of course, the Australian native tradition is very powerful with its ability to communicate through mind thought. There's an extraordinary book called Mutant Message from Down Under. In any case, she said, just tell the cows to be there at 5, and they'll be there at 5. And so he did the little exercise in his head and told the cows they needed to meet him at 5, and he's telling us in this audience of 30 or 40. And he went out there, and lo and behold, the cows are at the gate waiting for him. He said, wow, that works. I'll do that from now on. And he said, that wasn't so much a big problem. The real problem was the kangaroos were coming out of the forest and jumping the fence and devastating his hay crop. And he said, I and all of the neighboring ranchers were going out night after night after night in our Land Rovers with headlights and flashlights, cruising the roads with our weapons, and we were killing as many kangaroos as possible because that's the only way we could keep our hayfields more or less protected. But he said it was a losing battle. And finally, one night, he went out and caught in his headlights down the road a little bit was a huge male kangaroo who did not hop away. It sat there with his tail supporting him and his forelegs up in the air, staring him down while he sighted this animal with his weapon. And finally, he didn't shoot him. And finally, it occurred to him that there might be another way. And so he spoke, silently or not, to the kangaroo and said, I have a proposition for you. These are my words, not his. I have a proposition for you. I will give you the first feet into my hayfields, and I will no longer hunt you or your people. If you will leave rest for my crop and for my cattle, I will no longer hunt you. And so he turned around and put his gun away and drove home. And he noticed over the next several days and weeks that the first 100 feet were still being eaten, but the rest was being left alone. And he said to himself and his wife, he said, well, this is probably too good to be true. This can't be interspecies communication that's going on. I know I did it with the cows, but not the kangaroos. I'm going to check with my other ranchers and see what's happening with them. And so he drove around and met the other ranchers and asked them how things were going with them, and said, yeah, we're going out every night and we're killing kangaroos because it's as bad as it's ever been. It's the same old problem, maybe worse. And he said, okay then. I realize I have created a different relationship with the natural world, and this is the system that I'm going to use. So he shared that story, and I chalked it away and I'm out in my field, and I knew that the first animals to come for the corn were the woodchucks. In the Native American wood tradition, by the way, in the Northeast, in the Abenaki tradition, guess who is the keeper of the plant wisdom? Grandmother woodchuck. So when you study the Glooskap stories, there is the story of Glooskap being adopted as an orphan by Grandmother woodchuck. And I won't go into that story right now, but anyway, she is the keeper of the plant wisdom. And in my career, the only animal that I've ever tried to kill in my garden was a woodchuck. After I had labored to plant and fence, somehow a woodchuck was in there eating my succulent plants across the road, and I went across with a long-handled shovel and beat it to death and felt horrible about it. In any case, it broke my heart to do that, and I had planted flint corn in my garden, probably Abenaki rose, which is actually flower corn, and I noticed that I went out one morning to look at it, and the seedlings, which were like 2 inches tall, every double leaf was laid over gently on the ground, and the sprout had been pulled up and eaten. And I said, oh, that's a woodchuck. And there were probably 10 or 12 of them laid down, so I put all kinds of barriers, branches, and stuff around it and protected it. And my friends or wife at that time put a trap under the pallet at the end of the garden and trapped and killed the woodchuck. So out of the big field, years and years later, having heard that story, I noticed in our big field, which was not our cash crop, but the crop that we were growing, our 10, 20, 30, 40 pounds of corn, mostly to give away and to have for cornmeal, I noticed that this same pattern was repeating itself, and I knew there were several woodchuck active holes in the field. So thank goodness for plant spirit medicine and connections with native people here and there around the country. I went out after I saw that happening. It was a repeat of what had happened in my garden. And I stood at the end of the field on a bright sunny morning with my tobacco, which was a sacred tobacco, which I had saved and preserved and given away again, thousands and thousands and thousands of seeds. I used that tobacco and I prayed with the tobacco, and I said to the woodchuck people, this is the corn that I'm growing to give away. It's sacred corn. It's really important to me to preserve it, but I'm asking you to leave it alone. And I'm promising you that unlike the other side of who I was earlier in my life, I promise you I will not hunt you or trap you. You can live freely on this land. I'll have the corn, and you will have everything else you want to eat. And lo and behold, the corn eating stopped. We never fenced that field, and we never have. And the birds come in here in flocks. Well, the catbirds try to eat the little kitchen variety, and birds flock to the big cow corn field behind us and delight in that. But they've left my corn crops alone. And the deer come in and eat the lamb's quarters that are growing as weeds and the potatoes that were planted next to the corn. And they're leaving the corn alone. And so I said, wow, this treating the corn and the animals all as sacred beings, it works. So that's what I'm doing. That's where we need to be if we hope to survive as a human species on the planet. Every native tribe that ever grew corn grew it in a sacred manner, with song, with dance, with prayer, with gratitude. That's the way it has to be grown.
Hi listeners, this is your host Luanna Nesbitt, here to introduce this episode's guest and storyteller. Today we'll be hearing from Bill Braun, a farmer and seed keeper of the Macomber Turnip of Westport, Massachusetts. This episode journeys through Bill's background and how they became involved with seed growing, as well as topics of community, seed ownership, traditions, and the honor of seed keeping.
My name is Bill Braun. I go by he, him, his, and I am a seed keeper, is the title I would like to go by. I came into farming from a myriad of interests, and putting my hands back in the soil after being a lifelong gardener was sort of like turning the prism around, so to speak. It was a way of concentrating a diversity of energies into something that spoke to all the issues I felt compelled to give myself over to. So that was about 15 years ago. I was a musician in grad school studying philosophy, and disillusioned with academia and the insularity, and tired of playing to nobody on Wednesday nights at 11 p.m. So I was, through a music connection, able to come down to South Dartmouth, Massachusetts, and meet Eva of Eva's Garden, and instantly fell in love with her and with the flavors and overall biodiversity of her farm, and walked away from grad school to immerse myself in my own education of growing food and using the agrarian lifestyle to address issues of social justice, environmental justice, everything that has now surfaced in such a timely way. And so essentially that was how I came to do what I was doing, what I'm doing now. My interest in seed was commensurate with my foray into farming as a profession. So, the enamorment of and the awe of holding these tiny miracles in your hand, the sort of literal and metaphorical embodiment of nature's principle of abundance, and saying, I would like to engage in this thing called seed saving. How do I do it? And in my own self-education, scratched the surface as to the state of seed, specifically within the seed trade and the seed industry, and was alarmed by what I read and saw and heard, and wanted to find a way to use my own farming endeavors as a way to address these issues. And so fast forward in 2014, I began farming where my partner and I now farm at Ivory Silo Farm in Westport, Massachusetts, right near the border of Rhode Island. It's a wonderful place to farm in many respects that is probably beyond the scope of this interview, but I can embellish another time. Suffice to say, the idea that I approached the landowners with, from whom we lease land, was that I wanted to use connections that I had through previous farms with restaurants in the Boston area as a financial catalyst for addressing what I felt was the crucial work of caring for seeds that was slipping through the cracks of the commercial seed trade. And the landowners happened to really like that idea, fortunate for me. And so I did just that. I had a relationships, with a number of chefs in Boston from previous farms who essentially said, you grow it, we'll cook it. And that allowed the farm to be a living lab and the restaurants to interface and allow us to grow things that we would maybe not be able to market as well otherwise, allowed for a wider gamut of diversity, both in what we were growing and varietally within varieties. So it gave us the fertile ground for extensive variety trialing and for taking on preservation work and breeding of new varieties and having an economic outlet to support that. It was a couple of years of doing that before we realized that the way that we were approaching both the market farm and the seed work had many advantages in terms of how they speak to one another, but we're also at a certain point doing each other a disservice. And so at the encouragement of peers, we pursued incorporation to a 501c3. That was something I resisted originally because I felt that I didn't want to spend time behind a desk fundraising to keep myself there. I had trepidation from my own experience, both being on boards of directors with other nonprofits and seeing peers, frankly, experience nonprofit burnout and say, it's hard to work within that system for what I felt I wanted to do. But we were very fortunate, in a nutshell, to have someone in nearby New Bedford who was a lawyer by training, and her nonprofit was set up to help nonprofits get started up for an incredibly reasonable fee. She walked us through all our hopes and dreams around how we would want to incorporate our seed work and what size we wanted to keep it at, what was endemic to the nature of the work. She wrote our bylaws, our articles of incorporation, everything that comes with it, and filed all our paperwork with the IRS. And so we paid a very reasonable fee of, I think, $600, and suddenly we received nonprofit status. And that instantly put a pin in the map, so to speak, for the work that we were doing just on farm, and allowed us to have something for others to rally around. And we never anticipated, nor do we still anticipate, being an umbrella for all the doings of seed work in the Northeast. I think that the strength and the beauty and the resilience of the seed movement is in its multiplicity and its mosaic and tapestry of small efforts, grassroots efforts, rather than an overarching sort of coherent singular strategy. So that was in 2017 that we incorporated, and that quickly took us beyond the borders of the farm we leased and brought in other farmers, gardeners, and plant breeders from across the Northeast. And it's been a wonderful ride so far. And we just celebrated our, fifth season. Is that right? Yeah. As a nonprofit. And it's for us constantly been keeping the care of seeds at the helm, first and foremost, because there's so much need and demand for seed education, seed literacy, and we've engaged in education and outreach, as a necessary part of the work. But first and foremost was always make sure that we're caring for the seeds and don't lose sight of that, because we're a small potatoes organization, and our aim first and foremost is to be with our hands in the soil and be engaging others and doing the same. Everything else necessarily follows from that. So that's where we stand now. We sort of use a threefold tagline for our seed work: preservation, adaptation, diversification. I was told by a friend who was a corporate consultant to speak in threes, and it's sort of worked well for what we were up to on the farm anyways. So that's, in a brushstroke where we've landed with Freed Seed Federation. And the start of that, as we're going to speak about today, much more than the nonprofit world, is the Macumber turnip. Because with my enamorment of seed came being in a community that had its own celebrated vegetable, which is increasingly rarity these days, though it may be that that's coming back more and more. So
I would love to hear the first event that made you want to start this work, and what was your rationale around it?
That's a great question. Well, on the farm, first professional farm I worked at, we were doing a lot of culinary herbs and salad greens. And so we were direct sowing greens a lot. And so I quickly had lots of seed in my hand regularly as someone who participated in that. And being primed for metaphor, walking away from a philosophy degree, holding seeds in the hand was a powerful. So there were a lot of brassica seeds originally that I was enamored with, particularly because we would have, let's say, arugula or mustard greens that would go to flower on the farm. We would harvest the flowers often, but there would always be seed pods left, and they would self-sow. And wasn't this amazing? And seeing these volunteer plants that were way more vigorous and healthy, just left to their sort of own device in certain corners of the farm than some stuff that we were even planting. So, that certainly provoked curiosity a lot. The first seeds I saved were those of tomatoes and peppers because they're, readily accessible garden varieties. And like many, my foray into farming included the diversity of tomatoes that was stunning. That this was right when heirloom tomatoes were starting to become a thing, biting into a tomato that had a taste and a flavor and a texture that was absolutely beyond anything I could ever imagine a tomato to be, I would say set me off in recognizing that, there were these little gelatinous sacks of seeds inside each tomato I was eating. Made me feel like I should just put a few aside and save them. So I did. And I felt simultaneously that I think, in my own personal life, I was yearning for an interconnectivity between myself and, the greater biosphere. And plants are amazing teachers and so giving and so generous with their time that it was an instant love affair. I had always been a plant person, always had my hands in the ground through gardening and landscaping gigs on and off throughout my life and at home. So it was a natural extension of that. And recognizing the power of, the mentors that I was turning to at that time, and some of whom with whom I still do turn to regularly, saying things like, a seed knows its place. You save it in place and it learns. And I just thought, this is it. I mean, this is a way to give myself over to participating as a tiny link in this chain of, give or take 12,000 years of human and plant coevolution. And this dance that has allowed humanity to not only survive, but thrive in its best moments, to give humanity an interrelationality with a being that doesn't have just, cute little eyes and a nose and ears, and just sort of pondering the power that was in this this co-evolutionary dance, and finding myself participating in it. There was something that was deeper and sort of subversive to the practice that I was ripe for at the time. So my first seed saving proper was Jimmy Nardello pepper. I learned fast how to not say what not to do, meaning I read that Jimmy Nardello peppers and all peppers were self-pollinating, and I grew them side by side with hot peppers. And the restaurant account I was bringing them to said that someone in the dining room nearly choked when they bit into this pepper dish. And what was I thinking? And I sent the wrong peppers, and I said, no, these are Nardellos. I saved the seed myself. It was a fun sleight of hand from the world of capsaicin that put me in my place, and I was grateful for that. So, I decided I need to learn a lot more because I knew enough to be dangerous, but I almost knew not enough to also be very dangerous and start down roads of things that I shouldn't, or make mistakes like that. So around that time, a neighbor who knew I was, what he said, you're a seed guy. You're from the get-go. My connection with the Brassica family has been incredibly strong. So there's been an ancestral connection unknowingly pulled out of me by something like a turnip. I never thought I'd fall so deeply in love with a turnip, but the Macumber turnip, or Westport turnip, or Cape White turnip as it's known, is a unique and special vegetable. The Macumber turnip is the pride of this area. It is one of the few vegetables in the United States that has its own plaque on Main Road in Westport. It is a source of heritage for the community of the South Coast, which includes, Westport, but also Dartmouth and over the border in Little Compton, Rhode Island, and Tiverton. And consequently, it was very heavily guarded. There are stories of a turnip analogous to the Macumber turnip, the Gillfeather turnip, where its keeper, John Gillfeather, had a sort of Gollum-esque relationship with protecting his precious and not letting the seed get out. So, this was part of, what I would surmise to be the economics of scarcity provoking competition. in an old guard mentality of farming. You didn't want your neighbor growing those turnips and taking them to the market and cutting into your profits. So those who were growing the turnip in town guarded it safely. I had heard remarks only half in jest about shotguns being pulled on people who were stealing turnips for seed in fields at night and things like that, and thought, wow, this is something new. But as a result, when I was offered somebody's turnips for seed and there was enough of a population to get viable seed from, I was grateful that they saw the bigger picture. I'm sure it was not everybody. I mean, it's one of those, I'll back up and just kind of go around in circles a little bit here, but one of the wonderful things about the Macamore turnip is not the uniqueness of its story, that it's an heirloom vegetable in a community, but the contemporaneity of that story, that it survived the vicissitudes of the seed trade and continues because of an embedded food culture and because of a strong farming and gardening community that's withstood a lot of the go big or get out eras that we've gone through, has been able to preserve it. So I was hooked when I had one. I had never had a turnip or a rutabaga that tasted quite like it. And I thought, I had sort of been orienting my compass for my own involvement in seeds around the intersection of flavor and food security. And this had both. And here I was in this community actively participating in the stewardship of this esteemed vegetable. So the turnip is Brassica napus. It's botanically a rutabaga, and it's believed to be one of these 1 in, 100,000 crosses, interspecific crosses between a true turnip, Brassica rapa, and a rutabaga. And there's also the Eastham turnip and the gill-feather turnip, who botanically share this same thing. So you can get more into the backstory of that, but basically that's how I came into it, was just the good graces of a neighbor who saw the bigger picture of younger generations got to care about this too. It can't die with a few old timers. Right. And, it also needs, I think, implicit in his gesture to me was that it needs youthful energy to carry the torch, like all good things. And so getting young people re-energized around the turnip and not having it be this sort of archaic thing that grandma and grandpa swore by on Thanksgiving, but is actually something that's rightfully a point of pride for a community and engages the community in its own continuation, was something special and something that I was hooked on from the beginning. So it was not created in our area. The seeds for what became the Macamore turnip were brought, the story goes, were brought from the Philadelphia Expo of 1876 by the brothers Aidan and Elihu Macamore. There are some families in our area who go back to the onset of settler colonialism, to Mayflower, etc. I mean, there are neighbors who say their relatives fell off the Mayflower and never left. And so there are a lot of these families who have been here for a while. I'm not sure how deep I want to get into that at the moment. But suffice to say that the brothers Macamore brought it back to Westport and popularized it. And it was an instant hit and became affiliated in terms of food culture with carrots and turnips for Thanksgiving. So this was the accept no substitute side dish for Thanksgiving. If it were turnips, it had to be the Macamore turnip. And then that later was marketed through Boston and elsewhere as the Cape White turnip at times, or the Westport turnip. So it went by a few different names, but essentially it was a point of celebration in the community. It's not often that you find communities where there are people at scale that are turnip farmers. There are vegetable farmers, sure. I mean, there are certain areas of the country that favor, say, growing wheat or growing sugar. There was a turnip farming culture in Westport, which I just think is wonderful. And, post settlement, Westport farms were, my understanding, largely truck farms. They were diversified vegetable farms and also raising meat to support the industry of New Bedford, which was the whaling industry, and Fall River, which was the textile industry. And as more, including my family, emigrated from the Azores and other parts of Portugal and the areas in Europe, some of the Portuguese farmers started doing more singular operations like dairy or dairy and silage corn, things like that. And so as diversified family vegetable farms kind of went by the wayside with the Earl Butz mantra of go big or get out, a lot of these dairy farms that were able to hang on became quite large. And so it's just giving some context for what Westport looks like now, which is, there are a few dairies that with the available acreage that has not been developed along southeastern Massachusetts and Rhode Island are managing an amazing amount of land. But there's also hay and silage to support raising beef cattle and dairy. And then there are still people who are doing turnips and butternut squash. So it's kind of a special thing. And then there are young folks. I would consider ourselves young. We've crossed the 40 mark at this point. But younger generation are finding alternative ways to engage in land relationships and doing a lot of, what we come to understand now in the young agrarian movement is, Elliott Coleman style packed farm or doing CSAs, farmers markets, things like that, diversifying in their own way. So it's just sort of, it's a community that was, pre-contact and all the way through post-settler colonialism, always a community that had agriculture and fishing as part of its landscape and livelihood, though the face of that obviously changed dramatically. So it's a neat place to find this heirloom vegetable have a continuation of its own life. The Rhode Island white-capped flint, also known as the Narragansett corn, is also just another quick example, which I know we're not going to talk about specifically, but another example with which food culture and tradition kept this corn lively and vibrant and relevant long after hybrid corn became the mainstay of most vegetable farms, monocrop farms. So diversity of brassicas even within the same species, And so I feel like it's a personal connection in terms of caring for that species. And I love nutritionally the way it feels in my body. I have a magnetism to the sort of shape and leaf coloration and coloration of the turnip itself. It expresses hues of purple, green, and sort of buff colored. It's bright white inside. Don't know the precise botanical history of Brassica napus, except that it's a more recent species of Brassica. I think it was like only 800 years or so old. Don't quote me on any of this, but it itself is a interspecific hybrid that has formed an entire separate species in its own right. So the history of Brassica napus being somewhat recent compared to the Oleracea family and radishes and so forth, it makes it somewhat special and unique. Just to begin with, I love thinking of intersectionality is such a theme right now, and so finding these interspecific hybrids that find a way to create something new and special is just sort of like the theme of the turnip, and why this particular turnip is so celebrated as it is, because it is, considered to be this very unique and special vegetable. It's not simply the terroir, so to speak, where it's grown, as that it is this wonderful vegetable. And when you grow them, they can get upwards of like 8 to 10 pounds, some of them. I mean, they can just be enormous. And one of the joys of farming where we are now is that turnips have been grown there prior to our farming there, and they came up in the weed profile. It was like, here's this sort of poster child for bioregional adaptation is, something that self-sows and is left to the corner of the field and suddenly grows like an 8.5, 10-pound turnip with these wonderful edible greens. I mean, it's so much food. It's just absolutely magnificent. And
what do you think are the aspects of this cultivar that has been so interesting to people who are growing it? And I think you touched a little bit on it, but its application, its culinary applications are almost limitless. You can eat it raw like a salad turnip, like a hakurai or a Tokyo market turnip. You can ferment it, you can mash it and steam it, you can roast it, you can it makes a wonderful soup. I mean, it's so versatile, and they store until we've been eating them first week of June, though they weren't quite as flavorful, but
the main demand for them has been around Thanksgiving time. That's the crunch where many farmers are selling turnips. And that tradition has kept them very popular in the area, those who know the vegetable. But I can think of scarcer times where, if you had a few of these in the root cellar, you felt like you were going to make it. Frumpy vegetable in the field is just, it's sort of, to me, like the pinnacle of awe when, from a tiny seed, a magnificent plant will grow. Brassica seed, the mustard seed, to get into the biblical parallel there. So much can grow from this tiny seed. And so I had not grown turnips before I grew the macamber turnip because my own gardening at home was, tomatoes and culinary herbs and maybe some ornamental pumpkin. And then Eva's garden was very focused on culinary herbs and salad greens and edible oddities, so to speak, lesser known, but really cool vegetables. And so, growing a turnip for me felt like, wow, that was my sort of epigenetic window into the past of being able to rip one of those out and with a cabbage knife just slice, and there it was in storage, just waiting to be eaten. I think I'm projecting a little bit, but I think the same attributes that I've fallen so hardly in love with are the things that I've heard most resonant with the culture of the community that supported it.
How does that relate to your work around this cultivation?
I noticed some of the farms that were growing the turnip, and these were not all the farms. There are still many savvy old timers in our area who look at the sort of young hippy-dippy organic kid on the block and smile and say, that's cute. So I haven't had many deep conversations about the turnip with them because I'm sure it's sensitive area. But I noticed that a lot of them were leaving turnips in the field to overwinter and gathering their seed from them. And so rather than saving the best of the best, they were saving the rest. And the best turnips obviously would go to market or be sold for Thanksgiving time. And I had heard about the farmer from whom my seed strain was derived, someone named Bob Motha, whose, I believe, grandfather had received seed from Elihu and Aidan Macumber. So it was, as close to the original strain as possible before it started moving around and had these substrains within the South Coast. And he was known for digging up his best couple hundred roots and replanting them. And that's where I was drawn to the first couple of years I was saving it. And then I found out that's what he did too. There was, kind of this moment of, save the best, not the rest, and make space to overwinter, as much as 200 large turnips with long, sometimes twisty necks, usually straight, and, vigorous tap, put them in wet sand, just find a way to keep them moist and unencumbered by rodent pressure in storage and replant them. So just was thinking about, some of the strains that others had seed from, like some young farm peers of mine said, I grew it and it sucked. It was all over the place. It looked like it wasn't well tended. And some years back, not that long ago, I want to say maybe 2017 or so, a farmer in town who passed away named Russell Davis bequeathed his strain to Seed Savers Exchange. And except for a few fits and starts, it was the first time in its near 150-year history that it was commercially available. And I had heard about that and went on to Seed Savers' website and looked at the picture of what the turnip looked like and was horrified because it looked nothing like the beloved Macumber turnip. And then you realize this archetype is, there are pictures of it for sure now, but it's largely just embedded in collective memory. And so, the seed goes to Decorah, Iowa, and it's grown out and it's thrown a lot of unique, weird, flat shapes, different combinations of green and white and purple. And what they chose to feature on the website, to me, was such a deviation from what I knew. We had always saved as much diversity as possible because we thought that was important, but it was within the criteria of, what's most resistant. We don't, we're organic. We don't spray even organic fungicides, our brassicas. And so we were able to select for Alternaria pretty hard first couple of years, even things like resistance to cabbage worm, imported cabbage worm, things like that, just by what is vigorous enough on its own to withstand this and still be a beautiful expression of its wonderful self. And so I felt that the next generation of farmers who wanted to, sort of continue this traditions, carry the mantle, and have that specialty market in their the community with which they were growing, know how to tend to it as well. And so, I've been on the soapbox a lot over the last decade and a half, but trying to open people's minds a little bit to cooperative ways of seed saving that don't just mean one farm is responsible for it. We've been sort of the nuclear farm for it. But with something like the turnip, it's an obligate outcrosser. It needs at least more than a few. There's a lot of storage, and it was a lot for us with the size of our market farm to cut into what we were growing for market, because it was always the biggest and best. So we did sort of an exchange program where I have, with my FSF hat on, my freed seed hat, have lent out seed to peer farmers in our network under the request that I come and flag the best, 20 or 30 root flavor proprietary, that you didn't want your neighbor to one-up you. There's one farm whose family has had an orchard, a large orchard in town since the late 1800s. And he had said to a friend of mine, you know what the greatest enemy of farmers are? Other farmers. We hate each other. And this kind of gruff, I thought, wow, my whole being sort of my family on both sides were farmers and fisher folk, but, it skipped two solid generations, one solid generation on one side. And so being sort of a first generation farmer, I just took it for granted that, the way farmers survive is to help one another and to share with one another and find ways to complement and diversify with one another. And so I was disillusioned with that pretty quickly, except in the area of seed, where people were excited to be able to just do what they do, grow the best possible crops they can, and be participating de facto in the preservation of this vegetable, not just by, growing it and eating it and marketing it and selling it and stuff, but by giving back to a seed stock. So that sort of formed an early template for the types of participatory plant breeding projects and collaborations that we've since engaged in with freed seed. The turnip was sort of the template for that early on, because we wanted bigger populations than what we were willing to give up on our farm. And we have not yet mechanized to the point where we want to scale to, turnips in the acres. It's always been in the 100 bed feet. So it's by staying smallish in that way, it's allowed us to bring others in and still do justice to the care and custody of the turnip.
I would love, just like in your experience, how has this cultivar historically been marketed or exchanged?
To my knowledge, marketed very largely up to Thanksgiving. And so, Westport being legendary for its turnips, there was a lot of pressure put on local grocery stores. I know some of the larger farmers will go up to Chelsea Market in Boston, which is a large hub for vegetable growing and exchange. That was a big market for them. And, a number of different roadside stands that some of which are still around today, that their signs don't read much. They're not carrying 30 different varieties of vegetables or, bags of arugula or things like that. But they have squash and turnips and, periodically other things like tomatoes and onions and stuff like that. So, that's largely how it was marketed in the community that I know of. And there's always been this competition between the Macomber turnip and the Eastham turnip, which is another one, Brassica napus, white fleshed turnip. And I'm sure there are many stories there that I have not yet explored, but there's always, since my arrival in the community, been this air of somewhat friendly competition between the two. Be neat to do a taste test side by side one of these days. But Eastham and Cape Cod has also a devoted following around the Eastham turnip as well. So my understanding just historically seems to be that marketing the Cape White turnip to a larger audience as this special unique vegetable probably included both of those, though I don't have the historical record at my fingertips to confirm that, just knowing that they're both a special thing. And then there was John Gilfeather up in Vermont. Now it's Waldoboro, Vermont. I'm forgetting where it was, but now there's a Gilfeather turnip. So this was a vegetable that just spoke to something in people enough to make it relevant for as long as it has. And I just, again, my own naivete coming in starry-eyed from studying in grad school, I never saw it coming with a turnip. I always thought, heirloom tomatoes all day. The appeal and the beauty is there and obvious. Didn't see it coming to fall in love with a turnip and realize why everybody else had when I caught up. So,
can you think of a specific time that community was heavily involved in the process of its cultivation?
Community has been heavily involved in its preservation since its popular. But there's, as in many rural displaced communities, there's an us and them mentality that is still pervasive, which extends into areas of racism, sexism, so forth. So the turnip was always, we're growing it. And farmers and gardeners, were always able to share seed with one another, get seed from someone if they didn't have enough, or buy their turnips from someone if they had a crop failure, always work with one another. But the first year I grew the turnips and saved my own seed, someone who I was friends with in the community, who was around my age, so this wasn't like an old timer, had found out from a friend of a friend that I was saving seed and growing it. And even though we had a very amiable relationship, he bristled and he said, why is he growing it? Why did he save it? So, there was this protectivism of, this is our vegetable and you people can't come in here and take our vegetable and go popularize it and appropriate it somewhere else. The irony of that, of course, is not lost, but the appropriation piece that is, but different conversation for a different day. The community has been very protective of it, but within those who consider themselves of the community, which has only intensified as more out-of-towners or sort of, new money has come to the area and the town has transitioned from the working landscapes of farming and fishing to a lifestyle town that likes the ideas of farming and fishing and likes the quaint little harbor that still survives here. That's a rarity among, the fishing industry and the diversified agricultural landscapes. I think there was even an increased doubling down of, we don't want somebody from away to come here and start growing our thing and then start selling it, as though you needed to somehow be indoctrinated. I don't think that this was necessarily universal because that's a stereotype that I don't think is reasonable or fair. But I do feel as though there were enough people in the community that saw that, somebody has to be maintained. Maybe it's not one of our guys, but somebody who's new to the community, comparably speaking, I get a pass in that sense because I'm a white male from America. So, it's an easier journey for me to come in and say, hey, can I grow this than it would be for many other people. I think us being farmers in the community in general and, being part of the Westport Ag Commission and my partner writes for the local paper, doing interviews, not unlike what you're doing now, to profile farmers in the area and keep those stories. The merit is demonstrable there. So we've certainly been welcomed in and now have been able to share seed with others and educate them, hoping that, they understand the many hands that have brought this to where it is now and that they're playing a role in this. And it's not really anybody's right to take it and popularize it elsewhere outside of its immediate sort of commercial doings. There was one effort for a minute that I was brought into without the knowledge that I would detonate it from within. But basically to go the way of the Vidalia onion and try to have some geographical copyright associated with the turnip, whereby you would pay $10,000 to have several strains of the turnip evaluated at a genetics lab, decide which one was the true turnip, and then trademark that and distribute the seed as the true Westport turnip and market it as such. And I said, that is a gross undermining of the generations of people who have kept this within without any, prerequisite of copywriting or proprietary ownership, because it was sort of implied within the community keeping it. You didn't need to go have somebody register a trademark or a geographical copyright for it. And you certainly didn't need to say the genetics of this that all came from the same strain are the true genetics, because they deviate ever so slightly. And we're proving that because we have that, basically putting together a lot of numbers to add up to a fancy pants grant that you could apply for to make all this happen. I've seen some effort like that among a few people in town, but they're not the people who have been growing it for a long, long time. And so, I guess I'm coming back around to myself there. I think that's probably.
Do you feel you are a part of a seed sharing community as of now among this term?
The community that I feel so grateful to be a part of around seed is more regional and national. Okay. I do think there is a tacit acknowledgement of participating in the turnip tradition, being farmers in Westport. And as more and more people in the community have found out, either from us or behind closed doors, that we are growing the seed and taking care of it, and we're not, breeding some new vegetable that we're putting a utility patent on. Mm-hmm. We're just growing it to keep it going and to share it freely. There's been increased encouragement and acceptance of growing it.
Do you think this relationship to community for you and the work you're doing has an impact on how you relate to the cultivar?
Yes.
How so?
Very much so. I see myself as a joyful participant in the culture of this vegetable. I don't have an interest in marketing to a seed company. When I have shared it with peers from as far north as Quebec, as far south as Maryland and Kentucky, it's always been, this is something that is a piece of community heritage. Mm-hmm. And we know we've been able to develop the language and explore the nuances of heritage seeds much more than when I originally stumbled into this community and fell in love with the turnip. So I'm grateful for that. But I don't feel that it's still, irrespective of it being something that's sold and we sell it to our restaurant accounts and we wholesale it to some of the small grocery stores in the area. It's not the same as, say, being a space holder for a rare variety of indigenous, which we've also been in the place of. That's a much different sense of care, and although there's much overlap, meaning I would never market, breed, sell in any way. I would never ascribe economics to a seed that is that special. The turnip is special in its own way. I have no problem with marketing the vegetable because that is part of the tradition that I'm participating in. But I have reservations about others taking it without the consent of the community of West, and others growing and preserving the turnip that's part of the tradition. The decision over who's able to control the seed and who's able to market the seed and profit off the seed is a different question.
Are you worried about the future of this variety?
Working with any vegetable that's not, the seed of which is not commercially available, always feels a little bit like you're dangling on, 6 guys around town unexpectedly, and that could be the end. But the appreciation and awareness of the turnip is broader than our immediate community, though the community celebrates it so hard. And I feel as though enough gardeners and new people are getting interested in it that seed is out there. So I don't think it would ever run the risk of falling in the hands of, say, one person or one farm like us. I think we may be, for a younger generation, providers and caretakers of the seed itself, but we're not alone in its growing and cultivation. And if we ever had a fire in our house or something happened to our strains or the deep freezer, there's enough seed we've distributed at this point that I feel like we could pretty quickly reset it. So I feel very hopeful, and there are new celebrations of the turnip that are cropping up too that are really exciting, that peers of ours who overlap in the food artisan world have seen the joy and the value and the delectability of the turnip, and There were once turnip dinners that happened in this area, I think probably like 40 years ago or so, where people were doing like 6-course turnip meals just to promote it. And those were among them some of the same people that eventually wanted to do some sort of copyright. It was very much about marketing the turnip to a wide. But now these new traditions are taken up, and we did the first turnip festival at a general store. It's the oldest general store in the area that peers of ours own and operate. And most of the people who took turnips home that day and came had not tasted it. That gave me hope. It wasn't just like the same old group of us farmers and food people shooting our own horns, that there was interest in it as a regional treasure and as something that is embedded in a food culture in the area. That's something people can be proud of and can participate in. So I feel optimistic about its future.
Are there any specific things that you think need to be done to continue this?
More people saving. It sounds sort of trite, especially within the context of this conversation, but the more of us that are saving seed, the better off we all are. And that's something that unites every seed keeper I have met, every seed saver I have met, plant breeder, from many different backgrounds. It's that the many hands have brought us to where we are now, and many hands will ensure that, food continues to, and plants continue to co-evolve with us and co-adapt with us in unprecedented times. So that would be my sort of blanket statement is the more they can grow it and participate in it. And there are ways for people of all scale to participate in that.
Thinking more broadly about the seed system, and then what are your...
I feel like what I would raise as concerns are things that I see action happening on. And so I feel very optimistic in having heard my seed elders say where the practice of seed saving and, the awareness around bioregional seed and, local seed, from adaptation to distribution and community exchange, where it's come from where it was when they were engaged in it. It's sort of the nadir of regionalized seed and, this continued exacerbation of consolidation and globalization. The Northeast is unique in that, this is something that I know during the seed conference we've spent time on, and you're well aware of at this point. But the collective buying power of the Northeast is not such that we dictate trends in the seed industry. We will be left behind by the seed industry with continued consolidation. There will always be, maybe there won't always be, but there will likely still be seed companies in the Northeast like Johnny's and iMowing and Fedco that are, doing their best to do some breeding and also find seed that's most appropriately adapted to the area. But the work itself being done in the Northeast compared to other seed growing regions such as the Pacific Northwest and, areas of California, it's no competition. There's not, in my experience now, and having gone out to the other coast and seen how tight the seed growing community is out there, because it's in many places like a world-class place to grow seed. The knowledge exchange, the infrastructure sharing, the awareness and the ability to be a farmer who grows seed on contract, always felt like something in the Northeast because of the erratic weather patterns that we have, though that's nobody's spared of that these days. Always felt like something that wasn't an option in the Northeast. And it also felt to me coming into the seed community some time ago, like there were these sort of disparate pockets of people doing this great work that didn't have something to unite around and find each other in the ways that were so deeply enmeshed on the West Coast. When I went over there for one of the seed conferences that the Organic Seed Alliance did, and some peers that I was staying with, seedkeeper friends, were like, "So what do you do?" And I told them what I did, and they kind of looked at me blankly like, "Well, yeah, dummy," because over there, it's just that's so taken for granted. It's not as unique a thing to be. It's a vocation to be a seed farmer, whereas that there's an utter scarcity of that in the Northeast. Yet, as friends of ours have, Heron included in this, have reminded us with an eye towards history, the Northeast was once the place to grow seed for American agriculture. And so it's not to say that it's not challenging. It certainly is, but there's all the more reason to get more people involved for the Northeast, growing for the Northeast. So I see, I wouldn't use the phrase canary in the coal mines so much as the fact that there's both regional seed companies here. There are seed elders here. There is an institutional knowledge of seed growing here that's still not completely gone. These pockets of heirloom vegetables that are supported, the seed of which is supported by community. So all the pieces are here for the Northeast to be able to take care of itself. And I think, extending the principle of self-reliance to communal and regional level, it's in everybody's best interest to increasingly think of, what are the things that we can save seed from reliably here, and what are the alternatives of exchange. It's not to go against seed companies, but to see them as, one among many different modalities of seed exchange and seed participation. And so what are those other ones? Community seed networks, seed swaps, sort of more equitable access and distribution to both land and seed. And ensuring people that whatever scale they're on, there's a way to partner up. I gave the example of farms growing the turnip with us, but just a quick example of this too that I love so much that it really illuminates it. This is from Will Bonsall, the seed saver in Maine, Scatter Seed Project, an elder in our community for sure. Will has told the story of a group up there that grew one specific variety of flint. I think that one of the things that is hot in our mind with varieties that we're caring for now, and we've kind of touched on this already, is how to sort of question that's prevalent on my mind now with where our new varieties go is how does one, not just us as an organization, but how does one individual or organization use the release and the distribution of a new variety of seed as an event in and of itself? So I just commend what Fedco, for example, has been doing as a seed company, offering indigenous royalties, offering voluntary breeders royalties, experimenting with new ways within the commercial seed trade to serve the needs of its customers, gardeners and farmers, but also think of ways for people to value, support regionalized seed and seed keeping and everything that comes with it. Other seed companies like True Love Seeds, I lift them up every opportunity I get because I think Owen and Chris are totally inspiration for me and others that have worked with them like Amira Mitchell, and how they formed a seed company that has eschewed the trappings of a nonprofit, but have been able to preserve culturally relevant varieties and bring small farmers and gardeners in to participate in the sharing of the equity around that. I think is fantastic. But I think the work that's so needed now is what are those other ways of seed distribution? What are the other ways? I mean, there are seed swaps, there are exchanges, there are things like that happen. But how can we care for seed as a community, but also keep seed within a community in a way that it doesn't fall into the hands of those who would appropriate or profit or not value the work of the community itself in keeping this plant dancing? And I don't have answers for that at all. And I don't think it discounts or excludes any of the current outlets we have for how seed gets shared and distributed. But I think that's a very pressing question as we look at the egregious rise in intellectual property, for example. That's side by side with the awareness of community-based seed networks. So I think just finding new ways that make sense within particular communities that can also be templates or things for others to tweak or revise will be the work of our time in terms of reinvigorating and vivifying and reestablishing bonds with our plant relatives and with seed ways that ensure that everybody is able to eat and care for the food and have their own sense of ownership over the food with which they grow and care for.
Makes me just think about what you said earlier, the flavor and food security wrapped up in one.
Flavor is it. I mean, bringing people, congregating around a meal and celebrating the spoils in that way. And I hate to use the word spoils, but celebrating the hard. sort of convergence of care and effort and stewardship in sharing a meal with one another and having it taste good. It's I think that it's easy to poo-poo sort of the high cuisine style of celebrating food, but it is an art as much as it's a spiritual act, as much as it's an act of hope and faith to continue to care for seeds and to make sure that the food we eat tastes delicious. There's also biological implications of that, the secondary metabolites and so forth that's present that are the determinants of flavor, so I'm told. So there's a biological basis for that as well. But bringing people together around good food, there's nothing quite like it. And seeing people try something that they've known for their whole life, like butternut squash, and say, I never knew a butternut squash could taste like this. I mean, those are the revelatory moments for me, where people realize a combination of, observation and attention and care in the field all the way through to the plate has brought something that is so extraordinary in and of itself that we don't need to say doctor it with tons of maple syrup and cinnamon. Flavor shines just as a product of who it is and how it was grown and cared for. I think flavor is sort of the nexus between all these things that we've been talking about. Bring people together around a table and share a meal. It's a powerful thing. Preserving the stories behind seed are as important as, adapting the seed and tasting it and everything else. So many of my peers have said it more eloquently than I have or will right now. But finding ways to supersede economics with how we interact with food, I think will also be not just the crux of how we save seed going forward, but the way in which we see ourselves as of the world and in it. I think seed is such a potent manifestation of this idea. It's just so ripe with metaphor that it explains itself. But I think the need to reevaluate value in general and ask ourselves the question of what is enough, oriented through the lens of how does one live a meaningful life. Seeds teach us so much about that, and being engaged with growing plants through the entirety of their life cycle and, being midwife to them, being shepherd to them, being nourished by them, sustained by them. If more were able to do that in a meaningful way without the imposition of economics, or at least the pressure of late-stage capitalism, we would have a much different way of our relationality in the world in general. I think food and plants and seeds almost in and of themselves have that power, because they're hinged to how we walk and dig into this earth, how we distribute food to the most ostracized and oppressed among us, or the most infirm among us, how we care for one another, and how we interact with the biosphere more broadly. So nothing is a silver bullet in this world, but if more people were at least engaged in saving seed on a day-to-day basis, whether it's in a flower pot in their front yard, or it's as part of a commercial growing operation, to be able to find ways to interact with our plant relatives and care for seed that don't have the bottom line of economics, allows for a much deeper and more meaningful engagement with how we sustain ourselves and how we live on this earth. So much is hinged to the seed.
Hi listeners, this is your host, Luanna Nesbitt. Today we are joined by renowned Northeast seed saver, Sylvia Davatz. In this episode, Sylvia shares her perspective on seed keeping and the role of home gardeners, and explores her own work with the Onion Initiative and the Southport Red Globe Onion of Southport, Connecticut. Sylvia explores regional seed keeping and home gardening as a solution, community engagement around seed, and her perspective on the future of regional seed saving.
My name is Sylvia Davatz, and I guess pronouns she, her. And title, I'm not sure. I don't really have an official one. I am a seed saver, and I suppose that's about as official as a title could possibly get. I was born in Switzerland, and we moved to the States when I was 2 years old. So I grew up in the States, but we moved back as a family when I was 16 years old. And I lived there for 8 years, which was, at the time, it was a very difficult experience. I was sort of taken out of high school, and continuing a formal education was not really possible for a whole variety of reasons. But in hindsight, I'm incredibly grateful for that experience, because I think it gave me a kind of objective perspective on a couple of different cultures, sort of a deeper understanding of cultures that I would not have had otherwise. So I came back to the States when I was about 25, and I had missed the 60s, which at that time was the most interesting part of, what had been going on in the States. So I was very eager to come to some understanding of what the societal and cultural changes. I've sort of been back here ever since. But while I was in Switzerland, because there was no real opportunity to continue a formal education, I did an apprenticeship, and it was a formal apprenticeship as a bookseller in a bookstore.
Cool.
For 3 years. And Europe still very much has this system and this option in place, which I'm a great sort of advocate of. I think it's a fantastic possibility. For instance, in Switzerland, you cannot open a bookstore unless you are certified and have done a formal apprenticeship. So it elevates a lot of trades to a level that feels much more professional in a sense. And so because of that, there's a sense of dignity associated with the work. And I started working in a bookstore first, and after doing that for a while, I went on to work in a library, in a Harvard undergraduate library. Did that for a couple of years, and then I worked for a publisher and did book production for a while, and that was absolutely wonderful. But because I didn't have a degree in library science or in anything else that would relate to publishing, for instance, I decided to do a little bit of a switch. And I had always wanted to be self-employed in my work. I had always wanted to do work where it did not matter that you did not have a formal education. It did not matter what gender you were, so there was not a gender-specific or a gender-related hierarchy. And all that mattered was that you were good. And so I started taking classes in jewelry making at an adult Center for Adult Education. And I've been an inveterate course taker all my life. I've always loved taking courses. So I started with that, and then I moved on to taking workshops at the Mass College of Art, a studio workshop that I took there. And I lived in New York for a year and attended a school there that specialized in teaching jewelry making techniques. So upon moving back to Boston, I basically set up studio space. I designed a production line. I started applying to trade shows. And for the next 16 years, that was basically what I did. I designed and made jewelry and sold it through galleries, essentially all around the country. So it was wonderful. It supported me. It provided a livelihood, and it provided all of the other aspects of life that I really valued: the independence, the ability to choose where I lived, and the sense of no hierarchy within the craft, and sort of the color and texture and how that interplayed with organic shapes in the jewelry and all of that. So that was really wonderful. And then I learned that one person dies every day in gold mines of South Africa. And I thought, do I really want this to be my livelihood? And I've always loved gardening. I had been taking classes in landscape design. I went to the Radcliffe seminars in landscape design and took courses there, and felt at one point that I was competent enough in this so that I could set up my own business. I did landscape design and installation for a number of years. I also did 3 stints actually in all, of cooking on a whale research vessel. And we went up to Alaska a couple of times and down to Baja California a couple of times, and I was the cook. That sort of, it supported my confidence in my own cooking ability, love of cooking. I've always loved. And so I came home and started a catering business. How far are you from the nearest supermarket? So things like that were always, the challenging parts of it were always the most fun. But at some point and of course through all of this, I have, the common thread through all of this has been gardening, and for the last 25, close to 30 years, seed saving. And in many ways, that has felt like the most meaningful work that I've been doing. And since my quote-unquote retirement, that's really been the main focus of my work. And in a way, I have the luxury of no longer needing to make a livelihood from what I do. So I can devote all of my time to the seeds and to the seed work and offering seeds to others and rescuing rare varieties and making connections in the seed world and all of that exploration, which of course is endlessly fascinating. And the beauty of gardening is you have never learned everything there is to know. There are always new horizons and new pursuits and new things that captivate your curiosity and things that you want to explore and follow through on and connections you want to make. And it's just, the work is endless. My first memory is that I became aware that varieties that I loved were suddenly no longer in the seed catalog. And I found that alarming. And I think that was the first impulse toward exploring what I could do or how I could be instrumental in ensuring that the varieties that I loved and cared about. And of course, what came with that eventually was an awareness that not only were there some varieties that I had grown accustomed to and were my favorites, but there were rare varieties out there beyond the ones that I was accustomed to grow that were in danger of being lost. And so just one thing led to another. And this is the thing about seed saving too. You know, you start with a variety of tomato, maybe. And then you realize, well, you know, there are peas out, lettuce and beans. And, you know, what could I expand into? Yeah, there's gardening history in my family. I had a great aunt in Switzerland who was a very competent and experienced and devoted gardener. And it's one of those situations where I think, oh, if only I'd paid better attention when I had the opportunity, you know, and I'm sure I could have learned so much more from her. She was very knowledgeable about medicinal plants as well, herbs, and what might grow in the landscape that we could use as either food or medicine. So I have this very powerful memory of her. She was also an unusual character. She never married, but she went to gardening school, and this would have been at the turn of the 20th century in Switzerland when women just didn't do that. You know, there was really very little societal support for women pursuing anything other than, you know, being in the house. So she was a pioneer in many ways. There isn't really any, I mean, I have some childhood memories. I know we had blueberry bushes, and I know that we had peach trees in the garden, and I have these very powerful memories of succulent yellow peaches on my cornflakes at breakfast when I was a kid. But neither of my parents really gardened. But I think it's sort of part of some fundamental interest that I have in cultivating the skills that support some of our daily needs and our daily functions. And how do I grow my own food? How do I make my own brooms? Grow my own corn? All of these things that are so elemental. And I think that right now, in this particular moment in time, we're losing this. And it's something that I find alarming, because with many of these skills, I feel it takes one generation to lose them. If we don't make sure that there's a next generation of seed savers who know how to do this and who understand the importance of it and are competent in the skills, that's a lot. So it takes one generation. It's profoundly satisfying, nourishing, gratifying work. And one of the things that I love most about it is that it keeps a sense of wonder alive in me. Look at any seed, any lettuce seed or a bean, and imagine the capacity of that seed to express itself in a plant, in its various forms, in all of the intelligence that's embedded in that plant, and the potential for it to produce food that nourishes us and that complements our requirements, our human requirements for nourishment in very particular ways that I think we're also just beginning to explore, this whole relationship between plants and the soil and how that keeps us healthy. So seed saving on its most fundamental level is basic to existence. So I also, in a way, I love that it's very unglamorous work. How many seed savers do you know who have received a Genius Grant or a Nobel Prize, right? Or a leading work in some institution, or, are famous for one reason or another? None. I mean, it's quiet, behind the scenes, under the radar work. And yet it's so critical. It's critical to so many different things, to keeping history alive, keeping culture alive, keeping the stories alive, keeping us physically alive. And it honors the seeds. That's part of it for me too. These seeds that have come down to us through so many generations. One of the things that I love to say about it is that seed saving used to be a normal part of farming and gardening. It was a part of the cycle. You grew the plants, you saved the seed, you grew the next generation of plants from the seeds that you had saved. And so that the circle was unbroken in that regard. And we've broken it now, and we are so removed from where our food comes from the importance of seeds. So it feels so elemental. And the work, being out in the garden. Apparently there are beneficial bacteria in the soil. So you're rooting around with your bare hands in the soil, and all these bacteria are helping you feel. So there's just something so profoundly satisfying about the work. We keep calling it work, but if you enjoy it, it isn't. It's not work. There's physical engagement, and you might have muscle soreness at the end of the day or be really tired, but then you sleep well. I'm always reluctant to even call it work.
So I know you have a particular interest in the Southport red globe onion. Could you tell me about how you became interested in it?
There was one year during which, at one point, I became aware that in the seed catalogs, seeds of open-pollinated onion varieties were beginning to become less widely available. And I thought, okay, let's get it while we can. Mm-hmm. So I went through seed catalogs and I think I found somewhere between 13 and 15 different varieties of onions that met the specific criteria of what I was looking for. And I was looking for a yellow storage onion and a red storage onion. And it had to be long day because those are the cultivation requirements of onions in the north. And I wanted it to have good storage qualities, great flavor, ability to thrive where we are. And of course, if it was regionally appropriate, so much the better. And Southport Red Globe was simply one of those varieties. It comes from Connecticut originally, so it's a regional variety. So that it got extra points for that. But so I acquired seed of it and I began to grow it out. And in that first year was part of this onion project that I had initiated. And what happened with the onion project is that the thing about onions is they're biennials. Mm-hmm. They don't produce seed until the second year, and they will cross-pollinate with other varieties in the same species. So I tapped into the good graces of as many of my friends as I could and parked onions all over the Upper Valley for seed production. And to make a long story short, a couple of years later, the project was adopted by the Upper Valley Seed Savers, which is our local group of seed savers. And it became one of the varieties that we are maintaining. And several different members of our group have agreed to maintain specific varieties that are among the ones that were part of the original trials. But so the Southport, it's a fantastic onion. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's wonderfully productive. Mm-hmm. It thrives in our region. It has great storage qualities, wonderful flavor. It has some of the deepest red color I've seen in any red onions. So it's just all around an absolutely wonderful onion, deserving of being maintained and perpetuated.
So what do you think are the aspects of this cultivar that has been interesting to people who are growing it?
I think those who have expressed interest, others, and of course it's Bill Braun and Heron, I think their interest has overlapped to a large degree with mine. For them, it's been primarily that it's a variety with local history. But also beyond that, just its ability to produce well, great flavor, great storage qualities, beauty, all of those different aspects of it, all of the things that make it just a really wonderful variety. And it's not true of everything that you ever try. Some varieties turn out to not be great storage onions. They just don't produce well, or there are a lot of off types in the variety, or, all kinds of different things can sort of go wrong. But this is a consistent producer of top quality onions. I found it in a seed catalog, which is where I was able to locate it originally. And I'm pretty sure I maintained it for several years before Heron got interested. I'm pretty sure he's interested in being able to offer it, or he was interested in being able to offer it through the Fedco catalog so that it would once again gain wider distribution in terms of cultivation. And to help guarantee its perpetuation, I think.
Do you think seed catalogs, just looking into the future, do you think they'll play a larger role in continuing this variety?
This is a really, really, really good question, because seed catalogs are businesses. And of course, they need to make selections of their offerings dependent on what sells well and what's popular. They can't necessarily decide on the basis of what is historically important or what is rare. So for seed catalogs, there are very, very different considerations in play. I think that possibly as a temporary steward or as a temporary agent of the perpetuation of a variety, seed catalogs are useful. But this is precisely the reason I got interested in seed saving in the first place, is because I saw varieties being dropped. And so with seed companies, there's always that risk. The variety will be offered for a period of time, and then it might be dropped in favor of other varieties. Maybe it's not selling well anymore, or who knows what. The thing too, the added complication in all of this is that in order to save seed, you have to start with an open pollinated variety. And if a variety is open pollinated, anybody can save seed. Right. So what's happened over the years for me specifically is that as I built my collection, I would order seeds when they were available from seed catalogs. Many of them are not available anymore. Many of them are not available through the Seed Savers Exchange from individuals. So the thing about seed catalogs selling open pollinated seeds is you're going to order the seed from them one time. That's it. It's not like with hybrids where you have to order the seed every single year. I think that seeds being preserved by individuals in their own home gardens it's one of the most secure ways of doing this. I mean, of course, there are also seed banks, national seed banks. Most countries have their own, and we have a whole series of them all over the country. But that's not a guarantee. I think I would have to say, ultimately, there's no guarantee. But one of the securest ways is for experienced seed savers to commit to maintaining a particular collection in their own home gardens. Mm-hmm. I think community gardens are another possibility. That requires a lot of collaboration and cooperation, and people have to agree on a particular mission and a particular objective. Everybody has to grow the same cucumber in a given year if they're going to save seeds of it, for instance. It's that kind of working together that would have to happen in a community garden. It's not impossible, and in a way, one of the lovely aspects of that is that it encourages cooperation, and it encourages people consolidating their efforts and working together, and which is great. Well, the Southport is definitely a part of our Upper Valley Seed Savers Onion project. I know I am one of the maintainers of it. I can't remember whether there's someone else. I would have to look that up and see whether there's another one of us who's also maintaining, which is, again, it's another aspect of all of this. The number of seeds and the number of varieties that are worthy of preservation are in the millions. How do we preserve them all? Right. And if any given variety is the sole responsibility of any one person, there's a certain vulnerability there as well. So duplication is a really powerful tool. So having more than one person maintaining any one particular variety. So as far as this particular variety is concerned, I think there might be a couple of us who are maintaining it, which means there's a backup system. I think at this point I'm not worried about it. I'm pretty sure I've also offered it through the Seed Savers Exchange, although I'd have to go back and check. The tricky thing with that is that when someone requests seed from you through the exchange, you don't really know, do they intend to maintain the variety or not? So it's entirely possible that there are others out there. I also haven't checked seed catalogs lately to see how widely available is it, or look in the Seed Savers Exchange yearbook and see is there some other seed saver who's offering the variety. Of course, I hope it will continue to be maintained. I think the fact that there is such a growing, expanding interest in locally adapted varieties is very positive. And I think that will help many varieties. I hope this will be one of them. As far as I know, Bill Braun is committed to maintaining it. Pretty sure that Heron Breen is committed to maintaining it. So that's two other regional people. But beyond that, I don't really have any direct knowledge of who might be maintaining it at this point. Yes, of course, I hope it continues to be kept alive.
What are you hopeful for in like the broader seed system of the Northeast, and what actions could you envision in the Northeast happening to support this variety and other varieties?
I think just a number of things, and certainly education, a huge part of that. Bringing on the next generation of seed savers, that's sort of at the most basic level. We need to have people who have the skills. We need to have people who are based in land in a way that they have the capability to even grow some of these varieties. They need to have the skills how to do it. So I think bringing on the next generation of seed savers is key. It's a sort of overall to maintaining varieties. And I think the other thing is educating people about specific varieties, this one among them, of why it's exceptional and why it is worthy. It's a biennial, which means that saving seed of it is a little bit more challenging than some of the, bean pea, tomato, lettuce species. So it requires sort of an extra level of skill to maintain it. But I think there are so many things that could be explored. Getting chefs to be specifically interested in it would be another avenue. There are a growing number of local seed-saving groups. There's a new one over in New Hampshire that we just learned about. And they're very well organized, and they have a lot of members who already have great skills in this regard. And then, so maybe steering certain varieties toward them, saying, hey, you guys, do you know about this fantastic onion? Are you interested in taking it up in your collection? Do you know anybody who might have the skills to grow an onion? I think that's something that could be pursued. I would love us to think, as a society, to think more carefully about where our food comes from. That's sort of the beginning question. Where does it come from? What kind of soil is it grown in? Who grows the food? And then from there, as you go deeper, the next level, ultimately the question of where do the seeds come from? Who is growing them? What are we growing? Why are we growing it? Who's maintaining it? That's sort of the level that you come down to ultimately, and that's what I would love us to get to. And I think what goes hand in hand with that is an understanding not just of how elemental that work is, but how deeply satisfying and gratifying it is, and how it connects us to the most basic aspects of what supports us, keeps us alive from day to day, and keeps us connected to the soil, to our community, to our region, history, culture, memory, all of those things. So it is a huge subject, absolutely huge, and it's connected to absolutely everything. In many ways, it's ultimately a political act, if you think about it. How do we think about agriculture in general, and what is the agricultural system that we rely on now? How healthy is that? How destructive of the environment is that? So all these questions of sustainability, of regeneration, of how do we live our lives on this planet in a way that does not cause destruction. I mean, these are existential questions.
Hi, listeners. This is your host, Luanna Nesbitt. Today on Behind the Seeds, we are joined by the founder of High Mowing Seeds and longtime seed keeper, Tom Stearns. In this episode, Tom shares about his journey to seed and the history of the beloved Roy's Callus Flynn corn. This episode explores themes of relationships, regional seed companies, climate, and hopes for the future.
Tom Stearns, he, him, pronouns, no title. I mean, I'm the founder of High Mowing. If it needed a title, there it is, but I prefer no title. I've been in New England most of my life. I went out to Arizona for a few years for college, but have been in rural New England gardening and farming for my whole life. Raised by artists in Connecticut who each had a really profound connection with nature and a profound connection in their own childhood to agriculture. And so this sort of connection to nature through agriculture is something that has been a pretty solid anchor from my childhood into adulthood, and a really personal one, so a really spiritual one. My parents both were deeply spiritual people, and while they went to church, and that was for community, they also had a very deep, direct personal connection to the divine mystery through nature, and that made a very big impression in me and is still very core to me. So my work with seeds, my work with high mowing is all through that lens, the origins all the way until today. That's the drive, that's the motivator, that's the sort of purpose for me. So, I through high school years, I studied environmental science, and then really in college is where I fell more directly into agriculture as a career option, not this of gardening with my family growing up. Being involved with organic agriculture really aligned for me with being of service to this planet, helping shift the way we interact with this planet. And it was really early on in those college years that I encountered seeds and fell so deeply in love and was like, there is a lever that I can pull, that I can throw a bunch of my life force at to affect change in a big, big way. Seeds really captured my imagination from the biological place, from the cultural place, from the raw power of seed. As we know, everybody wants to control seeds. This is all of us sort of progressive, self-reliant folks want to control seeds. Monsanto and Bayer wants to control. So it's undeniable what the power is there. So I started saving seeds. I was a home gardener and I started saving seeds, and I actually had more seeds than I needed. It's pretty easy to do that. You get a 5-gallon bucket full of tomatoes and you save the seeds from them. And I was like, oh, right. I'm only planning on planting about 20 of these. And given some varieties during those years, college years, from other farmers and friends of the family that were not available in any others in a seed catalog anywhere. So I instantly felt this obligation and curiosity to not only save them for my own use, but also to share them. And so I put out a small little flyer with 28 varieties, mostly beans and tomatoes. And it was right on the cusp of that I moved to Vermont. But those seeds were all grown in Pennsylvania on a farm that I was working at. And I had a garden there. And then I moved to Vermont and started really intentionally planting a garden with the intent of saving seeds, as opposed to it just being a food garden that I wanted to save seeds for my own sort of self-reliance. Mm-hmm. And again, it was a really deeply spiritual thing for me. Like, I wanted the practical piece of saving seeds so I could take care of myself and like be as directly connected to my source of sustenance as possible. But that was much more than just practical. It felt like I am part of the rhythm of these plants. I am connected to this full life cycle. I'm not cutting their life short at the food stage. I'm allowing them to complete their life cycle, and that is contributing to me. And just the beauty and the awe-inspiring nature of being connected to these plants in that way has always been really beautiful and powerful for me. Okay, so then I'm in Vermont and I have this little flyer of seeds, and I'm like, okay, and then people start buying them, and I start learning about doing germination tests. And, I'm 20 years old at this point, so I'm just like learning as I go. So that's sort of the origins. So for the last, 12 or 13 years ago, I hired my first general manager for high mowing. That person was there for a few years, and then the second general manager I hired about 10 years ago. And so I've been aware that the growth and the size of high mowing exceeded my skills or interest in running everything in it. So I've, attracted other leadership for running things. And in particular, in the last 3 years, I've stepped back from most day-to-day anything at high mowing. So my relationship has really been helping to steward the company to a place where there is leadership there that has their heart involved as much as their head. As I shared, for me, this has been a passion. It has been something that is much more than just a business, and finding people who are not the founder of it, who did not choose this as their passion, but finding people who get infected with this as their passion, and that their heart is really, really engaged and involved, as well as their great skills and discerning mind, has been what a lot of the last 10 years has been. And the last 3 years in particular has allowed me to really step back quite a bit from it. I'm still engaged quite a bit. That was the meeting I just finished up. And much of what I'm still engaged with, besides like high level decisions about things and some financial things, has to do with the extremely practical seed stuff, because I'm still the guy who's got the most experience growing seed, cleaning seed, some of the plant breeding sides of things. Gotcha. Even some of the testing of seeds and disease issues around seeds. So I'm like an internal resource for the different departments in the company that are engaged in all of that. So when we have farmers who are growing seed for us under contract that have questions that our staff need support on, they will come to me. When we've got some disease issues that we're seeing in the lab that people think I might have some experience with or might know somebody who does, they might come to me. Yeah, my engagement with seeds now is much less than it's ever been before, and that's fine.
You kind of touched on it a little bit, just like your first memories of seed saving, but was there like a specific event that kind of like encapsulates your reasoning for seed saving?
I remember collecting seeds of every kind and just putting them in my pocket, like just as I was walking down the street or in the woods, Arizona, when I lived there, just as I was noticing all these plants going to seed and like, oh, that's the seed also. Oh, that's how this plant makes a seed. Oh, that's a grass, and that's what the seed looks like on a grass. And just filling my pocket with the seeds of mostly like roadside weeds, wild plants, random yard plants, not vegetables, the random things that I could collect. And I just emptied my pocket out at the end of each day into a 5-gallon bucket in my apartment. And then I would like dump that bucket out onto the floor and just start like organizing and looking at these things and realizing, oh, wild carrot looks a lot like chervil. Okay, they must be related. Okay, and starting to like put pieces together and really like an embodied, hands-on kind of experience of discovering seeds, discovering how they're related to each other, discovering the sort of biology, looking at the texture of them and wondering why, to what advantage is this seed to have this texture on it? But all of this is for a reason. So there's some biological advantage for how it then can spread itself, how it can keep the seed inside protected from a harsh environment, how it can whatever. So just this like non-textbook approach to just basking in the wonder and mystery of all of these diverse seeds. So I really remember that. It was a really powerful time of just collecting everything, playing with them, and just this like a real innocence, like a child would discover this and play with it. And for me, the wonder and the biology and the genetics all sort of started to flow into each other and really captured my imagination a lot. None of that had to do with commerce. None of it had to do with vegetables. This was just the like raw joy, beauty discovery of all these little creatures.
Was there any other like rationale for you when you were deciding to take this route?
Yeah, the fact that we're fucking up the planet so much. It was a huge rationale. And it's like the way we grow food and transport food and process food, the source of every fucking problem we've got. If you look at the core of almost every war in the last 500 years, it's about food and food security. If you look at all the health issues around the planet, it's either malnourishment or overnourishment. You look at the climate change. The biggest contributor to atmospheric CO2 is agriculture. If you look at water pollution, soil pollution, if you look at the sort of issues of struggle in rural areas around the world, so much of that has to do with this displacement of people and getting them off their land. The word terrorist has at its root terror. That means land. These are people fighting for their land. So we have, for a long time, been fucking things up. Remember the Fertile Crescent that you learned about in like 5th grade social studies class? The Fertile Crescent is a desert. They fucked up. This was 10,000 years ago. They all left. Everybody left. The reason why wheat spread around the world is because that's where wheat came from. And after 1,000 years of turning it into a desert, they all left with wheat seeds in their pockets and tried to find other places and brought wheat and spread wheat with them. The story of agriculture is the story of how we accidentally did not work with the core like biological truths and ecological truths in the world while we spread across the planet. Built a civilization based on all that fucked up model. How we farm, and that is determined greatly by the genetics of the seeds that we're using, holds the greatest potential for shifting the relationship between humans and the planet back in the other direction. We can farm in a way that builds soil organic matter, which sucks the carbon out of the atmosphere where it is a poison and puts it into the soil where it is fertility. The fact that our planet has too much of the good stuff in the air and not enough of that same good stuff in the soil is like a cosmic joke. Like money is floating around in the air, and we just need to figure out how to monetize the process of grabbing it and putting it in the ground. How we farm, and therefore the seeds that guide those farming methods, is essential. I really believe that there's great potential there. We're seeing it. We're seeing organic agriculture rebuild communities, heal the planet, help bring people in closer proximity to the food that they are eating. organic farmers are like frontline soldiers to really help not just provide food and nourishment, but the education and the new awareness for people about how important these things are. And so for me, this work with high mowing and seeds was really about making sure that we have the right tools. They're going to plant things that don't have the ability to forage in the soil for nutrients. They're going to plant things that don't have natural disease and insect resistance, that don't have high nutrition, that don't have the ability to be adaptable to hot, cold, wet, dry, all the things that are coming in unpredictable ways. We can breed for that. We can breed for all of those things. And so creating seeds and developing varieties that take the best of the old and the best of the new to really give farmers, organic farmers, a chance, the best chance of success for the amazing work that they're doing on a social level as well as an agricultural level. That is the goal of high mowing. That is the purpose. Organic seeds from my perspective. And so that has been the passion, that has been the point. These tiny, tiny, tiny little things, in my mind, greatest potential for affecting positive change on this question of our lifetime, which is, how do we live on this planet in a sustainable way? How can human impact actually be positive on this planet? Because I don't subscribe to this thing that the earth doesn't care and is just going to get rid of us. We were born here. This earth created us, just like it created lions and pine trees. So we are a beautiful outgrowth of evolution on this planet for 4 billion years. It needs us. It wants us. And we've got a lot of work to do to figure out how to do this in a better way. And organic seeds, organic agriculture, I think, is a key essential piece of that. The seeds are really connective. I mean, we've seen in the world how intellectual property and genetic engineering makes seeds a commodity and makes them private and brings fear into sharing seeds with each other. But at their core, and for 99.9% of our years of agriculture, seeds were something we shared with each other to help each other. So there's been a shift in that, but I think very much at its core, that is still true. Certainly for high mowing, that is true. We have been probably the most deeply collaborative seed company on the planet, organic or not. We will work with and share with anybody, and we regularly do. So it's been powerful to use seeds as the vehicle for weaving like that, and to help people who maybe forgot about that remember. When we started, there was not really a lot of other organic seed companies out there, the seed production pieces, but it also means some of the things in the business in the company and related to seeds, seed testing or seed cleaning, or even where we get seeds from, or where there's organic breeding happening, where it's not just old heirlooms, but where can we find varieties that have some modern disease resistances that will really help support farmers who need these plants to be more bulletproof. So in the early years, we really had to do a lot ourselves. But over the last 20 years, it's increased. So that's been helpful. We've got many partners all around the world on all those things. The other piece is really just as any small business growing in a rural area in Vermont, that means that it's tricky sometimes to find staff that we need. It means that there's a software company, you just have more people downloading your app. It doesn't take you don't have to make anything. You don't have to make those downloads. With us, we have to make all the things. So there's been some challenges there. And creating a company culture and maintaining and growing and deepening a company culture was a really interesting challenge. Going from 5 staff to 20 to 50 to 70, these are real differences. And so that's had its challenges too.
I know you have a particular interest in the Roy Callis flint corn. I'd love to just start how you became so interested in this cultivar.
When I was 17, I lived on the Hopi Indian res. 17, 18, got lots of seeds from my friends out there. And I brought those with me when I moved to Vermont when I was 19 or 20 and planted them in Callis. And I got to know people in the area, other gardeners. And one woman I got to know was a woman named Pat Walters. She just lived up the road from me in Callis. And so we became friends. And she'd been around for a long time. And she and her husband, when they retired, they moved up to Callis. But she had been there for a few years before I had, and she had heard about this variety and gotten this variety of an old Native American corn from that area. Mm-hmm. Didn't really know much about it, but was starting to grow it in her garden. I believe she was starting to grow it, or she had been given some seeds and hadn't grown them yet. Either way, I got some of those seeds and planted them. And one of the particular things about corn is she just had one ear. It's wind pollinated, which means that you've got that one ear. So, the mama genes are all from that one plant. The dad genes are from a grain of pollen that landed on each silk and fertilized each kernel. So who knows how many dads there may have been on that. Still, one ear means this is a pretty inbred sort. It didn't really have a lot of genetic diversity. Corn, that can really be a problem. Inbreeding depression can really develop pretty quickly with corn. And what that means is you get all kinds of traits. Like it falls over, it doesn't grow as well, it doesn't yield as much, it doesn't germinate as well. And it's really hard to get that back some of the vitality and vigor when something is really inbred. So I grew it, I realized this. And so I went back to Pat and I said, where did you get this from? I want to see if there's more ears or more diversity that I can get. And so she sent me to Barbara Carpenter in Cabot. That was who gave it to her. So I went to Barbara Carpenter. I don't remember if I met Barbara or maybe it was her son, but they had some jars of this seed that they were just going to grind for cornmeal. It's a flint corn, so it means it's for cornmeal. And so I got some samples of that seed, but some of those were jars that had been on the shelf for 10 years. It was hard to know if any of them were going to germinate or not. And so then those folks, I said, where did you get this from? Or do you know anybody else who was growing this? And then they sent me over to the place where they had gotten it from many years ago. I was to the home of this man named Roy Fair, Fair, also in Callis. So I'm doing this loop through Callis, Cabot, and back to Callis. There's a man in the door around my age at the time, 20s or something, maybe he was 30s. And he said, I'm sorry, I can't help you, and slammed the door in my face. I was like, wow, what's going on? So I'm slowly walking back to my car, kind of shocked. I hear the door of the house open and an older woman sticks her head out and she says, just drive down the road right here, first place on the right, and talk to the folks there. I think they'll tell you what you need to know, what you're looking to know, and then closes the door. And I was like, wow, okay, this got really interesting story. What's happening here? So I drive down the road, Duger Brook Road, and the first house on the right I come to, and it's this kind of ramshackly farmhouse. I knock on the door, and this older guy answers the door, and I just tell him briefly, and he welcomes me in. And I look into the house, and there's it is a fucking dump. Not just trash, it was physics textbooks and Playboys and like a pile of pancakes from like a week ago on a plate. And then I look up, and lining the ceiling, hanging around the entire kitchen, are braided ears of this corn. Hundreds and hundreds. And it was like I had walked into this like bizarre church or something. It just felt like the beauty of these braided ears of corn, the abundance of them was incredible. And so that's when I met Steve and Doug Guy, G-U-Y. And things started to kind of come a little bit more clear. Roy Fair had gotten this corn from some native folks and had grown it and kept it going for years in the 50s, 60s, 70s. He was a dairy farmer, and his own boy, who he probably worked to death on the dairy farm, didn't really want to have anything to do with this shit that his dad was interested in. That's who slams the... These two boys down the road, Steve and Doug Guy, no, Mike and Doug, I think, were moved there from Jersey with their dad, who was like in the Air Force. And their dad didn't do any gardening or farming or anything. And so they met up with Roy as a father figure, and there they found this like common interest. Roy shared with them varieties and gardening and stories and all of that, and they glommed onto that and were like, yes, we like this stuff. What I gathered is that this was when they were like teenagers. Roy's own son was like, fuck you, Dad. And these boys down the road were like, our dad's gone, so this is cool. So I began to hear that. Roy had died 20 years ago at this point, 15 years ago. I think he died in 1981, and this was 1996. And so I heard lots of stories. I got more of the Roy's corn from them. I got a few other varieties as well. And then I went back, and that next growing season, I planted some of the Roy's that I had saved, some that I got from Pat Walters, some that I got from Barbara Carpenter, and some that I got from the Guy brothers. And I planted them all, and hoping that there would be enough genetic diversity from all of these things. Now, also, each of them may have been selecting the seeds for slightly different things over the year. And I noticed that some of the ears were 10 rows, and some of them were 8 rows. And I think either that the year before or that year, I also had some cross come in from some sweet corn or from some other corn that had more than 8 rows. And this was like, this variety is like a classic 8-row Northern Flint. That's its sort of origin. And so the process of trying to add some genetic diversity in by these other sources, and my ignorance at how far away I needed to isolate that, contributed to, yes, some more diversity, but also some like additional traits that maybe weren't as original. So I began growing it and learning about it and saving it, and then selling it. And I didn't really... At the time, I sort of had this sense that this variety was something that I was helping like rescue or bring back from the past into the future and make available for people again. Because, you know, a seed sitting in a seed bank somewhere is not really that well preserved. It needs to be grown and acclimatized and engaged and part of culture. People love this variety and they're going to make cornbread out of it. That's how it's going to stick around. But I didn't really know or have a sense of who should I ask? Do I need to ask permission to anybody for selling this? Like, who has a relationship with this variety and in what way? And there was not any direct connection to the native people anymore that I could find. And I did some looking to try to find, and like nobody was familiar with this variety, and it was hard for me to follow that thread. It was like the threads of continuity of native varieties have been broken through so much cultural appropriation, through fucking genocide, through a real loss of cultural heritage that has flowed from that history in many native people. And so the native part of this story was cut off. And I didn't hear it. I didn't know it. I couldn't find it. The story of Roy Fair and these boys in the 50s, 60s, and 70s and saving it, and the other families in Calais that were now like the sort of a generation of homesteading families that wanted to grow their own food and their own grain. Like that was the story that I uncovered. And I had lived on the Hopi Res for a long time, so I was like deeply aware of, couldn't find it. And I could have looked deeper and harder for sure, but it was hard to know. So that's sort of the origins of that. Now there's more of like how I shared this variety with Fedco Seeds and how then they started selling it in bigger volumes. And Jack Laser started growing it up at Butterworks Farm and selling cornmeal and variety getting out there in that way. Other people growing it. There's a man in Montana who's a corn breeder who really was trying to get super early varieties and breed them together to create a more resilient, vigorous, super early corn variety. So he incorporated that into his. His name was Dave Christensen, and that's called Painted Mountain. And so Painted Mountain has some genetics of the Calais Flint in it. Fedco changed the name to Abenaki in recognition of that. And the name changing is a tricky thing because then is Abenaki Flint different than Roy's Calais Flint? So it's the same, but again, been some selection in different ways. But really, it was a great, important acknowledgement of this Abenaki origins of this variety. And they really helped do some digging and trying to find out more of this. For years now, High Mowing has been paying royalties, like volunteering royalties from the sales of this variety to some of the projects now that weren't around 20 years ago that are really around sort of some of the Northeast tribes really looking to reclaim and build the preserve the varieties, bring them back, weave them into the culture and the food ways of today. So to contribute to that feels good and right and important. And yeah, this variety has been with High Mowing since 1997. The first catalog that I put out, Little Flyer, was in 1996. So this is a early one. You know, the native people in the Northeast have been growing corn for a couple thousand years. So this classic 8-row Northern Flint is what they were mostly growing. There's different varieties out there, but you know, the Flint corn means that it has this extremely dense, hard, glassy pericarp, which is the outer part of this. And that makes it not quite impervious to insects, but close culture. There were thousands of acres of corn being grown in Boston, what we now call Boston Harbor. And I mean, there were like, they stored corn, years worth of corn supply, destroying their supply of corn, not just what was growing in the field, but the store of corn. We're talking millions of pounds of corn. And we're talking, you know, tens of thousands of native peoples and years worth of food supply for them. And so this type of corn that can be preserved that long and not go rancid, not get moldy, and not get destroyed by insects is this 8-row Northern Flint. Are there any other reasons that come to mind? Super early. You know, this like narrow, really narrow, long, skinny. We're talking about like 1.25 inches wide by like 8 to 10 inches long. Really skinny. And that means it dries fast, right? There's more surface area to volume than it would if it was a fat stubby. So drying faster is really essential in a short season, in a moist climate, all of that stuff. And also if you're going to want to store it for a while. I continue to select for those traits. And, you know, when you're saving your seed, let's say you have an acre of corn. So you've got tens of thousands of plants. When you're saving seed, you're going to be saving from a large enough number of plants so you have the genetic diversity you need and you don't have inbreeding depression, but from the best plants. And the best means lots of different possible traits. Some of those traits kind of compete with each other. Like, ooh, maybe these bigger ears are good, but maybe they don't dry down as much. Or maybe this plant made 2 ears per plant, but they were much smaller ears, positively influenced by the human error and the environment of more fertility. So the genetics may not be any different than the plant 10 feet away. It looks like it's better. So you got to watch out for those kinds of things. So anytime you're saving seed, anytime you're selecting, you just need to be careful. And with Roy's, I felt more of an obligation to do good. Also because it had some issues of inbreeding, selected it really hard and vigorously and made some progress. So by progress, I mean helping get rid of some of these problems, like the plants falling over. That's a common inbreeding depression problem. The plants mature, they're starting to dry down, and then they just fall over, the weak stalks. You can imagine how problematic that is.
So in your experience, how has this cultivar historically been exchanged? Likewise, how is it exchanged now?
I mean, the seed savers exchange and other seed swaps, it's changed around. The native people and some of those organizations, I think are, engaged with it and sharing it and trying to increase it. There's multiple seed catalogs that sell it now. Also, it may be that it's incorporated into the breeding projects. I think there's been several other projects that really have, if you're working on breeding early corn, early short season corn, the first thing you can do is to research where are all the early corns out there. Let's grow them all and see how early they are and see if they can contribute as good genetics to this project. So many, many people have grown it as an early variety and then incorporated it into various breeding projects.
Do you feel that community is heavily involved in this process?
We are sharing it with thousands of people through that, and then they engage with it in all kinds of different ways in building community. But a core of what high mowing has done is finding this variety, making some improvements, producing it, and then sharing it with the world.
Do you feel that you're worried about this variety, the future of this variety at all?
I am a little bit because it doesn't sell that much. Like, how many people grow flint corn in their garden? Like, everybody grows some tomatoes, maybe a little lettuce or carrots or cucumbers, but flint corn? So it is also not really one that many farmers grow. Like, you don't really see at farmers markets a whole lot of flint corn being sold at the stands. Just in the fall, just decorative ornamentals, for people to hang on their front door and that kind of thing. Like, there's not a very big culture among organic farmers and gardeners around growing grains. It's not really that common. If you do want to grow some of your own grain, corn is way easier than wheat or barley or rye. You can get more in a smaller area. You can grind it up with a coffee grinder, use it pretty easily. You just take the kernels off the cob and you got it, as opposed to with wheat where you're specialized tools and techniques, cutting and harvesting and threshing and winnowing and all of that stuff. It's more accessible for a home gardener who wants to play with a little bit of grain. But yeah, it's not one that sells a whole lot. We sell this variety to other seed companies. One thing that high mowing does is many seed companies that are interested in organics, maybe like a conventional company who wants to sell some organic seed, they're not able to produce it themselves. They don't really know about how to do that, so they just buy it from us. So over the years, we've had other seed companies interested in this variety, and that's helpful because it's more sales for us, which helps sort of bulk it up and make productions more economically viable. So continuing to diversify the places that we sell it is helpful. Sharing the story about it and that kind of thing can be compelling for people. Many people might just look past something that they could actually grow as their own food. So that's new for people to consider. Yeah, really just making sure that it is as high quality as possible. So continue to doing some selections on it has been important. I think that it's sort of grandfathered in. It's not going anywhere for us, but it's not a big seller.
Are there any other hopes that you have specifically for it?
Well, I would really love to continue to support as much as possible this Native community relationship with these corns. Because the fact that this like old white guy found and has this variety that used to be grown by thousands of years, like as much as we can do to help weave that back in, contribute resources, contribute seeds, contribute whatever knowledge we have, and give attribution and give thanks for the Native people who actually kept this variety going for a long time. We came along during like Roy Fair, and these brothers and I and the others in Calais I shared, we sort of came along in a little bit of a bubble, right? Like this variety was given to Roy in the 50s, and then there was like not a lot of cohesive with the Native peoples in that time. And then just in time before it disappeared, some homesteaders got it and found it. And then just in time before it disappeared from them, a 20-year-old seed saver named Tom found it and got it. And then, wow, it's out into the world again. So it like narrowly missed disappearing altogether. And so the last piece of its story from the 50s until 1996 was us white folks in Calais that had like an ethic, a passion, an interest in growing our own food and saving seeds and the stories of them. But, returning it to the continuity of these Native peoples who are the original breeders, developers, and stewards of this is important to me, and weaving those connections is important. And this is, again, how a variety can be the kind of conduit of that in a really beautiful way.
Thinking just like more broadly about the seed system in the Northeast, what are you worried about and what are you hopeful for, and what actions do you feel need to be taken to combat those worries that you have?
Well, there's a lot more people engaged with seed saving and seed growing and seed company. We've trained a lot of those people, and they've gone and started their own seed companies, and we've collaborated with them, bought and sold seeds, shared with them everything about how we do stuff. So that's been really, really good. Mowing sits in this interesting place where we're like medium sized, but we are funky enough and we're not the man. So that means that we relate to and connect with the really small grassroots efforts and to the bigger, larger seed companies that might be mostly conventional. We're this conduit. We play with everybody and really enjoy all those kinds of relationships. And so we've helped build a lot of community within the seed industry in the Northeast and country and world by being in this interesting place, like deeply collaborative and assuming goodwill and, really open to all sorts of folks. I mean, you're probably aware, but like within the organic industry, some farmers or some organic folks just think that anybody who is doing anything conventionally is like not worth talking to. It's an unfortunate black and white approach. From my perspective, if our aims are really to shift how we interact with this planet and shift the food system into a healthier way, we need to draw on every resource possible and every bit of knowledge and expertise and willingness possible. And so to pretend like you can't learn anything from a conventional grower or a conventional seed grower, somebody who's breeding genetic engineering, of course we can learn something from each other. So there's no like, the whole guilt by association is lame. At least I hope so. So, I mean, some of the risks that I see are really like, siloing. Like small companies shouldn't talk to big seed companies, or organic companies against conventional companies, or those who deal with hybrids against those who only deal with open pollinated. There's it can be an unfortunate us and them. And, it's like a scarcity mentality. People are worried. My business is struggling. I'm worried that if I tell you how I do stuff, you'll eclipse me or I will struggle more. And we've never taken that attitude. We've told everybody everything. I think that the Northeast is blessed with a lot of medium and larger seed companies that have organics as a pretty core ethic. You look at Johnny's and Fedco, some of the older seed companies in the Northeast. I think Fedco is probably like 20 or 30% organic seed at this point. Johnny's might be 10, 15%. I don't know. Those are totally rough guesses. But but the people at those companies and the farms, that they're organic, and those, like, they're very, very core belief in the importance of organics within both of those companies, even if it's not 100% organic seed. And so the founders, the owners, the people at those companies have been deeply collaborative with us. And then you've got smaller companies like Fruition Seeds in New York and Hudson Valley Seeds, and I don't know who all else is around in New England. Probably some other folks. But those are smaller seed companies. They're a little bit more like what High Mowing was like when we started, of growing most of our seed by ourselves and a small network of growers and only open pollinated varieties. Yeah, but we're deeply collaborative with those folks too. So I think continuing to just weave the community so that we don't get stuck in these silos, and we don't get stuck feeling like I don't know the person over at that other company, so I'm just like projecting onto them that they're part of the matrix, and me and my little like self-righteous organic world is much better.
Right.
So, we are all human, and we are all subject to some of those like weaker moments or shadowy moments where to be an alternative company you can get stuck in a victim-y play, right? It's like us against them. If you define yourself totally based on what you're not, then there can really be a sort of a negative thought loop that creates a culture around your company and around your work that is pretty isolating and disempowering. So by knowing each other, I think we can step out of the potential of that into more of a co-creation place. That's an empowered place with agency, as opposed to the victim-y place, which is like, I have no power. I think the power of seeds has, for thousands of years, always been this ability to weave connections between people in service, in support of each other's self-reliance. So there is this interesting two pieces. It's like freedom and unity, We've got this vehicle to weave connection with each other, these seeds, and a part of the connection that it weaves is enabling us each to take care of ourselves better, to be able to grow our own food. Let me share this with you so that you can take care of yourself and your family in a more healthy way. And so seeds represent this really potent vehicle for these two almost opposing pieces. There's independence, there's self-reliance, there's self-sufficient piece, while being in community. And that, I think, has been and is the core sort of wisdom and download seeds. And we forget that when we disconnect from them, when we commodify them, when we make it all about control. We forget that these are actually a vehicle to weave community of individuals taking care of ourselves. When I share seed with you, I'm saying, I hope, I wish health for you. That's what sharing seeds with each other is really saying. And when you're healthy, I'm better off. So whatever the efforts are, I think that remembering that message from seeds in general is pretty important.
Hi listeners, this is your host Luanna Nesbitt. On this episode of Behind the Seeds, we are joined by Chief Don Stevens of the Nulhegan Band of the Abenaki Nation. Chief Stevens shares with us his background in seed and shares his perspective on the Roy's Callus Abenaki flint corn. This episode explores themes of tradition and cultural heritage, community partnerships, and potential steps for Northeast regional seed work.
I'm Don Stevens. I am chief of the Nulhegan Band of the Coosac Abenaki Nation, and also executive director of our nonprofit Abenaki Helping Abenaki, which handles all the programs and services for our tribe. I have 6 children and married. I have I graduated Champlain College and was in the military and left, got an honorable, did my tours. And then I got out, completed my college degrees in computer information systems. And that is kind of my academic life. In the Native world, I was involved after my grandmother's death. I got heavily involved in the political end of things to try to get recognition. And during that fight, I was elected to the first Commission on Native American Affairs by Governor Jim Douglas. There was a Native Advisory Council before then, but I mean in statute, the first Vermont Commission on Native American Affairs. I served that term and then went on as chair, left that position, and helped with our recognition status. I was elected chief in 2010, and we got our recognition in 2011. Got our first tribal land in a couple hundred years in 2012, and have been working on increasing our programs and services. And we helped create the Abenaki School of Language at Middlebury College. We created the Abenaki Land Link Project, which is the garden piece of our food security programs, which is working with colleges and growers and others to grow food crops. That's including the seeds. We do have a land access component of gathering natural foods, nuts, and berries, which that's another piece of the food security program. And also our meat production, which is part of that is raising a bison herd, buying beef and other types of foods from various places, getting our hunting and fishing rights, which we accomplished this last couple of years, and which allows us to hunt our food as well. So there's a large food security program which encompasses the seeds and the Abenaki Land Link Project as part of a overall program. I've been honored with 3 doctorate degrees, one from Champlain College, one from Middlebury, and one from Sterling. So, yeah, I mean, I've helped the community any way I can. So that's me.
Tell me about your first memory of seed saving.
Well, I mean, as kids and as adults, obviously, whenever you're growing crops, you try to save seeds. So just in a normal practice, like everyone else, you would save the seeds you enjoy and keep them for year after year and try to reuse those seeds so you don't have to buy them. I mean, that's just what we do. When it came to indigenous crops, I started working with Fred Wiseman from the Seeds of Renewal Project many, many years ago. And his goal was to get our native seeds back and gather what there was within the families in New England. So basically reaching out to the tribes and finding our citizens who had indigenous seeds already, and then going out further towards the Wabanaki or the Wabanaki Confederacy or 7 Nations of Canada to try to recoup some of the seeds that were traditionally ours. So my role was working with him to receive those seeds originally and then grow them out, because he provided those seeds to each one of the tribes to grow and do what we wished with. So we took ours and started to work with places like Sterling College to grow the seeds and create a seed bank. And I think that was his goal too. Then I moved to Middlebury College to do the same, and I also work with a horticultural farm. And I work with many other people who grow seeds. And part of the Abenaki Landling Project is we provide the seeds to you. You grow the crops, but make sure to provide the produce back to us and the seeds. So that way we keep control of the seeds. And I have a seed bank here at my house as well. So it's getting those seeds to be plentiful enough to then give to our citizens for their home gardens, but also to keep them viable. And the exciting thing, not to get too down, that we received last year a ancient corn, a pod corn, and the last documented use of it in European newspapers were 1902 as a ceremonial corn, and we grew it out last year. So we have some more that as soon as I get enough, I'm going to share those with the other tribes. So we recapture, each kernel has its own husk. So it looks like a dragon almost.
Wow, that's amazing. Could I ask what the name of it is?
We just know it as a pod corn. I mean, it's an Abenaki corn, but yeah, that's kind of exciting stuff because we're always discovering new things that were ours that we have refound. So that's exciting. It's part of our connection to our creator. Let me explain it this way, the way I tell our young children. Like when I do a lot of lectures with them, I'll hand them a seed and I'll say, what do you see? And they say, I see food, I see life, I see growing, I see all these things. But most of the time, those are superficial, right? When I look at a seed, I know that at some point in our history, that these seeds were given to an ancestor of mine by the Creator and said to feed ourselves. That person had to take that finite amount of seeds, put them in the ground, grow them, take care of them, making sure the rodents didn't eat them, then harvesting them, eating some of them, but saving them for the next year and saving them from the mice who wanted to eat them all winter, and had to do that year after year after year, and then had to provide it to somebody else to do the same. So when I'm holding a seed in my hand, not only am I looking at the actual gift that was given to our ancestors in the beginning, but also the entire chain of custody that it took to get it to my hands. Because if anybody would have thrown any of those seeds away, we wouldn't have them today. Like, we wouldn't be able to hold them in our hand. There has to be a chain of custody from one generation to the next in order to have those seeds here today. Because if they were thrown away, they'd be lost forever, right? So when I ask students, what are you going to do with this seed now that you have it in your custody? Are you going to throw it away, throw it in the trash? Are you going to plant it? Or are you going to put it back in this bag because you can't take care of it, but you want it to go on? So doesn't that give you a sense of awesome responsibility that you have a responsibility to make sure the seed is protected and move forward because of all those things? So it's not just an object. It's a spiritual connection to your food source, the earth, and the spirits who gave it to you in the beginning. So when I'm touching thousands of hands that those seeds have passed through, isn't that an awesome thing? And it's different than some, but that's how I relate to the seeds. And if you want to talk about corn specifically, I mean, that was given to us by our first mother, right? Who wanted to feed her children. And that's part of our stories, our Gluskapi stories of how the corn mother came to be and how we got tobacco and all of those things. So that's given to us to feed our people throughout time. So when you can't just explain how do you relate to seeds in a simple manner. It's a whole cultural, spiritual way of interacting as another living entity, right? Because plants are alive. So we're the Al Nomba human beings, and they're the plant people, and then we have the tree people, right? And the animals. So we're relating to them on the web of life in a person-to-person friendship or interaction. We help them and they help us. The essence of how do you feel about seeds, right? I mean, because that's so vast based on your spiritual connection to it and your understanding and knowledge of what you are stewarding, right? If you don't have the knowledge, then how do you be a good steward? I mean, you could do the motions, but you don't understand the intimate relationship you have with the place. And that goes for anything, spiritual, food, that's anything that you're interacting with.
So I know you have this particular interest, obviously, in the Abenaki flint corn. And I would love to just hear how you either became so interested in it, that might be obvious, but yeah, just how you became interested in it and how you first kind of accessed this cultivar.
Well, how I first accessed flint corn was outside of commercial, normal corn you would buy as in anybody, was when we received the Coassuck corn from Chief Nancy Millett many, many years. I can't really even imagine what year that was, but it was prior. It was like 2000. It was prior, early 2000s, I think, when we received this Coassuck corn, which is our corn, which is about 4 inches long and highly packed in oil. And she wanted to repatriate that to all of the tribes because she wanted us all to have it. And we wanted to make sure we only got a couple of ears a piece. So we wanted to make sure we had more. So we made a conscious effort to try to grow that corn. And it's a pretty great corn. It grows in about 65 days, has 2 ears, about 4 foot high. And it's our indigenous corn. So that connects us to the original corns. Now there are others like the Abenaki Rose, which is a flint corn. You know, there's the pod corn that I mentioned that we just recently recovered. And then there are popcorns and the flint, like the callus flint. Now these have been used for thousands of years as for homily and for corn, grinding it real, to make flour. So, I mean, we've always had connection to corn. I mean, even as whether you were involved with indigenous or not, I mean, corn is all over the world and pretty prevalent, right? So my point being is that you are somehow related to corn, regardless if you know it or not. But with us, I mean, it is part of our stories. So we have a respect for that. Now, what do we want to do with the corn in the future? Not only do we want to grow out what we have, but because of climate change, my goal is to find or create another variety of corn that will be viable for climate change, but also give the proper nutrition needed. Like if our Coassuck corn grows in 65 days, while other corns are 75 and higher, but they have a foot ear, and ours are 4 inches. How do we somehow meld that we can keep the growing season potentially, but get a bigger ear and it be as nutritious? So that way we could either grow multiple crops a year, or if for some reason there was a big catastrophe with the climate that you only had 60, or 70 days to grow corn, for some reason, then we could still have a crop that we could grow. So there's a variety of reasons, but it's more of trying to continue to make corn available to our people and withstand the changes in the climate because it's happening so rapidly.
So you kind of already touched on this a good amount, but I would love for you to share just about the history of the Abenaki flint corn or Roy Callis flint corn.
Well, the history is the Corn Mother story. Mm-hmm. I mean, that is the origin of corn. Mm-hmm. And I've did a video for UVM at one point on the Corn Mother story. But quickly, an overview is not to get into the whole detail of the story, but when one of the mothers, as the earth started populating with Abenaki people, the food became more scarce. So her children were starting to go hungry. So then she went to the Creator and said, I would like to feed our children. And in our culture, in order to get something, you have to give something. So she basically gave her life in order to always feed her children from now throughout time. And the Creator granted that wish, and then she became corn and tobacco. And the tobacco was so her children always had something to give in order to get something, because she had to give her life in order to get something, right? So she didn't want her children to ever give their lives to have something to give the Creator. So that's where tobacco came in, and the corn was to feed her people throughout time, which it has, right? I mean, it is from the time it became from a grass to a corn. That's why the pod corn is so important, because that's the closest it was when it was grass, right? Because each pod has its own husk, right? So those original corns are very important to us in our story. Now, each individual strand of corn, I don't know the origin of the Callis flint. I mean, they're thousands of years old, right? I mean, the Coassac corn is thousands of years old. I mean, when we recovered it in the early 2000s, then we started growing that. The Callis flint has been commercially available forever. And then the Abenaki rose is recently commercially, you can buy Abenaki rose, which is a Abenaki corn. And now we got the pod corn, which isn't. So there's multiple corns out there. And there's even popcorns, right? So I'm just saying that you can't really say the history, that if you want to go back to the original history of all corn, it's with the Corn Mother story. And each tribe has their own. Like Abenaki have theirs, and the Mohawks have theirs, and the Hopi have theirs. So, I mean, everybody has their own story. That what I told you just happens to be our story.
What do you think are the aspects of the Callis cultivar, flint corn, that has been interesting to people, and it's kind of led people to growing it?
I think it's because of its bulk and its taste, and it's a flour corn. So I think when you have, like, if you try to compare a Coassac corn, which is highly packed in oil, to a Callis flint, if you try to grind it, you're going to get more oily stuff. The Coassac corn would be harder to make into a flour when it's got oil in it, right? So if you have a drier corn that can be made into flour that is nutritious, that could store well, then that's great for keeping for those tortilla or flour, fried, whatever you're making out of corn, right? So naturally you get bulk, nutrition, and it's ours. If you're looking at the Coassac, you don't get bulk, but you get a lot of oil. So that could be used like in a stew or a homily or something, that you get that richness of the calories that you need, but you don't have a large volume. And it's easier. Like if you take one 4-inch ear of corn and throw that into a stew, that's enough for a meal. But if you start getting into the Callis, you got to grind it, and you got to do a bunch of things, right? Because you're not going to grind it until you need it because of the shelf life, right? Like if you can keep bulk corn for a long time. Once you grind it, it's probably fresh for 6 months maybe, or whatever it is, if it's in a good container. And then you're dealing with the meal, the weevils or whatever that like to eat, like the flour, right? Or the silkworm type stuff, right? They don't do it so much when you got the kernels. So you're going to store it in a kernel form, then you're going to crush it as you need it. So my point being is that with a callus flint, it's drier and bulkier and more easier to store than you get the oil from the other. You would use it for a stew. You could use it as a flint, but as soon as you start pounding it, it's not going to be as flaky or dry. It's going to be more oily. And so it would be used more in a stew because it would rehydrate, plump up, and you still have more nutrition. Even though they're all the same, they're kind of, there's different. It's different.
When you think about this cultivar, what kind of places or environments come to your mind and why?
Well, Maine, callus, that's where it originated, right? When I say originated, we're the Western Abenaki, there's the Eastern Abenaki, but most people, the reason it's called, I don't think it's Callus, Vermont, it would be Callus, Maine, would be my assumption. Could be Callus, Vermont, but I'm just saying most people, when they think of Callus, they think of Maine, in the coast, right? So that's what makes me, I think, more, when I think callus corn, I think more Eastern Abenaki, even though it does pertain to us too, because we're all Abenaki. But when we had the Coassuck corn, which because of the climate, we grew it more over here, because there's a lot of historical documentation of the Coos County, where the mission was on the Connecticut, where there was acres and acres of corn, same with the Missisquoi and various places around where they were documenting that there was acres of corn that was being grown when we became farmers more than hunter-gatherers.
In your experience, how you've seen this callus flint corn being exchanged in the past versus in the present?
I don't really have a lot of information around the past. See, the thing is, which is hard, is that there's a balance. There's stuff where people feel like if something's indigenous and somebody else takes it, that they're reappropriating it for themselves when it's somebody else's. And kind of the Jacob's cattle bean and the callus corn and the Abenaki rose are now commercial. So the question is that an indigenous seed that's being now appropriated commercially for others to use? Or do you look at our tradition where in our culture we were all El Nomba, human beings? Was the corn given to the human people to be able to eat? And I think, honestly, in my opinion, and people will probably disagree, is that as El Nomba, human beings, the corn was given to us to grow and eat for the human race. And hence why our ancestors gave the corn to people like the Europeans who came to this shore so they could sustain their life and grow. I think it became more of a political issue later, where because so much was taken from our people, that then people said, this is ours and you can't have it, because it felt like it was just one more thing that someone was taking from them and making it their own and expanding on it, where the original intent was, I believe, in spirituality and cultures, that these were for all those humans who needed it, because we were all of one race of people on the web of life. So it just depends on how far back you want to go and how do you want to look at it, because then you're dealing with ownership again instead of stewardship. Like, ownership is a European concept. So how can you own something that is not yours, that was given to you by nature or through creation? Like, it has been gifted to you to steward, not to, you didn't make it and say it's only mine because I made it. That's not a traditional way of viewing at things. So because it was gifted to us by the Creator through the Corn Mother to feed her children, who says that I have that kind of arrogance to say it is only mine and only I can decide what happens to it, when it was a gift to be used and stewarded so our children can have it later on? So that's what I mean is how do you look at the world, and how is your view? But that's a debate, right? Because if you ask a lot of nations who say, this is my corn, you can't have it because this is indigenous to us, what does that mean? Because it was a gift. And is it a gift only for you, or is it a gift for people as Al-Nomba, human beings? So, and if you, like I said, go back traditionally, our ancestors shared with those who wanted to. It was a tool of survival. There's a lot of philosophy behind all that stuff. So you just have to decide. It's up to the individuals on how do they look at things.
Wondering if you can think of a time that community was heavily involved in the process of this callus flint corn, and if so, what role did they play, or what did that look like?
Well, again, you're going back to, I can't speak specifically for callus flint. I can just say flint in general. I mean, once it was given to us by the Corn Mother, it was grew for thousands of years to feed our people, period. I mean, there's ancient historical accounts all throughout history, and including we're still doing it today. And we didn't make gasoline and stuff out of it. I mean, we used it to feed our people and to feed our animals, and just, to help survive, right? I mean, that's what we did. And then it became a balance. As we grew corn and animals come to eat the corn, then that's bringing your food stores to you. You would save some of the raccoons, but you might eat a few. Same with the deer. You would be bringing your food sources to you because of what you're growing. And it was a harmony type thing. So as a community, you would grow these things, because if you think about what we do now from a machinery standpoint, back then you were doing it by hand. You were mounding up soil, and you were planting that, and you were putting fish for fertilizer, and you were watering them as needed. So there was a lot of intensive connection to that, because you have to move to the riverbanks where the sediment of the soil was easier to move, so you can mound. It was the first no-till soil, right? Because you're mounding it up, right? You're not tilling it, and then you have to catch the fish to put in it, and then you have to plant it, which is labor intensive. Then you have to weed it and watch it, and then you have to water it. And hopefully the water from the river didn't rise and wash it away. That's why they had special ways of growing near the rivers. The rows went with the river, so when the water got too high, it would go in between the rows and not wash out the rows. So it was a community effort to grow these things. And like I said, most of the time it was the women who were doing that while the men were hunting. I'm not saying it's a sexist. I'm just saying his men would help too, but most of the time each buddy had their job. So it has been a community activity for years. It became less of a community activity when modern equipment happened, because one person could do the work of many. But now we're getting it back to a hybrid system where we have the advantage of working with the colleges and the growers to grow quantity, and we're providing the spiritual and the cultural base of why, and then producing the final product. So there's a partnership between Native and European people, but also they're providing the quantity as they know how to do, and we're creating the spiritual and cultural aspects of why we still interact as a community around these things. So it has been a great partnership. because European educational institutions learn, and we get to eat. So there's a transfer of information or transfer of, there's a balance. It's not really a transfer. There's a balance. We're giving them something, they're giving us something in it, and we all are uplifted. The whole community is uplifted.
What is the most rewarding aspects of this work with this cultivar and other varieties that you work with? What's the most rewarding parts? And likewise, what's the hardest parts?
I think the most rewarding is having that knowledge and personal connection to the source, right? It's your understanding of your place and your connection to these things around you. That is a gift. I think the other reward is when you know that people are hungry and you're providing a food source for them that was given to our ancestors thousands of years ago that are still feeding our people today, right? So not only do you have the spiritual connection to it, but you know that you are still doing and feeding the people what it was meant for in the beginning. And another rewarding thing is when you're educating those children about why is a seed not just a seed, right? Because then somebody has a new appreciation for it. The cons are not having any land except for a tribal forest. You can grow some food in a tribal forest, but you cannot grow enough to feed your people yourself. So that's why we call it food security and not food sovereignty, because we rely on others who have the generational land gifts to grow our food because we don't have the place. That is a challenge, because if someone decides not to, then you don't have a place to grow. That's why I have diversified so much with so many people, that if you lose 5 or 6 and you gain 5 or 6, then you still balance out. So that is a challenge. And the other challenge is because you work with so many people that want to help grow these foods, is having the time to spend with those growers to give them a reason why they should continue to help you. Like, because they want to know, they want to be educated. And I think the last challenge is if you want to preserve the integrity of that original seed, you have no way of knowing whether it will cross-pollinate because you have no control over it once you give it to someone else. So if we were growing it ourselves, then we can make sure that the integrity of the seed is there. When we give it away to have somebody else grow it, we don't know if they're growing sweet corn 50 feet from it or 120. We can say we would prefer you not to, so we can get back our more pure seeds. But that doesn't, there's no way of us, we're not going around and auditing what someone's doing because they're being kind enough to grow it for us. So we have seeds that we set aside specifically for purity to grow. And then we have things that we have no idea and we use them for food only. Because the whole goal is for feeding our people. So we have to use whatever seeds that we have, right, to grow food. So it's that balance of purity and culture versus food security.
Are you worried about the future of this variety of corn?
I am to a point. When I say I am to a point, will humans not provide a space or ability to then grow these crops? So in other words, if Mother Nature were left to its own device, the corn would continue to grow like it has for thousands of years. As we change the playing field or the environment, if the seeds cannot grow or produce food, they might be able to germinate and grow, but if they don't have the time to provide the food, then that variety could then go out if it's not grown in other places that can do that. So it's a Mother Nature will always adjust and always survive. Whether we survive that change that we are causing is a different story. We don't know the answer to that. That's the great mystery, right? Mm-hmm. Will we survive what we do? Because animals aren't doing it. Humans are. So that's my worry, is will we create an environment that these seeds cannot flourish? And if we do, then we have done that to ourselves. And how do we prevent that, or how do we work within the means we can to continue to provide that as a food source for our people? It's like a gift. If you're given a gift and you squander that gift, then that is your own fault. If you nurture it and take care of it and plan for the future, then you will benefit from that throughout time. It's no different than whether it's money or food or seeds or anything. It's how do you steward it properly so it continues. So you can use those lessons of life no matter what you do. It's just the object that changes, but the philosophy is the same. And it's the same with relationships. I know I'm getting off the topic and I speak a lot, but if you have a relationship and you do not continue to care for that relationship and groom it and foster it, then it will die off and not produce. If you continue to take care of it and continue to cultivate it, then you have a wonderful relationship for as long as it lasts. So that's what I mean. I just gave you 3 different examples, but the same concept. So it's a good life lesson for people, and they can apply that life lesson to many situations if they think about it in that stewardship manner. I hope that we find ways to, through the miracle of technology, is our ancestors grew things, and because they liked the taste, they liked how disease resistant it was. They liked all of these things they did by trial and error because they worked with it. We have the fortunate ability, like at UVM and others, where they can actually study the nutritional value, or they can study whether or not it has what the growing season is, or be able to potentially help it. I don't want to say manipulate, help it change so it is more susceptible to what we need in the future. Like, because of climate change, will we have 2 growing seasons because it's so warm, or will we have 1 because we can't? I don't know the answer to that. I'm just saying is that my hope going forward is we continue the spiritual aspect of connecting to the source, but the actual thing itself, that we can improve it to help make it more nutritious, make it more resilient, maybe create something that'll withstand climate change. I mean, we're already seeing that with grains. Like, I know here in Shelburne that I think General Mills were working on a perennial grain, so that they would plant it once, it would come back every year, and all they had to do was cut it. So then you are cutting half of the carbon emissions because you're not tilling the soil, planting it, and all you're doing is allowing it to grow and harvest it. So So not only do you have a renewable crop, but you also, you just cut the carbon emission in half, right? That's a huge improvement for being able to have sustainability, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm just saying, these are the types of technical advances, or even having people study what is you can eat something all day long, but if it's not nutritious, why are you growing it? Because, it's not good for you. You're not going to, it's just filling your belly, but not giving you nutrition. So as we continue, how do we take the nutritious things and build something where we have a bulk quantity of nutritious food that grow in the time frame that we need it to grow? That's my hope, is how do we use science and technology to create that?
Yeah.
By still honoring the gift. And I think that's where Eric and others, they fall into that. Like, how do we work with indigenous cultures or others to, it doesn't have to be indigenous, but how do we create a better food source? Who knows, maybe there'll be a time where you can grow 5 years on one stock. I don't know. But right now you got 2, right? Maybe once in a while you get 3. But I don't know. Maybe there's ways to produce more with less. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I don't know if we have always looked at any of that. So I don't even know if it's possible.
Well, thanks for answering that question. I'm curious if there are any actions that you can think of that you feel would kind of help achieve these hopes you have.
Yeah, partnerships. Good partnerships that are non-political, because politics get in the way of a lot of things. So I think working in good faith with partners who have the same goal is always a way to uplift. It's so easy for people to get caught in the mud, in the mire of relationships, personalities, political agendas, power over resource and money. I'm just saying that if you are working on it with a goal of uplifting and providing a thing for humanity, it doesn't matter your race. It doesn't matter your tribal affiliation. It doesn't matter if you're, who's doing it. But if you're partnering together in a good way for a positive outcome, I think that's what's going to be important. And people have to be able to buy into that. That's what that's what I'm hoping for with a partnership through people like UVM and others that care about the product, not so much the politics of things. Like I said, I think the thing that I'm most worried about is us as humans not providing a viable place for our crops to grow. Because if we can't grow them, they can't continue on. So, and they can't continue to feed us. So if we don't have the right environment to grow them, then we need to figure out how we either create it or we don't let that happen. That's what I worry about with all crops, but especially the corn, because I don't know any product that's not using corn somehow. And you just hope that spiritually, that since it was given to us to always feed our people, that would happen no matter what the climate was like, that the spirits would find a way to continue that promise, right? The hopes again is how do we continue to improve on things to help our people? Like, how do we continue to provide nutritious food and create new hybrids or new ways of being? Because our ancestors always looked at whatever they could do to make their life easier or better. They did it. They embraced it. I don't care where it came from. They just did it. And I think working together in partnerships, we can do the same thing. That if we have something that's better for humanity, why wouldn't we embrace that, or try at least? I think that more people need to save seeds. I think because people have lost touch with the source. I keep saying the source, that means spiritual food or whatever. We're asking our children to save the planet when they have no intimate relationship with their food sources. They know how to do TikTok and Facebook and all these things, but do they actually know how to grow corn? Do they actually know how to cultivate it? Do they know how to have an intimate relationship with it, to have an appreciation for the gift that they've been given? Or do they just say, Mom will go to the grocery store and buy me a corn muffin, right? Or so if someone is not intimately related to that item, how they don't care about it. And if they don't care about it, then why would they protect it? So I think we need to get our children more involved with the land and their food sources in order for us to be able to survive and make this, to continue our food programs. When only a few people are doing it, you're more susceptible for those places to be wiped out. So that's what I mean by, I hope that more people save seeds. I hope more people become intimate. I'm hoping schools start teaching their kids and have school gardens where they can actually embrace that, by teaching the children that connection to their food sources. That's what I hope. And I think without it, I think we're in trouble because we're asking people to take care of something they know nothing about. It's all about relationships, whether it's to your food sources or this relationship that we have right now, just talking about food. Like we need to build as many of those relationships to those entities as possible. So the more people intimate related to corn is going to help save it, protect it, and do what we want. The less, the more dangerous it gets. The same thing with it becomes more people being involved with UVM, more people being involved on a human level or between races or any of these things. I think the more connections you have and the more intimate relationships you have, that's what's needed. And I don't know, technology sometimes stands in the way of that. And, however, it may stand in the way of it, but it also helps it. So let me give you an example. Some people can stand behind a social media platform and bully someone and make them feel horrible. But on the flip side, you could send out a message of hope or to hundreds of people at once without having to find and track down each one of them. Is how do you use that technology to build the human relationship? So how do we use technology to build a better understanding of the seeds we're growing so we may give them more of what they need to flourish, right? How do you get people more involved with food systems, right? I mean, if you didn't have a passion for it, you wouldn't be doing this. The same thing with me. So how do we use our position to then build those relationships?
Hi listeners, this is your host Luanna Nesbitt. Today we are joined by Darby Weaver, farmer and employee at High Mowing Seed Company. Darby shares with us her thoughts on seeds, farming, and Roy's Callus Abenaki flint corn. Through her story, Darby explores themes of seed adaptation and biosignatures, the impacts of seed commodification, and her hopes for the future of seed work in the Northeast.
I am Darby Weaver, she, her pronouns. I am the brand strategist and lead writer at High Mowing. Originally from Pennsylvania, and I went to school in Vermont to study sustainable ag. I met my husband here and we moved to Georgia where we farmed for 10 years, vegetables primarily. Then we just moved back to Vermont, I guess like 4 years ago now, and we farmed vegetables here, but now we actually just entered the recreation cannabis market in Vermont, so a little bit of a change, still growing though. And I also, as a side/main hustle, work at High Mowing, which has been really great and related to farming, obviously, in a big way, and has supported we bought a piece of raw land and a tiny house, so it's been really important to have that stability. And working in high mowing, I started out just being a content writer. Now I'm the brand strategist and lead writer, and I also am on the product development team, which determines what varieties are going to be in the catalog, what varieties need to leave the catalog, things like that. We work closely with the trials team to determine varieties. So yeah, my parents had a garden sometimes. My mom is really into plants, but very in a decorative kind of sense. So I think my first memories of seed saving were when my husband and I were farming in Georgia. There was this farmer named Mark Tewksbury, who was like an old-timey farmer down in rural Georgia, and he's actually from Vermont too, which is very weird. But he was saving Bloody Butcher flint corn, which is like a red corn. And I think that was like the first thing that we grew that we saved every year. Corn is a great seed to save. It's relatively easy. It stores pretty well. It has a lot of uses dried. So I think every season we did that. And then from there we would save, I grow a lot of flowers, so I would save flower seeds and dried beans, things like that. But yeah, I think the first memory is the Bloody Butcher corn, which I wish we still had some. I don't think we have some anymore. Yeah, so I originally went to college at the University of Pittsburgh for pre-med, and because I was so drawn to living things. And then, as you probably can guess, when you go into biology in college, you're not doing a lot of living anything. You're in very sterile environments, and it was fascinating, but it just wasn't who I am. So I decided I was going to transfer. And I found Sterling College in the Northeast Kingdom. And I was originally really interested in just conservation ecology. I'm an animal dork, bird dork, all those things. So I was like, yeah, that seems like a good path. And we just gleaned stuff in the field to be delivered to the food bank. And I was like, holy shit, this is awesome. Like, this is like a way that you can engage with the natural world and engage in conservation while also relieving your impact and footprint and supporting your community. I was just freaking hooked. So from there, I ended up just working on farms, dairy farms, veggie farms. And then I met my husband, and when I was like, I would say 22 or 23, we started a farm, and we've just been doing that ever since. And yeah, our focus with farming has always been try to reduce the stuff that we have to buy. So even though we primarily produce vegetables, we always have livestock. We always make compost. We try to, it's not only that the world benefits from us not buying a bunch of inputs and having them hauled across the United States. It's also the plants really benefit from getting materials that have the same kind of biosignature. The plants, when you use compost that you create, the imprint of everything you need is right there. Plants really respond to that. So yeah, it's an interesting question, because as a market gardener, seed saving is tricky. We always save our garlic, we save corn. I think saving garlic seed is something that is pretty amazing, because you save a little bit of garlic, you can grow a ton of garlic. But that being said, we don't save lettuce seed. We dedicate land to grow out seed for things that are a little more difficult, or they're biennial, or, whatever the case may be. We don't grow carrot seed. So yeah, I think I have like maybe a different lens on it, because I've had to buy a lot of seed every year. And that's one of the reasons why I was drawn to working at High Mowing, because they it's all certified organic seed. It's non-GMO, project verified. And they work with small growers like me who focus on seed. While we haven't saved a lot of like our main crop seeds, like beets or whatever, onions, getting those things from high mowing has made a lot of sense to us, because we know that, a lot of the grows are people growing on a small scale, focused on seed and using regenerative or organic practices. And I think working at high mowing has been so interesting for me, just coming from that other perspective of seed farming, which is very different. It's very similar, the challenges are the same. The impacts can be major. Like, sometimes at high mowing, we will have contracted out a variety and we won't know until the very end that we're not going to get that variety because of a disease or because seed didn't produce well or pollination or pests. I think that seed production and high mowing's relation to it is super important because it's on these smaller scales. It's focused on these diverse and productive varieties, and it's supporting farming, not just providing seed for farmers, but also supporting seed farmers. So yeah, I think the challenges for the actual seed producers are a lot. And high mowing does, I can't speak to the exact specifics of the arrangements that we have with seed contracts, but I know that we have built in measures to be extremely fair because the risks are high. If you're going to choose to grow something all the way through to seed, that's a long stay in the field. And for some things, it's more than a season's length in the field. So high mowing has worked really hard to have really fair contracts with seed producers. And so anyway, that being said, when you're producing seed, you need to keep that plot clean. It needs to be kind of weed free. It needs to be protected. And depending on the crop, those variables can be worse. I know, for instance, like in carrot seed production right now, there's an invasive pest that's come in, I think, from Canada called the tarnished beetle or the lygus bug. And it has wreaked havoc on carrot seed producers because it actually eats into the buds and seeds of plants. And we actually have it here. And one of the ways that we've experienced it is like we had our first season here, never having heard of this bug coming from the south. We grew eggplant and pepper, and the lygus bug ate all the buds off of every plant. So we had these beautiful plants and no fruit. So things like that. Climate change, I think, is a really big one. There's a lot of pretty intense variability in the shoulder seasons of production. So in spring and fall, there can be some very crazy things that throw things off, really dipping of temperatures, really hot temperatures, and just weather instability in general throughout the season, flooding events, drought. Our trials manager and one of our leads in product development, Taylor, she really focuses on trying to identify varieties that will perform with these variables that are becoming a lot more common. So we're really interested in things that are drought tolerant, that can handle weather fluctuations, things like that. And then as far as like being a seed company and receiving seed, it's really interesting how people perceive like a business. There's sort of this expectation that if you have a product, you need to have it available and you need to have it available all the time. And unfortunately, it just doesn't work that way. We might have something that we add in the catalog, or even a favorite that people come to high mowing to get, and we'll just have a season where the seed wasn't able to be produced. And so that's a whole season lost of selling that variety. And then, we have to wait until the next seed contract comes through. So it can be tricky. And I think that for the most part, when a customer has reached out to be like, what the heck, I really want this, why do you never have it? Or why does this say unavailable in the catalog? I think if you explain, all of our customers are growers. And it's just sort of like maybe they don't realize initially how related and connected to growing we actually are. Once we kind of explain that, they're like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Like, I guess that happens in my garden too. Things fail, or it takes a season, or have a bad season for this or that.
Wow, that's really interesting. Well, thanks for sharing those. I'd love to hear the other side, like what is rewarding about this work, and yeah.
Yeah, I think for me, coming from, is it okay if I just let my cat out really fast?
Totally, yeah, take your time.
Okay, sorry. I think for me, you know, I've dedicated like my whole reality to ag. And I totally believe in growing. If you know how to grow things, you should. I don't necessarily believe that everyone has to have a small farm and that's how it works. There's a lot of collaboration that we need to be thinking about and focusing on. Mm-hmm. And I feel like places like High Mowing are kind of like aggregates for that, you know, like there's a lot of community being built through just trying to get seed grown and to people. And that is really inspiring to me. That's something that I know that on my own farm, my impact is important. You know, what you can do in your community, obviously, is like where you need to start. But as, you know, human networks, we have the opportunity to kind of like make that impact even bigger, or make the chain even longer, bring people together, make deeper connections. And I feel like High Mowing has really been a huge part of that in a lot of different ways, like through, you know, our seed contracts, and then the breeders, and identifying really viable varieties, and then all of the growers who buy our seed, all of the gardeners who buy our seed, and just knowing that every link in the chain is organic, non-GMO. You know, the ethos of that style of farming is impacting the planet, not just from the people that choose that seed and that's their choice and it's because that's how they're going to grow, but also knowing that all the seed that we're selling was grown that way as well. So, you know, we're starting with really positive impact just producing our product, and then we're able to pass that on to people that are going to even bring even more beneficial dynamics to their communities and to their ecosystem. So yeah, I think that's really cool, and I feel really lucky to just even be a part of just a small part of that, you know.
So I know you have a particular like connection or maybe interest in the Roy's callus flint corn, and I'd love to just hear how you became so interested in it or connected to it.
Yeah, so as you know, Roy's callus flint corn has a really awesome history here in Vermont and Western Abenaki stewardship. And something that we're trying to do at High Mowing for more varieties, not just Roy's, is sort of start to identify original stewardship and you know, try to identify situations where we could pay a breeder royalty for maybe an unrecognized former steward. And the first instance where we felt really compelled to do that is the Roy's callus flint corn. And that's because the Native community that originally stewarded the strain exists today in our community. And also Roy's callus, I think, was one of the original seeds that Tom worked with. But yeah, I was brought on to communicate with NAFSA, the Native American Food Sovereignty Alliance, to set up the breeder royalty payment. And we pay 10% of all Roy's callus sales to them. And that money is then allocated by that group to support Native communities across the United States. And I believe that I was brought on to, I wasn't brought on, but I was asked to make this connection because I have a deep interest in seed stewardship and making sure that people are properly receiving attribution for their contributions or stewardship, you know, hoping that at High Mowing, we will spend more time identifying culturally relevant varieties and making sure that they're properly attributed to the communities that stewarded them. So I don't know that I'm, the right person to talk about the history of the variety. All I know is that it was stewarded by the Western Abenaki in Vermont, and it was then saved by a family in Calais, Vermont. But I can say that we, one of the things that we do at High Mowing is we do a lot of seed donating and food donating. We donate from our trials field. Our organic trials produces a ton of food, more than we can eat as High Mowing employees. So we invite Salvation Farms, which is that same gleaning project that I mentioned before, to glean produce and deliver to food banks. And more recently, one of the things that we've been able to do is connect the Abenaki food distribution community to our gleaning, both the gleaned vegetables and also our seed donations. And we interviewed Chief Don Stevens from the Abenaki tribe for one of our catalogs, just trying to start to bridge the gap between native seed stewardship and the seed that is just sold today. He mentioned that previous to even us donating seed through just, I think, NOFA Vermont, he was able to get Roy's Cow's flint corn and share it with the community through a donation project. So while I can't really speak to the previous stewardship, I can say that we are working to work with the Land Link Project and other ways that we can make our seed more available to Native communities.
That's great. Thanks for sharing that. Well, sweet. I had a question around this cultivar. Just what do you think are the aspects of it that have been so interesting to people and their desire to grow it or purchase it from High Mowing? Like, what do you think pulls people to this cultivar?
Well, it's very beautiful. I think that corn in general, especially dried milling, popcorn, flint corn, whatever, it's just such a beautiful thing. Corns of this variety has so much diversity, and a lot of it is native diversity. And I think that people are drawn to it because it's open pollinated, it's beautiful, it's easy to save. It has a story. I think people are really invested in varieties that come with a story because it's kind of, when things come from a story, there's a lot of, the present moment is whatever's happening in the field with that variety at that moment, and it can change. And it's, like I said, it's risky. So it's exciting and dynamic. And I think that people, because they actually grow, I don't know if I imagine they're growing Roy's Callus, but they're growing the long pie pumpkin and things like that. They grow Abenaki varieties. They have growers across Vermont grow them. So in their garden or on their farm, they kind of do like contracts. And then those seeds and foods are donated to the Abenaki people. So I think people are really invested in seeing things continue. And, it can easily, we could throw it in the face of like, oh, there's a lot of fear and uncertainty and, the future is homogenized, and that's kind of scary, or it can be scary, and it's moving very quickly. And I think that growing things is very grounding. And the future is very uncertain, and there's a lot of obstacles and a lot of scary things, but there's a lot of stability to be found in saving seed and growing food, and building community.
And how has this cultivar either historically been marketed or exchanged, or how is it marketed and exchanged now?
Yeah, okay, so just to be very practical answer here, it is listed as an heirloom. It's considered an ornamental or milling corn. And in our description, we mentioned that it's been recognized by the Slow Food Arc of Taste as a historic variety in need of preservation. So I'm sure that motivates people to be a part of that because, important work for all of us. And We mentioned that we pay the royalties to NAFTA, and we mentioned the Abenaki stewardship. And yeah, it looks really beautiful. It's got a beautiful picture. But I think that, we only have 5 dried corns in our whole catalog. So it has a pretty prominent placement in the corn section. And as far as advertising it and things like that, I don't know that we've done any direct advertising recently about this corn. Tom might know, like if in the past, high mowing started very small, and we're much bigger now. And so it's possible that in the past they had more, they made more efforts to support their varieties. By the time that I joined high mowing, it wasn't not a lot of community effort related. It's all contracts and things like that.
I have this question around the future of this variety, and do you feel you are worried about this variety?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question. I don't know if I'm worried about it. I think that, so some of the work that we do at high mowing is we really need to identify varieties that are going to work for people, and that's not an easy thing, right? We work with a lot of organic commercial growers, and especially given all the variables, all the invasive pests, these things that are becoming huge challenges for growers to even make it to harvest, we do identify a lot of hybrid varieties that are really amazing producers, that are reliable, that are going to get people fed and paid, and those are really important things. Is it like a leader in that way? And I don't think it will be. That being said, do we have to let go of open pollinated varieties that don't perform sometimes? Yeah, sometimes we do. I don't think that Roy's Callus will be one of those varieties, though. I'm not worried about Roy's Callus. I am worried about other varieties. And I think that high mowing does a really great job of navigating that and trying to make space for really important things. So yeah, I'm not worried about Roy's Callus at high mowing.
That's great. Well, thinking about the things that worry you for these other varieties, what are some things that you see could be done to continue those varieties? Like what could uplift them in that way?
I think it's really challenging because, one of the things about the Roy's Callus splint corn that works in its favor is that the story has been identified, it's been laid out, it's been told in a way that's well received. The awareness is the biggest part, and it's the hardest part because you have to spend a lot of time building awareness around varieties. And there are a lot of people dedicated to that work and doing a great job, but it is a challenge to spend time bringing awareness to varieties that are lesser known or their stories aren't known, and making people care. You can't make people care. They have to care. And I think the interesting thing that happened with the pandemic was a lot of people all of a sudden cared a lot about growing. And we did see kind of like an uptick in sales across the board of every variety. And I think that's kind of really telling, right? Like, it's like every great birth, there's friction. And this kind of like back to the garden renaissance we had was because of this great friction, right? The supply chain issues, the fear, the isolation, all of these things that the pandemic brought. And I feel like sometimes with something like an old heirloom, it almost has to teeter on completely lost before there's like, we need to do something about this. The friction that is like, we need to like dedicate resources and time to saving this or whatever. And that's challenging. We're very distracted. There's a lot of stuff going on in our lives and in the world. And I think the key to holding on to these really important varieties it's the answer to what I feel like a lot of our problems are. It's just like getting people to grow stuff. And getting people to save seed, that's another really important thing. I actually remember another little seed story when we were growing in Georgia. There was this older woman that saved these hot pepper seeds, and they were just called Alabama Red. And we grew them, and when we were selling them to restaurants and stuff, everybody was like, "What the heck is this? This is amazing. It's so delicious. I've never tried it before." Because it wasn't your typical jalapeno or serrano or, cayenne or whatever. And we were like, oh yeah, just this like lady down the road that saved the seed. And we saved it for a little while. I wish we still had it. One of our most important tasks is to just get people growing stuff. And I think that when people grow stuff, their interests will draw them to these varieties will find their way into the hearts of different people for different reasons. And even through happenstance, if you're growing a garden, somebody's going to hand you some seeds someday, but you're like, what is this? And it's just in a Ziploc bag, and you put it in the ground, and now you're the new steward, So I think awareness and just interest, just getting people back out there. My hope for Roy's Callus is that just more people in Vermont grow it. I think that it's really cool to be in the region where a seed originated from, and it seems extra important to be growing it right here. So I'm hoping that happens. And then my hopes for just all of this in general is just kind of, like what I said. I hope that people just can get interested and recognize the benefits and the impact that producing food at any scale is. And as far as the bigger question of local food and how do we land prices, just all of these things, the fact that producing food is a very low margin business. It's a very complex business. My hope is that we determine how we can better work together to support each other, how communities can come together to be like, all right, food is an important part of our area, and this is how we're going to, make it actually work for us But for high mowing, I hope that we can continue to identify really important varieties and support them with our, whatever resources we can. And, I am confident that we will, at the very least, continue to support organic production of seeds and then organic growers with organic seeds. So I think if we're speaking specifically about regional seed preservation efforts, I think that it's hard to dedicate time and resources to this work. It's not a very capitalist focused endeavor. It's hard to get buy-in, I think. And then when we don't have a sort of capitalist buy-in to a project, and it has to be kind of like from the good of our hearts or whatever, and we often just, given what we're all going through and trying to survive and adapt, we don't dedicate a lot of time or resources to our hearts. And I think that kind of masks the need, because we're like, oh, that's not going to make money, so we can't do it, so maybe we don't need to do it. And first of all, I don't even think that's true. I think that it could potentially be a revenue generating entity, maybe not in the same way that a business would be. But I think that there's just a general, misunderstanding of value. I think that the value of producing seed in a region, when you produce seed in a region and then you grow that seed in a region, you're really adapting that variety to the conditions where you are. You're giving it the opportunity to have this, that same biosignature, all of the microorganisms. They've proven that seed produced in organic soil actually has kind of probiotic soil ecology elements to it, so that it will perform again in the same eco-signature. So these are all benefits that we don't have perceived value for in our current system. We buy fertilizer, we buy seed, we put it in the ground, we sell vegetables for $0, and the cycle continues. And, all of these ecological benefits, all of these sort of symbiotic relationships we can cultivate through producing seed on small scale in the region where it's from. These are all things that have value that I think it makes me nervous that we can't, in general, in agriculture, really quantify that value, because that's a huge roadblock. Money is a difficult challenge that we face. And I feel really fortunate at High Mowing that the value of organic and non-GMO is outlined, and it's like, here it is. This is our priority. We will only sell organic, non-GMO seed, and we put that value right up front. And I don't think, obviously, there are people doing that all over the United States in different ways, but it's not the kind of outlined way of viewing or doing things. Right. Cost cutting, cheap labor, cheap materials. Like, this is kind of how you can make, and that worries me.
Well, going off what worries you, what are you hopeful for, and what do you see as next step?
Yeah, I think that there are a lot of really exciting things happening right now that are community-based. I mean, I'm excited and hopeful that High Mowing is going to continue doing the work that I feel like it's essential. It's a big part of the puzzle. It's a large moving piece that is making a lot of connections. It's securing a lot of land and organic, a lot of seed and organic. So I think I'm very excited about that. I think that there are other things going on. I don't know if you've heard of the Ujamaa Seed Cooperative. That's another entity that is focusing on African diaspora cultivars and preserving them here, and supporting seed contracts and BIPOC seed growers in the Northeast. So that's really exciting. And I think that I'm really excited by all the work that NOFA is doing with the LandLink project. That is very much having to do with preserving these varieties in this region. Yeah, I think that as far as the fear that I have of kind of the just continued commodifying of life on planet Earth, that fear is always there, that possibility is always there, but there's always the possibility of something else. Friction is a great motivator to kind of bring about activists and stewardship and community, and I think that it's definitely happening here and everywhere. And I think that climate change is another one of these really big looming motivators, right? It's like all of this uncertainty, all of these bad things happening, just really solidifying how important it is that we build community and that we secure viable seed, and we work together to do both of those things. The most important piece for me with all of this is that we all have a little role to play in this work, whether we know it or not. Sometimes that role is really instrumental and big, and that is someone who is orchestrating a seed saving project, or someone that is managing the LandLink project, or somebody that manages contracts at High Mowing. Sometimes the work is big and lofty and it's your whole thing, and sometimes the work is really you're just a part of it, and you're not hugely responsible for it, but you buy the seeds and you put them in your garden, or you share the seeds with someone that you met, or you buy the end product at the farmer's market because it's beautiful or delicious or whatever. And I think that the most important takeaway for me is that every part of that is as important as every other part of it. And that feels crazy, but it also is grounding. We as people, individuals, don't have to solve every problem with our own actions. We just have to participate in every problem and participate in every solution. And I feel really lucky that I work at High Mowing and I get to be just a small part of the work that is done there. And I feel really lucky that I've been able to grow crop and through that process, engage with other people and have other people engaging with the whole thing. And it's like a big web that we're all connected to. It's very much like an ecosystem, Some of us are the macro fauna and some of us are the microfauna, and that's
Hi listeners, this is your host Luanna Nesbitt. This episode of Behind the Seeds features Adam Nordell, Maine farmer, activist, and seed keeper. Adam tells us a story of his past in farming, music, and seed, and his experience with the preservation of Roy's Callus Abenaki flint corn. Tune in to explore themes of stewardship, community, seed ownership, and Indigenous royalties.
My name is Adam Nordell. I use he, him pronouns. And I co-own Songbird Farm with my wife, Johanna Davis. Maybe not relevant to this conversation. I'm an employee of an environmental health organization called Defend Our Health. I grew up in Western Montana. I grew up in the hills outside of Helena, which is the state capital, and spent a lot of time outside as a kid. My time as a farmer was a little bit anticipated, I guess, by some aspects of my childhood, just having easy access to the outdoors. My parents I grew up in a fairly small log house surrounded by National Forest Service land, which was pretty cool in Montana. We always had a big garden, so I spent a lot of time with plants, growing food. And I came to Maine, where I now live, to attend College of the Atlantic in 2001. At that point, there was a lot of interest in food production and farming on campus at College of the Atlantic, where I attended. And so I got my first tastes of organic farming culture, then sort of the young farmer movement, while I was at College of the Atlantic. So that was my introduction to farming. I apprenticed on a couple of farms while I was at College of the Atlantic. Sort of decided that farming was probably not my not in the cards for me, not an area of long-term interest, and moved on to other pursuits, including oral history. So it's neat to be on this. Realized that she wanted to be growing things and farming as a major pursuit. She grew up in Maine, around the farming community, around the Maine Organic Farmers and Gardeners Association, the culture that's grown up around that organization, and in the small farming, back to the lander movement. And after living out west in Montana with me for a few years, she wanted to get back into farming, and we opted to move from Montana back to Maine, back to her home state, so she could start a farm. Yeah, so we now, as of this fall, we live in Belfast, Maine. I'm working for environmental health nonprofit Defend Our Health, which is based in Portland, Maine. Does work around reducing toxic chemical exposure nationally and in Maine as well. And we've had a fairly dramatic turn of events in the past year, and our farm is completely shut down. So I'm no longer involved in farming or in seed production, which was a part of our farm business. So not directly involved in the seed world at the moment. So our second year back in Maine, we were farming on leased land for the first 5 years of our business, and bounced around a little bit in that time. I had been inspired by a seed breeder in Montana named Dave Christensen, who's developed some, I'm forgetting the term now, I guess they're composite, open pollinated composite corn varieties with a lot of heritage corn genetics. Painted Mountain being the really famous one that's been very popular with homesteaders around the country. While I was living in Montana, I heard him speak a couple times and was really taken with his passion for corn. So I wanted, once we started farming, I was really eager to grow some corn. And our first year growing, we grew some Hopi blue corn, which was really, really beautiful and not terribly suited for growing in the Northeast. It's a longer season variety. It's a flower corn from a dry climate. Maine has a much shorter season than the Southwest indigenous communities where Hopi blue comes out of. And just the constraints of the season. We got a crop that first year, but it was not a very good crop. We lost a lot of corn. And we also didn't know what we were doing. It was a total seat of the pants learning experience. But year 2, we moved to Western Maine to secure land access. We had just a 1-year lease our first year. So we're like, okay, we're not going to grow Hopi blue again. We need a regional variety. We're interested in heritage corns. It's like, oh, brilliant idea. Let's grow a corn that's native to this part of the world, that's adapted to the odd constraints that we're dealing with here in Maine. So we looked in the Fedco seed catalog, and there was Abenaki Flint. That's cool. Short season, really interesting flavor, really beautiful color profile, very interesting story. So it sounded great. We went with that, and we bought enough seed to plant an acre. That first year, we were farming in Starks along the Sandy River, Starks, Maine, which Abenaki village. So it's like that was Abenaki land, is Abenaki land. So we realized that at some point into that first year, it was like, oh, this is a really interesting coincidence. And at some point during that first year, Fedco lost their seed supplier for that variety, and they knew that we'd purchased and planted 10 pounds. So somebody from Fedco reached out to us and said, did you get your corn in the ground? If so, we might be interested in mentoring you on seed saving and buying some seed from you at the end of the year. That was really cool. So yeah, that was our connection to Heron Breen, who I think you know. He was the seed saving mentor that Fedco connected us with. And he taught us what we needed to know about keeping the corn true to type and selecting good seed, keeping a diverse pool of seed, representing a large portion of the population. This was my first experience saving seed. Yeah, the gardening that I did as a kid didn't involve any seed saving. And yeah, my experience interning, it was like a production garden and a small or diversified organic farm, and neither of those did any seed saving. So yeah, it was my first experience. Very empowering. Saving seed felt like an honor. It felt exciting. It felt, like we had been given an important role. The variety of corn is really important to our region's history, and to be caretaking that variety for Fedco seeds as well as for our own farm just felt like that's a big deal. I wanted to do it right. We had support in attempting to do it right. So it felt like an honor. And alongside the seed production, we were growing corn to mill cornmeal and marketing it direct to end-use customers through a CSA, and also through wholesale to resale customers through our local food cooperatives. So we sort of, developed our farm brand around, really around that product. We did a lot of vegetable farming. We grew other grains. We were milling those grains as well. But the cornmeal really, customers, people liked it. People were excited about it. And it sort of gave our farm brand a niche in the very crowded Maine farming community very quickly. And to be able to grow our own seed just made it feel, it made us feel self-sufficient, and just developing a relationship with the variety. It's like that corn, like every year we planted it and saw it come up and harvested it. It was like seeing an old friend, like we grew it for 10 years. There's a deep fondness. There is a seed, like even though we're not growing it, and we we switched varieties the year before we had to stop farming. It's totally beautiful, and I'm grateful to have had the chance to grow it and to get to know it as a variety. And I'm grateful for the window that it's given me to think about the culture of this part of the world and the history of this part of the world. What was hard about it? I mean, there's this, it's, somewhat labor intensive. It's definitely logistically easier and cheaper to buy seed every year. That was hard, I guess, but it didn't feel hard because we were enjoying it. When we bought our own farm, we moved to an area with a lot of commercial dairies that were growing silage corn. As you know, corn is wind pollinated, and pollen can travel pretty extensively. So we were very lucky to be working with Fedco, who was testing for transgenic contamination. Fortunately tested non-detect the whole time that we were supplying seed to them. But that was definitely, we were nervous about that the whole time that we were in that location. Luckily, we didn't have any issues with getting contaminated by GM pollen.
Would love to hear your perspective and what you know about the history of this cultivar.
I know that it's an indigenous variety to, I believe, the Western Abenaki or Sokoko. I don't know if I'm pronouncing the tribal name correctly. Abenaki or Abenaki, I've heard people pronounce that tribe name that way too. My understanding is that it was being grown in the Champlain River Valley, and was taken on by a French-Canadian descended farming family, the Roy family, I believe, in whose name it's also referred to as Roy's Calais Flint. So the family from Calais, Vermont. Tom Stearns from High Mowing Seed received seed from that family, propagated it and introduced it through High Mowing Seed, got the variety listed on the Slow Food Arc of Taste list. And at some point thereafter, Fedco Seeds picked up the variety. Jack Glazer from Butterworks Farm was growing seed for Fedco. He dropped the variety, as I understand it, because of its agronomic constraints. That was 2011, I think. So that was the same year that we had planted our first crop. So we took over the seed account at Fedco that year that he switched from Abenaki Flint to Garland Flint. I know that Jack Glazer was very excited about the variety. And we got to know Jack a little bit. We called on him as a seed growing mentor, as well as Heron Breen. I got to visit him at his farm several times. He gave us some older lots of seed to mix in with our own seed. And coached us on what he had been selecting for, and shared with us the struggles that he had been having with the variety, which were related to the root strength. The roots are not terribly deep and the stalk is not terribly strong, as compared to more modern varieties, hybrid varieties, or other heritage varieties as well. And whether that's like a historic characteristic of the variety or the result of a genetic bottleneck and inbreeding. That was Dave Christensen, his perspective on it. That shoebox full of ears that Tom Stearns received represented 10 plants or whatever it might have been. And that, there were some resulting weaknesses in the genetics because of that. I don't know if that's true. I don't have enough perspective to gauge that. But in a hurricane force wind in the fall, the crop was liable to lodge for Jack. I guess the kernels pop out from each other a little bit and there's more airspace around them. So it's good at drying down faster in the fall. But that skinny ear characteristics makes it not well adapted to go through a corn picker or a combine. So for ease of harvest, Jack told us that he switched to Garland Flint. which we just learned a little bit about that variety's history as well. And it looks almost identical. I have some right here, some kernels. The kernels are flatter. It's a fatter cob, and where Abenaki flint, the kernels are kind of round. The Garland flint kernels are really packed together fairly tightly, so less airspace. It's a slower maturing variety, but you can pick it with a corn. So yeah, similar flavor. And Jack, he had a similar. He was selling to end use cornmeal users. He said he couldn't taste the difference, and his customers accepted it as a very similar replacement. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's really beautiful. It tastes really good. As a true flint corn, it has a texture, a cornmeal texture that most people haven't experienced. Most cornmeal being on the market presumably is dent cornmeal, whatever hybrid yellow dent corn variety that's been bred for maximized production and not necessarily selected for flavor or traditional culinary uses. And this one was developed within a really different cultural context by indigenous growers, and then maintained by family farms, by white family farmers subsequent to that, with a regional cuisine through which they were enjoying the variety. But it's cool. Yeah, it tastes different. There's a different mouthfeel. People are looking for a way to connect with a sense of place and to understand the place we live in a new way. I feel like that's been like a grand trend of the past 10, 20 years, as expressed in local food. And, people just trying to build more meaningful community in the places that they live. So I think people have been excited for a variety that's been here for forever, right? Since time immemorial. And is reflective of all that history, is reflective of native farming, and colonialism, and the history, the tradition of somewhat self-sufficient small farms in northern New England too. So I think people both like the variety, like to grow it, like to consume it, because it's different than anything they may have ever experienced before, and because it evokes something. And I'm sure that's very different for very different people. I'm sure it's very different for Abenaki people or other Wabanaki people than it is for me. I was interested in farming because the opportunity to tell story, the opportunity to build community around place, and to use food to build a sense of place and history and connection. From the perspective from my very limited perspective, it was being sold through high mowing seeds. I'm not sure who the grower was/is for high mowing. I'm not sure if Jack was the grower. Maybe high mowing grows their own seed. But there's been I would say there's we've experienced a lot of generosity. Jack gave us seed, shared knowledge with us freely. Heron shared knowledge with us freely. So it's just this, there's a sense that it's more important than the economic value kind of threaded through our experience with the crop. So Jack was direct marketing the ground meal to his customers, and I think selling through local food outlets as well. Our farm, we've sold seed to Fedco. We've sold the ground meal to our customers, our CSA customers, our local food outlets. We've done some mail order as well, so it's gone around the country to interested people. And then we looked for ways to give seed, give cornmeal to Indigenous people when they're interested in it as well. There's an Indigenous food activist in New Brunswick that we've developed a friendship with, and we've sent seed her way several times. I should say sent corn to her several times, which she's used both to cook, and she contracted with a local grower that's providing for her tribal community now, which is pretty cool. We've had opportunity here in Maine to like directly give seed to Indigenous folks from different tribes a number of times. Did that at one point through Penobscot-run organization called, well, it's not just Penobscot-run, Wabanaki-run, anyways, organization called Nabizin in Maine that does a lot of culture building around native agriculture and land access and Indigenous traditions. So we gave them a big lot of seed that they distributed to the folks in their network as well. So like I mentioned, talking about Jack Laser, the variety is not well suited to mechanical harvest. And the first year that first 10-pound lot that we planted from Fedco, we started harvesting ourselves, and it was taking us a very long time to do it. Our landlord was growing wholesale squash and had like acres and acres of winter squash that he was harvesting one fall, and hired a bunch of Somali Bantu folks from Lewiston, Maine to come up and help harvest his squash for him. And our landlord, Jay Robinson of Sweetland Farm, was mentoring us those first couple of years. And he said, well, you're struggling to get your crop in. Why don't you figure out what your budget is to hire this group of Somali Bantu workers and get, and then hire them for that much time to help you get your crop in. They don't have to get the whole thing done for you, but lean on some help here. So we like, okay, we want to pay people a fair wage. And we figured we can hire them for an hour. This is our second year farming. It's like things were tight. So we hired them for an hour, and in 45 minutes, they had the whole remaining portion of the acre harvested. So that was just like, oh my gosh, incredible, so fast. But we were harvesting alongside them, and it was like so much fun. Like they just brought this incredible spirit of just like they were laughing, joking, clowning around, singing. And it had been this like dogged pursuit for Johanna and me. We were like, oh, we're going to get this done. We're working as hard as we can, as long hours as we can. And then it was just like, oh, it's totally different. Working with a big group of people. I mean, especially they knew how to pick corn, part of their cultural tradition. So they knew how to move quickly, and, it's just easy that it is if you grow up with something. So that inspired us. And thereafter, every year we had a corn harvest party, and those ranged a couple of years. Nobody showed up, or one person showed up, and we had a little extra help. But we got up. I think our largest planting was 5 acres. And that year we had 50 or 60 people show up. Huge pot of 3 big pots of chili and 4 big pans of cornbread, and got a bunch of drinks and made a big root roast. And then people would go through the field with grain bags, picking into grain bags and then emptying them into the back of our pickup truck. And later we had a farm trailer going too. And we'd use the truck and the trailer to transport the corn back to the barn, dump it in a big pile in the barn. And over the course of the party, that pile would grow into a mountain that filled the center of the barn. And some people would get tired of picking and just hang out and have a drink, have some cornbread, and just sit around the pile husking. And that was really cool. Both activities, the picking and the shucking, were just very easy communal activities, really easy to strike up a conversation with someone you don't know if you're working next to them, moving down the rows of corn, or sitting next to them, pulling the husk leaves off. So it was really beautiful, really fun parties. People came back year after year and would ask us well ahead of us getting the word out. Are you going to do it this year? That's the funnest party all year. Really? It's fun for us too. We're getting our work done. It's awesome. Yeah, I definitely feel a connection to the people. They had a really beautiful write-up about the variety, and are doing something really innovative around economic valuation and the sale of the variety that I'm very excited about. we have some good friends who work there, and I'm really excited to see the direction they're taking it. But so like in that article, the writers were very, I don't know, I felt very honored by the way they wrote about our farm. So in that sense, I definitely feel connected and a part of it. We're still a little connected to the Somali Bantu community, whose farming operations have really grown in the past. I don't know how many years they've had their own farming spot there and farming projects. But they have a really cool flint corn that they brought with them from the refugee camps and from Somalia before that they're now growing out and, feeding their community with and selling to the milling business, who's kind of like honoring the variety story and the community it comes from in their marketing of the variety. So yeah, we've stayed connected with them, and we've shared some equipment and made a few donations their way to, just pass on that, like, we received incredible generosity to support our corn growing. People sharing equipment with us. Someone gave us a corn planter, Kickstarter campaigns, the whole deal, and then the corn harvest parties. Like we were definitely farming with the help of a lot of people. So kind of reciprocating that to support this super cool cultural project feels great to be able to help them move their project forward. And what in what other ways do I feel connected? Yeah, I just like I think about Jack Glazer a lot. He passed away a couple of years ago now. That was really sad. But he was like a friend and a mentor. Dave Christensen is definitely, like, he calls a couple times a year, and we're not farming now. And in some other ways, I feel disconnected from the farming community, but the relationships that we made around seed production still feel real important.
Are you worried about the future of this variety?
I don't really think so. I think it's well publicized. It's in production. Multiple commercial growers are producing it at this point. I think Fedco has 2 seed growers at this point, so they've kind of built in a little bit of resiliency that way. They have, I think, I read in that article, they have a West Coast and a Northeast grower. I'm not sure who those people are. Yeah, there are native people growing it, or stewarding it in some way, and I feel like that's the most important thing for the variety, is that it can be stewarded by the people whose heritage it is. I'm certainly I'm less worried about the survival of the variety than other heritage varieties. I feel like Abenaki Flint is like really deeply beloved by a big group of people who are going to make sure it stays active. Yeah, I would just love to know that it's being grown in the Wabanaki community and in the Abenaki or Benaki community. And if it could be, like, if the commercial seed production was happening in that community, that would be a really beautiful thing. And short of that, or in addition to that, if any profits from the sale of seed or cornmeal from the variety could be benefiting those communities, I think that should happen. That would be beautiful. We were trying to figure out a pathway to do that on our farm, and didn't succeed in finding a way that really felt like well organized and was grounded in a strong connection, which led us to switch varieties our last year. Sort of like thinking more and more deeply about growing and marketing and making money from a variety who's comes from a community that was like very, very specifically displaced in Maine's colonial history. There's not an organized Abenaki tribe in Maine now. That village, there was a massacre, and people left the state who survived, or they moved to live with other tribes, or and I'm sure there are a lot of Abenaki people still in Maine. But the way I understand it, that tribe took a very specific, very hard hit in the colonization of our state. Yeah, after a bunch of years of growing and marketing the variety, it just feels like the history is too deep and too hard not to have a commercial project really benefit that community. And short of finding a good way to do that, we opted to stop growing it. And we like Jack, we switched to the Garland Flint. I'm a little worried that my interest in regionally adapted heritage varieties, like our climate is just changing so drastically that the varieties that are adapted to grow here historically may not be adapted, may not be always viable in an evolving climate. And that sort of layered into a bigger concern about the continued viability of farming in an evolving climate. But it both seems more important to work on locally adapted varieties, saving seeds and or breeding, I guess, in place. But the whole project seems a little more risky. I'm hopeful that the incredibly strong culture around small-scale farming and homesteading and self-sufficiency, in which I see seed saving playing a big part, I'm hopeful that will continue to flourish, and people will continue to learn from each other and share seeds and share stories, and continue to build a culture that can sustain food production and can sustain some really cool traditions for a long time into the future. I'm really grateful to the Indigenous community that produced the variety, and I thank them. I thank the Abenaki people for growing and stewarding the variety. That's thank God.
Hi listeners, this is your host Luanna Nesbitt. Today on Behind the Seeds, we are joined by Petra Page-Mann, co-owner of Fruition Seeds, a small seed company in Naples, New York. Petra shares with us her intimate feelings for seeds and how the past shapes her relationship with seeds. This episode dives deeper into the common skunk bean, the colonial impacts on seeds, the roles of seed companies, and what seed saving might really mean.
I'm Petra Page-Mann, Page-Man. Pronouns she, they, he. The title that I generally use these days are friend, neighbor, and co-founder of Fruition Seeds. I grew up in Western New York in the Finger Lakes, unceded Onondaga, Seneca, Haudenosaunee land. Grew up in my father's garden. My parents are white. My mother's folks came over in their early years from Poland. My father's folks, a generation before, from England and from Scotland. And so I grew up in a very white community, and, a community with, some economic diversity for sure, but definitely not a particularly affluent community, but a community with lots of art and culture and agriculture nonetheless. And that's kind of a demographic little slice. I'm super excited to be, Fruition is now 13 people that we've been restructuring the last almost 2 years so that decisions can be made and things just are happening without my partner and co-founder, Matthew, and I doing kind of a lot. And so we are stepping back so we can step in more fully, and we don't know what that looks like yet, but for me, I know that looks like being in relationship and embodied relationship, spending less time on screens. So it's a marvelous question and one that I have no answers to.
Well, great. You mentioned fruition seeds. Is that the most of the seed work that you're doing right now? Is that where that is?
So you could say that. I wouldn't say that I'm doing any formal seed work right now, though we are living with Annika Mines, who is an organic seed grower here in the Met Howe, and she is a dear friend, and so we talk seeds all the time, but in a more but not in necessarily a professional context. So yeah, in a professional context, it's fruition seeds all day.
I'd love to jump into your past in seed work. If you could share with me your first memory of seed saving.
Yeah, tomatoes in my father's garden, and I don't have an exact age, but I'm guessing 5. And just, slowing down in the kitchen. We had just harvested a bunch of cherry tomatoes, and they were the first cherry tomatoes of the year. And I just wanted to shove them all in my mouth, but my father managed to make sure a few got into the kitchen. And of the few that got into the kitchen, before we put them on our salad, we squeezed out some seeds. And I remember thinking, wow, we're slowing down. All I want to do is get them in my mouth as fast as possible. But I remember my father beautifully, reminding me that we got these tomatoes in the first place from the fact that we and other friends had saved seeds, and now we had seeds that we could plant. And so we were wanting, what a joy and honor it is to be slowing down just a moment and saving a few of these seeds. And so that was my first moment of very tangibly recognizing seed time as a different way to be in time and space in my life.
Could you share with me an introduction to your rationale for seed work?
Of witnessing those loops, those feedback loops, just was so deeply embedded in my childhood experience. So the degree to which it encapsulated me was utterly, lost on me for many years. And as a late teen, I knew I wanted to work outside, and I was on trail crews for all my summer jobs in high school. We're on trail crews, and then immediately following high school, working in the Colorado Rockies, building trails above tree line. I was like, this is amazing, the exact kind of ecology that I would love to be immersed in. But we're eating, the most industrialized food on the planet. And it was at that point, when my 18-year-old brain was like, wow, I took for granted this extraordinary level of food quality in my life to date. And so at that point, transitioned to just becoming interested in agriculture, and had a list of about 200 things that were fairly burning passions for me at that moment. Herbal medicine and basket making and diversity, and the songs and seeds of stories that were weaving all of these larger songs and stories together. So there wasn't a lightning bolt moment. It's this deep cradle that then I became more and more awake to living inside. I feel really different. It's felt really different across different seasons of my life. I mentioned earlier in 2011, and that was 7 years after actively dreaming about fruition seeds, not by name, but just that one day I would, be saving seed and sharing that much more deliberately, and from the region that is my home, that I had this kind of rosy-eyed, rose-colored glass, just regionally adapted seed is the most resilient seed. And like how better to love the world that I love with seeds that I love, sharing them with people that I love in this place that I love, was a very like juicy, yummy, very expansive and a really beautiful. I didn't see some of the deeper layers of cultural appropriation and just some of the deeper layers of how capitalism comes in and like just the language, the colonizing language that we speak, English, like, can insert itself between those juicy, yummy dreams and the ways that our totally well-intended actions can impact the world. So at that point too, you know, all of my primary seed saver mentors had been white, and most of them had been male. And, you know, and there were people like Carol Deppy and Suzanne Ashford who had written books that I really appreciated. But it's only been in it's like 2014, 2015 that the needle really started to shift for me. And the Haudenosaunee skunk bean honestly played a tremendously instrumental role in helping me see kind of some of these deeper layers that I'm still grieving. I'm totally crying, and I'll spend the rest of my life learning how to hold that grief with that love. And like seed saving as a phrase now honestly gives me the heebie-jeebies. Like, they're saving us. You'll see on our website, we have a lot of free online courses, and one of them is called Saving Our Seeds, Saving Ourselves. And I don't love the phrase seed keeping either, but I like it better for a number of reasons. And I'm using that more these days than seed saving. And yeah, I'm in a really unique moment of my life of just the seeds have always been profound teachers. One of the most rewarding parts for me is the human community that seeds call into constellation, and that is a continual gift. And then the gift of themselves, the seeds, just continually reminding me that like, oh yeah, I might want to be a leader that looks like X and Y and Z and be able to show up in the world that looks like X and Y and Z. And sure, a tomato could certainly want to be a tomato, and like that would be sliced onto a sandwich for lunch. And there's plenty of its life where it's just that seed, and it doesn't mean it's any less of a tomato, right? And we live in a time when, you know, tomatoes are red and carrots are orange. And even if we think, you know, that tomatoes aren't necessarily red, we still get a packet of seeds, heirloom, hybrid, and expect them to grow within a certain parameter that looks pretty uniform. And the eugenics that has emerged, I mean, of course, from millennia of seeds proverbially sown prior, but the last 120, 150 years of eugenics really bubbling up in some very deliberate and very dangerous ways is mirrored in our seeds in very, very profound ways. And so simultaneously finding ways to share these histories while also being like, oh, wait, of course, diversity is effing beautiful. And like, I don't know if you've seen we have a purple cone-headed cabbage that we crossed with a green cone-headed cabbage. And the babies are unbelievable. They're so beautiful and they're so delicious. And, you know, I love that Buckminster Fuller quote of, if you want to make a paradigm obsolete, just make something more irresistible. And that's not the exact quote, but that's the energy of it. And so I see in seed that very real promise that is that as the seed coat that's protected us, that now is cracking open, and we have to just emerge alongside it and find ways to see and celebrate and be nourished by by the beautiful diversity that is unleashed when that happens. And knowing that it doesn't, so there's so much more to share. But it's so rewarding. And yeah, just the perils. There's so many ways that supremacy show up in our world, and white, able-bodied, patriarchal supremacy shows up in so many ways, and has been deeply internalized, not only by the white cis het ableist community, but it's just so deeply entrenched in so many systems, and also in so many of our spirits. And so I just have a lot of feelings about how it's hard to do the kind of deep seed work with both seeds and humans right now outside very concrete and accountable, and like accountability in love steeped human relationship.
You've mentioned this skunk bean. I would love to hear if you could tell me how you became so interested in this bean.
Yeah, they were handed to me in a very sweet and, now hindsight being 2020, in a sweetly naive, but, such a sweet way, as so many intentions are. And I'm pretty sure it was year one. It could have been year two. I'm pretty sure it was year one of Fruition Seeds, though. And it was late summer, and there was this green living festival. And so I was there, cleaning seed and sharing seed, talking about seeds for a couple days. And there was a woman who came on day one. We shared a lovely conversation, and she came back on day two, and she handed me this little cream cheese, recyclable little tub of seeds with a little piece of masking tape on it that said Haudenosaunee skunk bean. And she said, I love how interested and passionate you are in regional seed, and these are seeds that have been grown here since time immemorial, and I'd love for you to grow and share them. She's totally a white woman. I have no idea what her name is. We didn't keep in touch. I just said thank you and brought the seeds home and planted them that next year. And lo and behold, I've never seen a dry bean, a pole bean especially, be so prolific and so early maturing. And of course, they're delicious and. So I fall in love with it, and this is, leading up to my learnings, but I didn't think anything of. These are seeds that I was handed and gifted. Now I'm gifting the world with them and not seeing those additional layers of supremacy and appropriation. And so, that's how I met skunk bean. I honestly don't know that much. I just know that it's, an indigenous bean, and one that hasn't, there are so many varieties that have been lost to the genocidal work of centuries, and that this is not one of them. So when it comes to rematriation, and it's a widely known bean in indigenous communities in my learning. So I haven't I don't know more about it. I think if it had been a more rare bean, that I would have made a lot more effort to try to get it back into the hands. But it's everyone I tried to give to, they were like, "Oh, we got that. Where's that?" Which I was like, "Well, thank goodness." And wow. And certainly it's delicious, prolific. It's remarkable in that, a lot of beans with color just become kind of the same beige, brown, gray when cooked, especially when they're black and white. They generally just turn gray, but it's very special. I imagine you've cooked them perhaps, and that seed coat retains you can see the color, where the white is and where black even when after you cook them, which is just very unique and very marvelous. So beyond those like gastronomic, agronomic qualities, I have no idea. I would like to think that there's like some deeper, or that there isn't some, vacuum where, there was a village that the Sullivan campaign like didn't burn every single store of beans in that community. My imagination could go a lot of directions, but it's all in my imagination. I live about a half hour away from Ganondagan, which is a Seneca, Onondaga cultural center, as well as like interpretive center. They have lots of trails. They have lots of both public as well as like private indigenous programming. And so when I think of, and it's kind of a half hour north, there's lots and lots of hills where I am, but this hill in Ganondagan looks out over fields of drumlins, and it has just the longest view of anywhere around. And so it was a very prominent indigenous home for many, 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 many centuries. And by the time the Sullivan campaign came through, they had burned just hundreds of acres of orchard and corn and other crops. So it was a very central home space. And so I think of, though I wouldn't be surprised if those beans had been grown in the valley where we now grow seeds, when I think of that bean and where they've been grown, I have to imagine that they were grown at Ganondagan, and that those seeds grown in that very central kind of spiritual and other kinds of like center community would have like spread far and wide from that place. So that's entirely also in my imagination. I haven't paid that much attention to how other people are marketing it. I do remember like doing an internet search when it was first gifted to us and seeing that it was for sale. I did not seeing that there were deeper stories, just like indigenous, heirloom. But so I know Fruition wasn't the only seed company selling it, but I don't know how other people were necessarily marketing it beyond just indigenous and heirloom. Pretty key words that if you don't have if you haven't been offered a lens of how that's problematic, that those just seem like really juicy, yummy things that, of course, here's $3.
Could you think of a time where community has been involved in the process of this bean's cultivation?
I'm sure that is happening all over. In my personal experience with this bean, it was just this one woman who had been saving them, and then we just grew them on our farm ourselves, which is a certain kind of community, but not like I forget if it was it might have been 2015, I'm guessing, that we realized like, oh, this is so not okay. And at that point, we reached out to Ganondagan to ask them if they would be interested in these beans that we had, and that we would, we are learning, we are learning that we can do much better, and that we're stopping selling these beans, and we'd love to give them all of the proceeds from the historic sales of the bean at Fruition. And are there other ways that reciprocity might look? And so that was, I don't know how they have, and they were like, we'd love to eat them. We don't need them in terms of seed saving, but we would love to make a big soup. And so I would love to know what other ways it's being shared and celebrated, grown alongside. It's definitely a slippery slope. All seeds are sacred, certainly, and all seeds have indigenous roots, certainly. And that being said, especially being white settlers on, that now own stolen land, quote, own, very unquote, stolen land. It's really complex to even be growing and selling seeds at all. And, I'm not sure who I first heard, once you know better, do better. And we're just constantly learning, and it's really easy to be caught in the undertow of just beginning to see the different layers of how colonization impacts real people in real time, and isn't a historic fact, but is an ongoing artifact of domination. And how even for-profit, non-profit, how organizations and just humans, our daily lives, how we are propped up or not by those systems and are profoundly complicit in them, is just a heart-wrenching specter and lifelong work. And honestly, I'm on sabbatical because I didn't know how to reconcile those things. I still don't. And I still think fruition has some very real work to do in these bridge times. I mean, Rowan, as a small aside, Rowan White, indigenous Mohawk seed keeping activist, mother, poet, artist, says seed companies didn't exist 150 years ago, and if we do our work well, they won't need to exist in 150 years. And so what does that look like as fruition, as a seed company? How can we be actively creating a culture of care and curiosity around us that is honoring ourselves and seeds as life and not commodity? We can't necessarily do that work without, I don't know if you've come to a point in your journey where the facade of nonprofit profit falls away. To be an organization in this world at this time. And so it's really, I am off on a tremendous tangent. But yeah, know better constantly, do better constantly, and knowing that we are doing enough and that we care and that we're good people, and not confusing our souls with systems of oppression is just lifelong work.
I would love to hear if you are worried about this variety at all, and what those worries might be.
I'm honestly not worried, in that I have seen, in my very limited vantage, it seems like it's such an easy seed to grow, and such a beloved and widespread bean already. It seems like of genocide to an unbelievably resilient degree already, which may be very, very naive. And I would love, if you ever, and if you see that differently, please let me know. This is honestly a space that I would love to breathe more energy and love into as I emerge from sabbatical. Constantly updating our stories is part of my responsibility to being a human. But yeah, I'm not particularly, lots of other seeds and lots of other elements of seed work I am desperately concerned about, but not the particular life of skunk bean. I'd hope that if other seed companies are choosing to sell it, that they too will So I would hope that this bean continues to be a mirror for other white folks, whether they are commercializing, selling seed or not, and just helping accompany white folks on their journey to see some of these systems and our place in them with the all the layers, both of love and becoming, as well as humility and horror. And I would hope that for Indigenous folks, that if it is true that this bean is as widespread, accessible in Indigenous circles, that they see it as this profound evidence of deep resilience and love of our ancestors, both plant and human, and that they too have such genetic stores of both inheritance and resilience. So I hope that this bean can not only nourish their bodies and be readily acclimating to changing, atmospheric climates as well as cultural climates, but to be nourishing our spirits alongside our bodies along the journey, both for anyone who is coming into contact with this bean, anybody. I am dearly concerned that, Nietzsche, when he said God is dead, and at that time it was just an unfathomable thing that people, like, imagining the end of in our time, think imagining a world beyond capitalism, it's easier to imagine just apocalypse and a full collapse and elimination of the human species from the equation is more possible than thinking of how do we extract ourselves from extraction economy. And so I'm just really afraid that all the generations, the deep generations of supremacy culture that we have in us will turn into internalizing that oppression in ourselves and in our movements, and turn into, as I am seeing, that it's really hard to transform our relationship with ourselves in that space, with seeds in that space. So but I'm very committed to finding these nodes of hope, tiny as a mustard seed, right? And to nourishing those capacities for our imaginations. For as many, 10 plus generations as I have in my blood of people deeply living in, these cultures of oppression, both being the oppressors and the oppressed. How many hundreds of generations, thousands of generations more have been, a part of different cultures that had different priorities and values and capacities and imaginations. Yeah, really concerned about commercial seed in the Northeast and in our world in general. Just in having the courage to dismantle our own privilege of being in the world so that we all can be more alive and whole in the world. I feel really hopeful that we're all so hungry and kind of starved for real cultural joy and imagination and heart and hope. And that just as fear is really contagious, joy is also contagious. So I am hopeful that when we find ourselves as individuals, as collectives, yearning for more, that we can, we live on a planet where, I'm surrounded by a 6-foot snowbank of snow that's about to melt and become a field of wildflowers. Like, this planet is just constantly reinventing itself, reimagining itself. And so I have great hope that when we're hungry enough, we will begin to see that we are on the most green, blue, abundant planet we could possibly fathom, and that we've been given all the tools. And I do think that, I know I need to get to rock bottom to be able to then really commit to a different kind of imagination in the world. And I see that happening in humans and in institutions all around me. And so it's really hopeful. Yes, some seeds really need a lot of wildfire to break open. And what better century than to be broken open into than this one. But yeah, it's just so really fun when you find those flavors that bring you joy and deep pleasure in, like, looking at this cabbage, Luana, the green and purple cone-headed cabbage, and all of that diversity just lights me up. And I look at an image of one of those, and certainly when I slice one open, this is it. This is it. This is it. As a invitation without expectation. And just something that's really important for me in this moment of my life. I'm really excited we're creating kind of a cohort of folks really interested in seed around the farm this upcoming year. And we're looking at this particular, our friend Yasmin, who's from Bosnia, and these Ivar peppers seeds that she brought, and kind of looking at really unpacking, especially as white settler folk, what our relationship with seed looks like, and what are our seeds, quote, our seeds, those lineages of love, of resistance, of resilience, and creating, we'll be asking these questions our entire lives, but creating questions and exercises and just experiences for people to sink into these kinds of awarenesses and becomings and questions, without it being I feel like I went on a very solo mission through, with Haudenosaunee and other seeds, that translated ultimately into a lot of internalized shame that was challenging to keep in check, to keep my head above water, to keep moving forward. And so I'm just really interested in how we do this work as white folks, to be holding each other in these spaces with a lot of love and a lot of looking back over our shoulders and forward into the future, and just a lot of courage to name the systems of oppression and how we engage in them, and also how we set each other and ourselves free within them, and create new structures and ceremonies of meaning that can help us stay in conversation with beings, with other communities, with ourselves. And so I'm really inspired by this work that you're creating, and I see so much potential in it for communities, to both Indigenous and white, and just us all, to have more caring containers to be constructively unpacking the complexities of our time. And it's very true, I'm a challenging person to get a hold of in general, especially, as you have learned, right now in my life. But that being said, those are my cards on my table, the heart on my sleeve. I'm in it for community storytelling and question mark making and living into these questions. And so any way that you and anyone else would love. I mean, this is all the seed work, the mycelial work of, finding these nodes of connection and sharing nourishment and joy, and also like, spreading out. So when we're spread thin, we also can be sharing in generative ways.
Hi listeners, this is your host Luanna Nesbitt. Today we are joined by agronomist Heather Darby. Heather is a multi-generational Vermont farmer and now seed keeper, and joins us today on Behind the Seeds to share her own seed journey and perspective on regional seed keeping. Listen to explore themes around local varieties, the influence of climate and loss, and adapting to our future.
My name is Heather Darby. She, her pronouns, and I'm a University of Vermont Extension agronomist.
Perfect. Thanks for sharing that. Could you tell me a little bit about yourself and your background, maybe starting from where you're from or maybe your family's background?
Sure. Yeah, so I'm from Alberg, Vermont, which is in Grand Isle County. I was born in Vermont and raised in Alberg on my family's dairy farm, and went to college for agriculture, and went to the University of New Hampshire, University of Wisconsin, and then ended at Oregon State University, where I received my PhD, and then moved back to Vermont and started working for UVM Extension, and also bought my parents' farm and farm there now as well with my husband and my son. Well, I live in Alberg, Vermont, and I also, as I said, work for UVM Extension. My primary, work location is in St. Albans, Vermont, which is has an extension office, so it's a satellite office for UVM, and so I primarily work out of there. I also have a lab on campus where I have a public-facing lab that tests farmers and other ag end users' grain quality, and we also do research there. And then we have a research farm where we do a whole variety of research for the university in Alberg as well. I do a lot of work with different kinds of seeds. I think just by nature, being a farmer, and also my role as an extension agronomist, I do a lot of work with seed that involves research primarily. I think I became really interested in seeds and seed saving and like grain production when I was a graduate student. I was at a conference, I think it was the Oregon Tilth Conference, which is the organic sort of NOFA, I think, of the West. And it was their winter conference, and there was a speaker there. And I went and listened to him talk. It was Dr. Stephen Jones, who was, at the time, he was the wheat breeder for Washington State University. But he was talking about kind of heritage wheat and the nutritional kind of value and properties of these older wheat varieties and how much more nutritious they were than modern day wheats and different characteristics of those. And at the time, I was a graduate student, but my heart was always set on coming back to my farm here in Vermont. And so I was always kind of searching out ideas, opportunities, that I might also pursue when I came home. And that was really fascinating to me to learn about sort of the value of these older wheat varieties. So I talked to Steve after his presentation and kind of asked him how I would find out, what was grown in Vermont a long time ago. And so he sort of gave me some hints. And then sort of fast forward maybe 3 or 4 years later, I had taken this job in Vermont, and I had started to work with grain growers here. And one of their interests was in developing their own varieties, because there wasn't a lot of wheat available in particular that was really suited to our climate. And I got back in touch with Dr. Jones to see if he might come to Vermont and talk to us about this. And so we did, which was really exciting, I remember. And myself and a few of the other grain growers, Jack Laser was one of them, worked with Dr. Jones to put together a SARE proposal where we would start our own kind of farmer participatory breeding project. And that, I think, is kind of my very first kind of, I guess, dive into seed saving and breeding. I learned about, through Steve, these, heritage wheat varieties that sounded really interesting. And then I found out from him that Cyrus Pringle was the father of wheat breeding, and he was from Charlotte, Vermont. And that was one of the reasons Steve agreed to come to Vermont, because he hated flying. But our first meeting that we had invited him to was right near Charlotte. So he was just so excited to go to the home of Cyrus Pringle, who's the father of wheat breeding. And through those conversations with Steve, he told me about these varieties that Cyrus Pringle had developed. And I was able to access those from the USDA seed bank. And I started growing them up. One was called Champlain, one was called Surprise, and one was called Defiance. And I remember harvesting those first wheat seeds from those grains, thinking about how special it was to have those grown again in Vermont. I think at first, thinking about seeds and grain, I was just really interested in diversification, I think, in general. And again, it was a little self-serving because I was thinking about my own farm and what was grown there, because I grew up here in Vermont, and it was, I, like many Vermont farms, I was the I am the seventh generation on our farm. And so I became really fascinated on what my, previous generations had grown. And so I went back to the census, the ag census, the first ag census actually, and found, my great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, and looked at what he was growing, and it was a lot of different things. And I became really fascinated about that and wanted to figure out how to bring my own farm sort of back into production and become viable through diversification. And I really love growing grains. And that's kind of how I got going personally. And then that sort of vision, I guess, became more well aligned when I started my job at Extension, and I started meeting other farmers that were growing grains. I didn't know that other people in Vermont were growing small grains until I moved back here, and I started meeting those folks. And really one of their desires too was have something special, something that really did well here in Vermont under our climate, and something that had a story or had market value. And that's, really kind of what inspired me. So sort of a combination of personal interests and knowing what other farmers around me needed too. So we haven't talked about corn yet, but corn is it is my favorite crop. And I don't tell a lot of people that because I feel like corn sort of gets a bad name, a bad rap. But I love corn. I love the diversity of corn, which many people don't know or have never seen. I love how corn sort of has tied people together, but also in some ways ripped communities apart. There's lots of history with corn. And I just really enjoy growing it as well. And one of my close friends and I would say mentors, Jack Laser, was also a corn lover. So we had a lot of good conversations about corn. And he really also appreciated the diversity of corn and actually, the nutritional value that it could bring, the food value. And so we did a lot of work with corn breeding as well. And I really grew my love for corn as my, sort of relationship with Jack continued to grow. And there were others, around me that loved corn as much as we did. And it was nice to have sort of this community of both researchers, farmers, that wanted to sort of bring out the best in corn. And so one of my friends, Frank Kutka, who at the time was with Cornell University, was a corn breeder, and he sent Jack a coffee can full of this beautiful flint corn. And it was a population that he had made and saved of many of the northeastern flints. So many heritage, very old varieties that he had blended together essentially and made a population. And he sent it to Jack, and it was such a small amount. Jack said, "Here, why don't you take it?" And so I did, and I was excited to grow it up and see what the ears looked like. And the year I planted it, I was pregnant for my son, and I grew it up that first year. And I remember walking in the field in November, opening up the ears. It's like Christmas really, or a holiday where you're unwrapping a present, kind of pulling back the husks and just seeing what's there, because you didn't know, you knew it wasn't going to be yellow dent corn. And every ear was so different and so beautiful. And I had a bag, and I was out there sort of selecting the ears that I wanted to save for seed. And that December, my son was born. And although we didn't name him after flint corn necessarily, his name is Flint. And from that year on, he became this sort of integral part of growing Flint's, what we call now Flint's flint corn. So it's a special thing, I guess, that, my son Flint and I work on together. So it's kind of, I always call it his, and it's very unique. There's nothing else like it. Mm-hmm. And we've been selecting it. He's 10 years old now. And we've been selecting it over a decade, which is really fun and exciting. I first actually learned of the corn. I knew nothing about callus flint before I moved back to Vermont. So I had never heard of it, which maybe that's shocking. But when I met Jack, that's when I learned of it. Jack grew callus flint, and I remember going out in the field with him and looking at it, and sort of selecting it and looking for ears that were ready to be harvested. So that was kind of my first interaction with callus flint. I remember how different it was. I remember him telling me the story about callus flint surviving in the year without a summer, in Vermont. I didn't know at the time that callus flint was an Abenaki indigenous variety. I had no idea. I learned that much later, actually. Even Jack never really talked about it. He, always called it Roy's callus flint, as many people do, which clearly I guess is not correct. So that was my first interaction with callus flint. But since then, I mentioned already my friend Frank Kutka, who is now in Minnesota at the Menominee Nation College. So he's a professor there. And we still work together on different corn projects. We've kept in touch for all these years, and we've collaborated on different projects. And he actually reached out to me a few years ago, maybe 3 years, and introduced me to Chief Don Stevens from the Nohegan Abenaki tribe. And it was the first I had ever heard of him. So shamefully so. And that was really how I first got connected to the Abenaki community directly. And really sort of didn't really start my work in flint corn because I had already been working on it with Frank over many years. But it helped connect me to the people that created many of these wonderful varieties. And that was really important to me. It was definitely a missing link. And I felt so appreciative to be able to make that connection and forge a relationship with the Abenaki community.
Could you tell me about what you know about the history of this cultivar?
I don't really. And actually, most of what I have done with the Abenakis has been really focused on another variety, the Cohos, I believe is what Chief Stevens calls the other variety, and Abenaki Rose. So, but not much about the actual history, except that what I understand from Chief Stevens is that different Abenaki communities or tribes cultivated different varieties. And I think Cohos and Callus were two of the varieties cultivated by the Nohegan tribe specifically, but I may be wrong there as well.
When you think about this cultivar, maybe the history of this cultivar, what kind of places or environments come to your mind?
Oh, cold and short season, that's pretty much it. Rugged, they're little corns, clearly they look, well, the plants don't necessarily look different than other corn, but they're smaller. They grow over a very short season, at least those that originated here in Vermont and the Northeast are very, very short. You can tell they were developed in very rugged climates. I think that most people, Jack grew it because he was, from a cold spot in Vermont. He loved corn. He needed to find a corn that would mature in his climate. And there are really very few grain corns that do that. I mean, it's different now. Our climate has changed a lot. But so that was one of the reasons that he grew callus flint. And I think, he also knew of its sort of history. And I think he also was looking for a food grade corn that would be more nutritious. So I think for a lot of people, those are, some of the reasons that they grow these varieties. Mostly very limited production. Most people that I know that are growing flint corns, especially historic ones, they're fairly small acreage, marketing very locally, likely packaging on their own farms and milling. I know that's what Jack did. Most other farms that I know that are growing these types of corn are, fairly small scale, milling and packaging themselves. That's what we do with flint corn. We stone mill it and packet it up, sell it at farmers markets and places like that. I will, at least my experience is now in my relationship with the Nolhegan and the Missisquoi Abenakis now, they have a lot of interest in bringing corn culture back into their tribes because a lot has been lost and they lack the land for the most part to be able to try and do that. And so, through my work with them, we're trying to bring some of that ability back so that if we grow a plot of corn, their community can come and, select the ears or have community ceremonies, etc. But it doesn't seem to be such a part of most of our current.
Do you feel you or your farm are part of a seed sharing community?
I would say I feel like I am through my work at UVM, and I work with a lot of seed savers, mostly from grain and corn, cereal grains and corn. And that's really exciting because many of the seed savers, most of them very small scale producers, would like to see some of these varieties, land races, etc., become more available, both the seed and the grain to be able to consume. So where I feel like I've been able to help with that is that I've been able to work with several of the seed savers to grow up, to take their very small quantities of seed that they have and grow up more volume so that then the seed can be distributed further. And in some cases, we've been able to send off bigger lots of seeds, meaning like 50 to 100 pounds, to commercial size growers to be able to begin to cultivate, save and sell these, pretty unique varieties. So I would say, yes, I've been heavily engaged in trying to be a part of that. Yeah, I mean, I'm worried about the future in general and worried about especially the future of northern flint corns. And this is something that, and because of the climate, for one, the climate is changing And northern flints were produced under climates that are obviously much cooler, less diseases, and we're really at risk of losing kind of a whole population of corn if we don't take action. And that's been part of my work with Frank Kutka, is sort of the Northern Flint Corn Revitalization Program. And so one of the things I've, talked to Chief Stevens about quite a bit, and I think he recognizes, is that had the Abenakis been able to continue their way of life, cultivating corn, selecting corn as they did throughout the years, callus flint would likely look different today and would likely be better adapted to the climate and also to, maybe new pests, etc. But that hasn't happened. That didn't happen. And so it's become more difficult for some of these varieties because they haven't really been under active sort of selection or improvement, which was what the Abenakis did year to year, right? And so working through the Northern Flint Corn Revitalization Program is really trying to bring northern flints into the future. And so, what does that mean? I think it means trying to preserve the older varieties, but also taking those and developing new lines of flint that are going to be able to survive climate change. And I think, if we want to have northern flints, we have to be actively thinking about how to improve them under the current climate. And not improve them for productivity. It's really around, again, the climate and what's associated with a hotter climate. Yeah, I think active selection under today's climate is really important to make sure that we're continuing to help really adapt the crop to the current climate. I'm not sure, I'm certain, I guess, that's probably not happening. There's small lots that are being maintained in different places, and maybe different people maintaining them, is what I see. So I think we have to be mindful that, the current climatic pressures could be the demise of, we know, right, that what we grow is going to change, what grows here is going to change. And, if we want to continue to keep growing callus flint and other northern flints, we have to start adapting them to the climate. I think we can hold on to our heritage, but like all of us experience change, and we have to sort of adapt, especially as the climate's changing. It was funny, I had this conversation with Joanne Crawford at the Missisquoi Abenaki, and she said to me, if anybody can adapt and survive, it's the Abenakis. And I just thought that was, it was really not interesting to hear her say that, but more so, saying like, we are hardy, we're still here, we can get our corn through this, but we need help. And a lot of indigenous cultures definitely do not trust, the government or the universities. So it is, and rightfully so. They don't want what was taken from them again. Seed availability continues to be an issue. And, we've experienced it in different ways, through COVID, through supply chain issues, through climate issues. And so I do feel like, seed saving, growing seed and just food closer to home will become increasingly important, and it will become important throughout the country. And I think the Northeast is no different. We, have to start really thinking about how we will support and sustain ourselves, as the climate becomes more erratic. And I feel like I'm a doomsdayer talking, but I think it's important, you have to have seed to grow food. And as many of us have experienced sort of seed shortages in agriculture, it really makes you wonder, like, what exactly is our future? I think a lot of things are sort of in the initial stages, right? We have a lot of seed saver organizations. There's a lot of sort of from the ground up things that are happening around, seed saving and learning how to grow and save seed. It's pretty fascinating to see and exciting on all levels of agriculture, from very small homestead operations, all the way up to sort of commercial ag farms that are growing their own winter rye, as an example, because it's become hard to access. So I think as, people, see that these shortages are happening, it's making people realize that we may have to do it on our own, creating sort of a groundswell of innovation, opportunity. And that's kind of what I see happening now. So I imagine that will continue to expand, in the future.